So how is your day going?
Yeah, yeah. As of now, we have zero people, but they will come in.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
yeah,
That's, did you read the paper a little bit?
yeah, yeah. I went through it a little bit. I was supposed to go after it after this evening again, but
Okay.
I didn't even open it. You will share the screen or I share of the paper.
I will share the screen. So the paper is very interesting. Pretty much, it's a rehearsal of all the precedents set in science, especially physics. When you
Yeah,
look at the phenomenon from Einstein physics all the way, I mean Newtonian physics, classical physics, they call it, all the way to Einstein and all that stuff, you realize that what we have done was be able to couple the quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, and couple it with electromagnetic wave propagation, pretty much. And it wasn't complicated. It's just trying to understand why there's so much. Why is it so much interest in the so-called free energy? But to
yeah,
me, it's not really free energy. What I think is happening is humans are finding ways to use tools that are already existing, having a deeper understanding of the tools that are already existing to harness or harvest energy that might have been overlooked or not used or dissipated through maybe heat, sound, and etc. etc. So currently, we have figured out using tools that we already have
yeah,
to harness this energy. Some people using crystal coil as an input, and some people using other means RF as an input to pretty much amplify the current vis-a-vis the power, to amplify the power input to the next level. So the equation that we derived pretty much is ambiguous in the sense that you have to really understand it and remove all distractions. So there are some assumptions. For instance, one of the assumptions is that the waves, there has to be some electromagnetic interaction, and then the waves shouldn't couple. And then the a function of Gx, maybe surface area, indicating some kind of flux. When you look at the power flow per unit area, when you're looking at the Poynting vector, which shows that the power flow per unit area is equal to the cross product of electric field and magnetic field, pretty much. So when
yeah,
you look at that and you combine that with Maxwell equation, and you start to see amazing things. They start happening. You start to see the yin yang in nature. So when you use an inverse of acceleration, of course, every coordinate has a gravity of its own. On planet Earth, our gravity at which we accelerate is 9.8 meters per second square. And there are different coordinates. And according to Einstein, relativistically, our local time is our local time, right? And
yeah,
then space is as a result of the gravity as a result of the warp in space, right? Warp in space time, all that kind of stuff. So what we found out was that the so-called free energy could be revisited and deeper understanding should be given to what really is the so-called free energy. So let's revisit some equations, simple equations, not complicated ones. Let's go, for example, when we go to impulse equal to momentum. For those of you that did physics, this is a high school physics. Impulse equal to momentum. If you play with that, you end up deriving one from another. Like if you do invert v over t, right? Impulse force momentum. If you do v over t, it's an acceleration, right? So if you put um, divide both equation ft and v. If you divide it by t, you get force on both sides. Okay. If you divide it by v, you get mass on both sides. So these are common ideas to see that how the nature is playing. So if you take that down to de Broglie's equation, which shows that the wavelength is equal to the wavelength itself is equal to Planck constants over mv, where v is the velocity of within the media or medium the wavelength is traveling through. You also notice some interest in it. De Broglie, when you look at the particle diameter of matter, de Broglie identified there's some kind of mass that's doing strange things, causing diffraction. So we do know that. And then you take that down to Planck's. Planck's established that the energy in quantum, they are quantized. So that's where quantum mechanics come to play. So when you look at the Broglies, they're all pointing to the same direction. You look at the Schrodinger, you look at the quantum vector, you look at Maxwell equation, still has wave propagation in it. But there's never been a time where these two has been coupled as the equation shows. I will share the equation so that way people will start understanding and start looking at it from a different perspective. And the equation makes prediction of the spectrum, as a matter of fact. And what we're trying to determine from the equation, if it can effectively show within like the MOSFET what is really happening from a mathematical point of view, respecting the physical laws, what is happening inside the MOSFET, so that we can know one or two interesting things, innovative things from a scientific perspective with MOSFET, so that people don't think that they have done anything new, but it's innovated. It's a new way of looking at the same thing. So let me share this real quick here. If I have any link to share this, okay, I do. So I'm going to share. I have to be careful what I share here. So I'm going to share this one. All right. Hopefully.
Okay, as you share it, I'll just add it. It will come. Eddie, please, just a moment. Eddie Cliff, just a moment. You want let him explain first before you can be able to join in.
So a lot of people will scrutinize this double integral. It's okay to scrutinize it, but before you do, let me give you the two assumptions and also tell you where you can use them and how you can use them. Please, just give me a second for me to do that. So there are some assumptions, and I'll make it very clear. So when you scrutinize it, you don't slaughter me, but you have to do it respectfully. So the assumption is that the g of xy, which is basically is for us is uniform, is just an area, surface area. Okay, all right. So for us, it's uniform, and then we also assume that the modes are not overlapping. Yeah, someone might say, okay, what about multimodal laser? No problem. We got you. So there are three specific ways you can use the equation, and they apply very well. Okay. Again, there are simplistical ways to look at the equation as well. Like when you look at the photon in a vacuum, this is the energy of photon in a vacuum, right? So Planck constant times c over lambda. But the new equation we came up with is saying that energy now uh, within the same enclave, right? But our enclave is not a vacuum, okay? Our assumption here in this simple equation you're looking at is that the distance of enclave is equal to the wavelength. So in that case, you have a t. A t is a universal constant, which is simply the Planck constants multiplied by the speed of light. And then we say that when a wave is in a constrained environment, inverse square rule will apply. Okay? When a wave is in a constrained environment, inverse square rule will apply. What's a good example of a constrained environment? A MOSFET, which has the the N type, either N type or P type. So you do know that the MOSFET has electromagnetic interaction going on because of the holes and the electron flowing to the opposite direction to the holes. I mean, flowing to the direction of the holes, which means it's gonna flow. If it's an N type, the holes will flow down on the bulk, and then the electrons will flow to the opposite direction to the metal oxide, and which causes to bridging factor between the voltage gain or what they call the source, and then the drain of the MOSFET. So I'm just letting you know that this equation predicts the spectrum. You can use it to calculate the spectrum as long as the distance is equal to the wavelength. So where d is equal to the wavelength, but where d is less than the wavelength, we notice that the energy is amplified, power is amplified. So you can try that and see for yourself. It does the prediction absolutely well. So if you take a known electron volt do and convert it to fit this, you will put the constant t and put whatever distance you want. If it's equal to the wavelength, and then you put you calculate the wavelength, it's gonna give you the exact wavelength that is in the electromagnetic spectrum that's assigned to that energy level. So the places you can use our equation, I'll show you. You cannot use it in photon in a vacuum because we are talking about a constrained environment. We are talking about an environment where there's electromagnetic interaction, which means there's something going on. There's a fast switching. Something really happening that causes condensation for the energy itself, and it happens so fast and it goes off and on. So for that reason, you can't use it for a photon in a vacuum because it's continuous. And again, another scenario is that you can't use it for LED emission spectrum. It's just continuous. So at some point it dies out. But our equation is saying that because of the constrained environment, the power is amplified. We didn't say that the voltage is amplified. We're saying power is amplified, okay? Not voltage. There's a voltage drain. There's a current drain out of the MOSFET. So that is proportional to either whatever input source, radio frequency, or whatever is going to be proportional. Yeah, there's going to be probably some loss, which goes out in heat and stuff. But if you understand exactly where the peak is, so you can harvest a lot more energy, that's some of the things people are doing. And they think is free energy. It's not really, there's unseen mass operating. So where are the places you can use this equation? You can use it in waveguide modes. That's like in chips and nanocavity energies. You can use it in MOSFET hot carriers. You can also use it in LED, but it has to be a multimodal LED that comes up with different um, modes of from the light spectrum. It comes up with different modes. You can use it in multimodal. What you call it? Uh, like whenever you have a multimodal laser, you can use it there as well. So the most important thing you have to remember about our equation is that our equation is focusing on constrained environment to harness energy from it. And most of the people that are using the MOSFET or crystal core are not aware of this equation, which is not a doubling effect, but amplifying effect, which respect the inverse square rule, and it continues to do that. Given the change in the coordinate, it will continue to do that. It continues just like binary system. You have 2, 4, 8, da, 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 keep going. And that was that way. So that's the same thing that applies to this system. You can use the equation and see for yourself. Now, another way to look at it, where to use the equation is laser cavities. Okay. If it's a discrete regimen, so it will work. Solar panels, continuous, you can use it, but it has to be a broad spectrum. Like I said, broad spectrum is not one mode. Okay. Now, the spectral filter LED hybrid multi-peak with different wavelengths. Okay, you can also use it there. So now I've been able to show you the assumption. The assumption is that the G of XY is uniform, which means the surface area is uniform for us. Whether it's a sphere, a sphere. If it's a cylinder, it's a cylinder for us. If it's the shape in the MOSFET, which is probably nanometers or less, is that shape, whatever that shape is, we are saying that it's uniform. So we are also saying that the train of electromagnetic wave will travel as long as as long as the enclave confining space is defined, then the modes are non-overlapping. That's what the assumptions are here. So I've been able to show you where you can use them, but also let's go and take a look at how the equation could be used. There are three ways to use that equation. So the the first way is the discrete wavelength. Example is a laser mode, cavity resonance. You can use it like this. Because it's discrete, you see the Riemann summation at the front, which addresses the fact that system with quantized wavelength is very important in the modern physics and etc. etc. So this equation is very, very important in laser modes, cavity resonance, and all that kind of stuff. Now, the Riemann summation is in there. The N identify the different modes. It could be a laser that pushes out two different wavelengths. So you can use this equation for that. So the variables are identified, and GS is just a spatial profile of mode N, and I think here they're trying to use some amplitude function to showcase that in a waveform. So there's another way to use the equation, continuous wavelength. This one is broadband light, thermal sources. Say there's a heat coming from a source at the heart of the earth, you can use this equation. Broadband light, again, different spectrum, which is a spectra. So if you have a system with continuous spectra, example, sunlight, LEDs, you can use this. This one looks more universal. Okay, you can use that for universal. You can use it, but then you have to also pay attention to what you are trying to calculate. It has to be a calculation from something that's constrained, not something that's free flowing like in a vacuum. Okay, vacuum has no. The assumption is that in a vacuum you don't have those little masses interacting. So now the variables are defined. They are specific, where the spectral energy density is defined as a function of the wavelength. Okay, and then you have the spatial profile again, which is G of X and Y. Okay, this is very isotropic, so that's how it's defined. Now, there's also the last case, which applies to most of the stuff that we're gonna talk about, which is basically like you have a light, LED light, but it gives more than one wavelength. Okay, so the system, if you have a system of quasi discrete spectra, so you can mix, it's a hybrid. If you have a system of quasi discrete, so you want to calculate the same energy for different wavelengths, so you can use this. So if you have an LED with a band pass filter, you can use it. So these are three areas that I looked and I said you can effectively use this equation, and you can also expand this equation. This is a diagram of MOSFET. For those of you guys that don't know nothing about MOSFET, it's just a special kind of transistor. This is pretty much how transistors are designed, but they use different elements. This quality is embedded in MOSFET. So that's why a lot of people that are doing the so-called free energy find MOSFET and crystal core very interested. In the MOSFET, you need an input. Okay, and you need a power input, not a zero input. But in the crystal core, you don't need any input, and actually you can derive something out of that. So if you have a rectifying system, you can have an ensemble that gets stuff from radio frequency and then use it to reach the threshold for the voltage and the MOSFET, which in turn will amplify the power by way of the drain and the current. Power I squared out, you should be able to get amplified current. And you can use that equation to measure what you should anticipate, what should come out, and how it should be in data collected. Okay, so you have to understand some of these things. So when you look at it, you will see uh, what we're talking about. So the electrons will be traveling when you look at the bulk, the electrons will be traveling down. If say it's N type, it could be traveling. The holes will be traveling down. The electrons will be going up to the metal oxide again. But if it's a P type, is the reverse is the case. That's how it works. So we're saying the region at which they are traveling, which looks like some kind of rectangle. We're saying you can calculate what is happening where the condensation happens for energy amplification. So you can pretty much get the peak. So you calculate the region, you can get the peak. So at any point, you can see what that is. So you can say, oh, I'm efficient or I'm not efficient by so and so. Because there's a voltage coming in, and that voltage coming in is proportional. When you look at the voltage, is VIR is going to be proportional to wherever the power is coming from. Let's say, for example, someone is getting the power from radio frequency. It's going to be proportional to that because the RF, if it's done properly, where it's rectified to use its properties, electromagnetic properties, to go from, you know, how electric current can flow through a coil and it gives you a magnetic field, right? So the same thing could happen where a coil moving around a magnetic field can bring a current. So you can build a system that can make this happen so that when that current comes, okay, you can utilize it anyhow you want. So what happens in the MOSFET is the potential difference that is coming from the changes, the fast switching in the MOSFET, the potential difference, the that causes some draining current, and that draining current goes somewhere, it powers someone, but it somehow is amplified. This equation is what's showing you why it's amplified because of the wavelength is constrained, and that wavelength will obey inverse square rule. And given the constants, what we call energy meter, when you calculate all of that, you will see that it is amplified mightily big. So now, if you can get all the energy within the wavelength by packing them up in the MOSFET and letting them go just like that within microseconds, nanoseconds, and you continue to do that. So that means you're gonna be having a whole lot of energy moving, which now you can store somewhere in a battery and continue to use it, and then you say it's a free energy. It's not really free energy because it came from the spectrum. It's free energy because you're not doing it from more like the traditional sense of it. You have to buy this and buy that, pay for the bill, gas bill, or whatever. But it's only free because you found a way to innovate and sending those signals to the proper devices so that you can utilize the power that's coming out of it. So these are the things I wanted to make very clear to you guys. The abstract of the paper is very clear. The paper explores novel energy propagation mechanism in constrained wave systems, proposing a fundamental constant T. Is a constant T is fundamental because it wasn't made up. It's already there. Planck constant is H, which has a value of I think 6.626 times 10 raised to power I think negative 30, 35 or so. It's already there. I didn't make it up. Okay. And then what I did was I multiplied it by C because I'm saying that the square of the, if you have the square of the wavelength and you have a constant which has, and that constant which is head is just saying that the energy are quantized. Okay, when a photon gives off energy, that energy is called when an electron gives off energy is called photons, and that photon is not anyhow, it doesn't have a value less than what its value is always going to be that particular value by Planck, which is called the Planck constant. So I said, okay, what if you have the same photon in a constrained environment? What does it do? You notice that it's going to try to get out. As it's trying to get out, it will create other wavelengths. Okay, that wavelength, the one that you collected from the RF, is no longer the same because it's smaller now there's been an interaction in electromagnetic wave which causes it to come up with something new and it get packed. So once you pack it, it's more energy because it's smaller wavelength. Inverse square rule applies here. Smaller wavelength, that means the energy, the whole voltage is amplified, not the voltage. It's the energy that's amplified because of that relationship. So don't misunderstand. So the electrical part of it will be manifested as current, which flows as drain through the MOSFET. So what we're saying clearly is that though at this time it's a hypothesis, but there's a lot of smart people out there that can take the equation and play with it, and they will confirm and they will predict the spectrum and also predict other masses you cannot see that could be in femtometers and etc. etc. So this equation is very important at this time that we live. So we have decided that when a wave encounters a constant, a constraint such as MOSFET in a phase switching configuration, the energy density increases, leading to observable bursts of energy. So you hear some people say, "Oh, there's a spike and etc. etc." That's an outburst of energy because it condenses and then there's a diminishing return. That's when the MOSFET drains. Maybe he needs a threshold of a voltage threshold gain of 5. He gets that. Everything looks good. But then it goes to diminishing return, it drains current, and then it goes back again to zero right before it goes. I mean, right after that, it happens again and it keep happening and keep happening and keep happening. So understanding what is happening can help us to do those switching in even higher frequency, which means lesser time frame. Okay. So that way we can get them more and more and more. Understanding this principle helps us to do that and then do a much efficient energy harvesting in other sources. So this phenomena could be harnessed for clean energy. If you have a multi-mode LED, a MOSFET ensemble, you can use it to experimentally validate the equation. And you got to pick out the right equation for what you want to do. This is not the universal one. This is basically showing that which is a little ambiguous, but at the bottom I kind of show which one you can use, where you can use it. And right now, for some of you that are watching, you can actually use a simplified form of it to check the energy in the spectrum and see if it's reporting the same thing you all know. So in a constrained environment, you find that this is more accurate to get you the energy within the region in that special domain. So this is what I think is very important for everyone to know and understand, so that most of the people that are innovating in this space should be able to get their patents, knowing how it applies. Because I heard a lot of them are not able to get patents because of a lot of conservation of energy, but they don't understand any better. But now it's clear that they can get their patents. When you look at the equations, how we kind of put things together, we identify what the T is, and when you use the Planck constant to divide the T, you're gonna get the speed of light back. So the T is 1.986 times 10 raised to negative 25, and that is derived from multiplying the Planck constant, which is this, by the speed of light. So you get this. So this is a constant. You have to use that. So it makes your life easy for you. So Planck constant is joule second. This one is joule meter. Now remember, the joule meter is not new. De Broglie already mentioned it when he identified the diffraction in when wave is trying to pass through a point, and he identified that there's a diffraction happening as it passes through that point. So it led him to believe that waves acts as particle acts like wave and as well as mass. So I'm not saying anything new. It's already there. It's just that I connected the quantum mechanics with wave propagation, which kind of unified overview and goes back to Newtonian physics, relativity, Maxwell, all of that, quantum mechanics. And now we're here understanding what is happening in MOSFET, crystal quad, and et cetera, et cetera. So this
So
the pointing vector power flow which I mentioned, and these two equation and Maxwell equation was pivotal to the what we are doing. But this equation was developed 10 years ago before today. Actually, 20 something years ago before today. I was 24 when I devised this equation. It was a long time ago. I play around things, but I don't know where it will lead me. But when people started talking about this thing, I realized this could actually help when they understand that's an energy meter, which is a constant that's already in a constrained environment. If you're trying to pull energy, extract it, you have to understand how this works. So that's basically it. So I'd like to take questions if there's any. If not, we can
they're
wrap it up.
saying somebody was asking for the link to the article, but they're saying that it's different. The paper is different from the paper you shared last time.
Of course, it's different.
So the questions, I don't know who's interested in joining. I am nobody. Do you want to say something? I heard you. Let's see. Okay. There's somebody saying that uh you can be able to see the questions on the screen.
All right, let's go there.
Or
I
you're
just
sharing the
wanted
link.
I just wanted people that are doing this energy thing to have a deeper understanding. So when they go to get patent, they can get the patent. Don't go there and start telling them it's free energy. You're not gonna get it. You have to show them with physics, everything what you've done, and then they understand it. They give you a patent. That's it. So what question do you want me to address?
There's this question. Eddie Cliff is asking that are you saying that the inverse square law doesn't apply to unconstrained waves?
I'm saying that inverse square law applies to constrained wave. I'm not saying it doesn't apply to unconstrained wave, but I'm not familiar with it being used in unconstrained wave. But I'm quite familiar with it being used in constrained environment, which tabulates with what we currently have today in predicting spectral lines.
Then RF is saying that you are mixing. ID saying that you are mixing RF theory with energy band theory, and as such, it
So,
doesn't make
so,
sense.
identity withheld has lack of understanding in an innovative approach to science. He believes in his certificate a lot more than ever. That he could not see that the equation couples have a coupling effect with the T, which couples the Planck constant with relativity or energy wave propagation. He doesn't see it, and I'm not going to argue that with him. But if he wants to go deeper into it, we can take it offline, and I can address some of the deficiencies he might have seen. But a true science should not separate the physical phenomena and create departments for different aspects of it. Rather, you should look at the precedents and see what the scientists in the past have said. De Broglie identified mass in the space when he's talking about the diffraction, particle nature. Not only him, Planck also say that, but when it comes to electromagnetic interaction, it's quite different from when you look at the macroscopic and the microscopic, they interact differently. Okay, so optically, he's looking at things from optical perspective, but I'm looking at things from magnetic, electromagnetic interaction, quantum electromagnetic dynamics. So if you look at it from that perspective, then it's possible if the equation is giving you the right answer, then there's no need to argue uselessly.
Okay, we have another question. We had Eddie was trying to join in, but I don't know. He was asking how does the MOSFET constraints TEM electromagnetic waves of different wavelengths to amplify them. I don't know if you understand the question.
Okay, let's read the question together and understand it. So which one is it? Is it the AD Cliff?
Yeah, Eddie Cliff, Daba.
He says he needs the paper. It is not the same as the initial you put. You've changed it a lot. The last one to the point that is no longer the same thing. That's what he said. I don't see anything else.
Oh, there's a. Can you be able to see on the screen the comment?
Oh, he's saying that I have a different document. Is that what he says?
There's the
That
one. Let me read to you saying that how does the MOSFET constraints T. Then it says EM waves of different wavelengths to amplify them.
so the constraint is not T. T is telling you that every wavelength you identified, just like H Planck, the Planck constant is telling you that there is kind of energy in time. That's energy in time is telling you that if an electron is doing something, okay, it jumps
Yeah.
from one place to another. That's energy that it gives, the negative or positive, that it has a value, that value is quantized. That's Planck constant. That's what it's telling you. But we're saying that in the same vein that in this interaction that every wavelength also in a constrained environment, every wavelength possesses the energy within that distance, which by default will be within the wavelength itself, which is the same thing as energy when you look at Planck constant. So energy for Planck constants is h over lambda c. I mean hc over lambda, right? Energy hc over lambda gives you the energy when you derive it from Planck constant. But in our case, something has changed. Okay, you have the d, you have the other wavelength, and most of the time, if you want to go back to the original energy hc over lambda, you have to do what? You have to only make sure that the distance you talk about is equal to that wavelength, and then you go back to the original one, which tells you that if the distance is less than the wavelength, you pack the wavelength, forcing them to move out, right? And then that amplifies the power. That's what's happening in the MOSFET.
Then somebody is asking
So
if you
this
can
this
be
is supporting the expansion of the universe as opposed to dilution. So it has an interest in divergence.
somebody is asking if you can define. First, there is a comment from Isaac Fraser saying that that you are right. Tell them about the old TV. That it is a good example of it because you have massive energy stored. And
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, he's correct. Thank you for bringing that up. There's a lot of energy stored in the OTV, correct? He got it.
so ID was asking if you can be able to define energy burst and also define confined wavelength. Ed- Eddie, are you having a problem joining in? Yeah, you go on. That was somebody had joined in and
So
they're not saying
thank you
anything.
so much. So someone asked a question about confined wave. So if you have an experience with chips, you will understand this is so true. What happens within those enclaves is very interesting. So the way to understand it is this: if a wave is, let's say, just a very unique model wave, let's say violet, okay? If you're able to constrain violet, you have to have it in a medium where it's going to have difficulties, okay? And that
Yeah.
medium is going to reduce it. You're going to force it, whether you're using a laser to do it or anything like that. So it's a filtration mechanism. Maybe if you force that violet, it will reduce to another level where it can now be filtered. Maybe you have a filtration mechanism that allows um, power of second power from the violet, the power of the violet in nanometers. You can now reduce it to -7. I mean, second power, yeah, -7. Okay, 10 raised to power -7 instead of 10 raised to power -9. So now the confining environment is reduced by the second in 10 raised to the power negative 10. That means the hole now is smaller. I mean, the hole now is bigger for it to come out of. I meant to say smaller. If it has to be smaller, then it have to be 10 raised to the power negative 11. I'm sorry, guys. So it's smaller to come out. That means the violet, you are forcing it to come out, but the hole is not for it. So somehow you have to find a way to make it into wavelet. It will break. It will reach to the point it will break out. So only the ones that are small enough can go through the hole that you provided. Example would be a laser. But in MOSFET, what happens is you have an electromagnetic waves coming in. Whether you got that from a crystal coil or you got it for some magical reason, you were able to get the whatever energy from radio frequency, you pass it through, you reduce it to electric, and you pass it through a MOSFET. What's happening in the MOSFET is there's interaction between the potential difference that you have introduced to close the circuit in the MOSFET. The threshold voltage could be, the gain could be 5 volt. You reached it, the circuit closes. Guess what's happening now? Because it has to condense, it has to reach a point for it to drain. It doesn't drain right away. So what we're saying that why that whatever is happening, this equation can predict what is happening in there within that region of space. That is even making the electric field, the wavelength, the original wavelength is making it even smaller. That at the end of the day is filtered. And now that it's filtered, the potential difference, because of resistance, the potential difference, we have a current drain because of the resistance. I have a current drain. And we're saying that all this, even the voltage is, the power in that confined environment is proportional. I mean, the voltage is proportional to whatever caused that. But the power in there is now amplified. That's what we're saying. It's now amplified and is direct. It has a direct connection with the current that's flowing out as the drain to go somewhere else. That's what this paper is saying. We're not saying anything else. And we're saying that we didn't come up with it. It's already there. The equations are already there. We just put them together in a way that people that are building these new things will understand what's happening in those spaces so that they can do more.
So people are asking for the. I've seen two people or three people asking for the link to the paper. I don't know if you can be able to share or not. Then
Yeah, I can share the paper, but the purpose of me sharing this knowledge with everyone is to trigger the interest in experimentation. So for those who find it difficult to agree, even when the equation works, I would like to have those who are vast in experimentation, experimental physics, with strong electrical background, so that we can do the experiment. I have a way to do the experiment. I have parameters to check and so on and so forth. So that's the purpose. The call to action is to trigger experimentation process so we can gather parameters in support. I'm not an experimental person, but I am very accurate in predictions. So for those like uh, name withheld, you have a big lab. This would be a great opportunity for you to check it out and then tell everyone how good it was.
he was even among the people who are asking for the paper. Eddie, you have joined for the link to the paper. Eh?
So my interest will be for experimentation. Those who are interested in the experiment, for us to do the experiment, and I will guide the process, and then the parameters will be collected, and we can show the relationship between the power that's coming out of the system and then the power in the constrained environment and the power that's coming out of the system. We want to show the relationship, and so we also want to show the input output, how what the relationship between the input and the output, stuff like that.
So it means you can only share the link with people who can be able to do experimentation.
Yes, because I want to definitely share the whole paper after the experimentation. The whole paper will be shared. I don't want people to have a headache reading it. I want to push for those who are interested in experimentation. Then we can coordinate, and the experiment will be carried out. The parameters are very clear on what should be scoped out and what should be measured. So,
So I I did it with held. I don't know if you can be able to join in. Maybe he will be able to share with you. Gerald is asking that using wavelength constraints in order to obtain charge compression through charge separation. He was asking. I'm nobody. I'm nobody. If you join, it's better
Hello.
to. Yes,
so
Eddie.
somebody says that what's going on is the capacity is being increased. I like to use amplification, but he says capacity. I understand what he meant. He's saying that it's just like putting a couple of batteries in parallel, which makes sense to me. So he's using a simple example to explain something really complicated. So I think I buy into that. That's what he's saying.
Eddie, you are going to say something.
Yes, the first question I wanted to ask is how exactly does a MOSFET constrains electromagnetic waves? That's the question I asked. How does it constrain it? How does it cause an increase in energy density?
So the way he does it is when the voltage is reached. Remember, energy conservation, the law of thermodynamics is it cannot be created. It cannot be destroyed, not created, but it's continuous transformation. Whatever causes the voltage the energy that causes the voltage is still proportional to whatever brought it or whatever caused it. It's simple as that. So when the voltage gain happens, the threshold is reached. The MOSFET acts like a perfect transistor. It will complete the circuit, right? It will close the circuit. When it closes the circuit, there is no current flowing at this time, okay? Until at some point it switches off because the drain is out. Whatever is built up in the box, let me show you. Whatever is built up here, let me show you. I wish I could draw it out for you. Whatever is built up, you see where the arrow is? Whatever is built up there drains out. See? It drains out. It follows the drain and goes to a battery or anything. Once it finishes, that switching happens real quick again. And it keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that. So while it's doing that, there's an interaction between the electrons. That's the metal oxide. Okay? There's interaction between the electrons from different materials. The metal oxide is not the same as the bulk that you see in orange. They are of different materials, so there's an interaction happening. So for this one here, the the positive charge will go up, the negative charges will go down. For this one here, the holes will go down, which is positive charge, and the negative charge will go up to the metal oxide. So
I'm asking,
that's what I'm trying to say. It creates an electromagnetic field in here. Electromagnetic field is created in here, and is manifested as the current that is drained out. Once that current is drained out, the same current could be amplified to AC. That's how we know. So it's gonna be proportional.
I'm expecting you to tell.
Eddie, we lost you for a minute. Your internet.
Does he understand how the MOSFET works? Because it's gonna be difficult to explain it if he doesn't understand how MOSFET works.
Yes, I know how the MOSFET works, and I also know magnetic waves interact with materials. When an electromagnetic wave interacts with maybe atoms, molecules, or a solid, there are only one of three things happens. Maybe there is reflection, there is absorption, or there is Compton scattering. What exactly is happening here? Are the electromagnetic waves getting absorbed? And if they are absorbed, is it absorbed by what? Is it absorbed at the gates, at the drain of the MOSFETs, or how? And when it is absorbed, what happens? How does it lead to them being constrained?
There is a
And how does it
misunderstanding
create
here.
any extra energy? You have to explain this.
There's a little misunderstanding here.
And how does it depend on the wavelength?
There's a little misunderstanding here. You see, the electromagnetic wave is not hitting directly on the MOSFET. It's not going directly on the MOSFET. What
Okay,
happens,
what is it hitting on?
let me finish, please. Please, I beg of you. If you've been following Stovall was doing something interesting. He was getting energy from LEDs. He was getting the power from energy from the sun, right? And he will use his LED to do that and run it at night. What he's doing is he's sending whatever he's getting from the solar energy, he's reducing them to DC and taking that DC to the MOSFET. And the MOSFET will respect the power flow that is coming in. Is going to be proportional at this point. But when that voltage goes into the MOSFET, if the threshold is reached, it will close the circuit. It start to build up. When the voltage potential difference is reached, because it starts from zero, you go to some point where it's reached. What I'm saying is that the buildup will start, all those holes going this way and the electrons going that way. There's gonna be a condensation point, the electromagnetic field is there and is only going to be manifested at the current that drains. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the it's going to be manifested at the current that drains. But this time, the power that you can get from that current, I squared V or whatever, I squared R, is going to be amplified because of the activities in the metal oxide interaction. The build up electromagnetic field is built up and it's packed in it a lot of energy, which is dissipated as heat, sound, and etc. in the MOSFET. So we are saying that the manifestation of the same electromagnetic field is what you see as a current that is drained out and it switches at high frequency and it keep doing that, doing that, doing that. Our equation is saying that it is possible to have to find peak regions that can make this process more effective and for people to understand what's really happening. I'm not saying that the electromagnetic wave hits the MOSFET immediately.
Please,
No, what I'm
please,
saying.
if I can interrupt you.
I'm not saying that the electromagnetic wave, which may be a particular wavelength, let's say ultraviolet wave is hitting the MOSFET. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you know a way to convert that energy to some kind of EMF, potential difference, okay, then it's possible to pass that voltage to MOSFET. And MOSFET will continue to respect quantum mechanics by causing an interaction, electromagnetic, respecting electromagnetic dynamics, okay, quantum electromagnetic dynamics. It will respect that inside here. And then what happens is it will manifest that heat and all of that kind of stuff. But if you have an efficient system, it will now go through the gain,
Please, you are not answering
the
my
drain, it
question.
will go to the drain,
You
it
are
will
not
go to
answering
the
my
drain,
question.
it will go to the drain, and then that current that goes to the drain, the power that you can get out of that will be amplified. That's where I'm coming from. Period. It has nothing to do with the voltage. The change in the load doesn't change anything in the voltage. Period.
Please,
Yes, Eddie. Uh, any 40 supersonic saying that you
Please,
can open
this do
the
not
door of
answer
the
my question. This do not answer my question. I want to know if, please, what I'm asking for is, you said electromagnetic waves are getting constrained in a MOSFET, and that leads to an increase in energy density. So I want to understand what is the nature of the constraint. How are the electromagnetic waves getting constrained in the MOSFET as they are propagating? I want to understand what is the nature of this constraint.
Do you understand? Like when a current passes through a coil, what happens? A current
Yes, I
passes
know
through.
what happens when you pass a.
Okay, you understand, and you also understand when a coil itself is moving around a magnetic field, what happens?
Yes, I understand all
All
of
right.
that. The
So
first
you
one, when a
understand.
coil passes through a coil, what you get is some sort of self-inductance. If you move a coil in a magnetic field, you get electromagnetic induction, quite all right.
Thank you so
But
much.
I'm talking about radio wave.
And I'm trying to explain to you that the radio wave does not hit the MOSFET directly, that it has to be disposed to some kind of voltage and then pass through the MOSFET. And because it must obey
How does the dispersion occurs? You said it gets disposed. How does it occur?
have you watched the video by Stovall? I think you should watch the video by Stovall. Then you see how he passes that disposition to the MOSFET.
I've watched the video.
I think I think
I've
I think
watched the video by Stovall, and the
okay.
video.
How does Stovall generate his power using MOSFET? Then if you know how he generates
Stovall
his,
doesn't claim to generate any power to begin with.
so how
He
does
says he doesn't generate any power. All he says is that he uses MOSFETs to create pulsed AC current or transient energy. That's what he says.
okay, fine,
And anyone who
fine.
has listened to Stovall says,
Okay, if that's what he says, do you understand how he does that?
well, that's the explanation we are asking for.
Well, I'm not Stovall. What I'm here to do is I'm here to explain to you what happens inside a MOSFET. That the MOSFET has the capability to do the interaction, and then with that interaction, that's an electromagnetic sort of like interaction that's happening in that space because it's doing it in a level where it's not the same as okay, let me just get this battery and connect them in series or parallel. It's doing it on macro level, in atomic level. So that's what it's doing there. Once it does that, the result of what is gonna happen is a current drain. That's where I'm covering. I'm not covering how the electromagnetic frequency activates to get the voltage that is get pushed to the
Yeah,
MOSFET. I'm not covering that. You have to ask Maxwell or Chokumboza that. My coverage is what happens inside the MOSFET that is making the amplification of the power. I did not say amplification of current. I said amplification of power. And I also I'm saying that the change in the load has nothing to do with the voltage in the MOSFET. These are the two things that I'm making very clear to everyone. So now, if you understand what Stovall has done, I'm saying in the constrained environment, the inverse square rule will apply to the wavelength constraint, meaning the byproduct of maybe a higher radio frequency as far as the length is concerned. The byproduct of that will be constrained inside there, which is the MOSFET. Once that constraint happens, it's
we
manifest. physically as the current that's drained out. And then you can use that current to put it to anything that you like and get it as high as anything that you want. AC current. So that's what I'm here to demonstrate. I'm not here to build no any of these devices. I'm here to lend a hand to the work that they've already done to explain what's really happening in a constrained environment, which a MOSFET is, as well as a
So
laser. Any spectral device like a laser and all of that, these are all constrained environment, constrained enclave.
we have network Metatron was asking for a live demonstration.
Please, what exactly is getting constrained in that constrained environment? What exactly is getting constrained in that constrained environment? Because you said the interaction is happening at the atomic level. At the atomic level, when a photon, because those are electromagnetic waves, interacts with maybe electrons, we either get Compton scattering, we can get absorption. So what is happening? Is it absorption? Is it Compton scattering? Because one of those must be happening at the atomic level. If not, you will not get a photon interacting with the electrons.
I think your question is more theoretical than ever and is escaping the applied sciences, where there's a diagram here of a MOSFET. If you look at the that diagram, you should be able to understand the interaction between metal oxide, okay, and the if you look at the metal contacts there, the metal gate and all of that, they are of the same material. And then if you look at the orange colored one, this is the P type. It's another material. What is happening between that little layer there is going to be packed with these electromagnetic weaves that are found within that field. It's going to be packed with it. Okay. So when it's packed with it, you cannot excuse the fact that it's still electromagnetic field where the magnetic field and the electric field are targeted to themselves, and they are propagating and making it possible for the gate to eventually close, and then the circuit is completed, and then at some point the 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 current will drain out of it because of resistance. That is where I'm coming from. I'm not talking theory here. I'm talking practical sense, practical things that make sense that you can understand if you want to, but you can refuse to understand and believe other stuff. But what is happening here is there's an electrons that there are holes, they are interacting, and these electrons and holes are positively charged materials, protons. They are part of an atom. They've been disbanded, and photons are flying all over the place. And so are those possible masses, which has been identified, proton, electrons, and all of that interacting in that space. So you know there's an electromagnetic field there. So there are waves there as well. Okay, according to high Planck constants, there's wave there. According to de Broglie, there's still wave there. So we're saying that those things are manifested in the drain as the current that comes out. And it takes a little while for all the packed energy to drain out and the cycle switches again. This is how it operates. This is how the constraint comes in because it's closing and opening at some time.
Well,
At some time, it closes and opens,
your
keeps.
paper is a theory.
He lost connection, but I think he'll be back. Network Metatron, you're asking about demonstration. So this is more about theoretical. It's just a hypothesis. It's more of a hypothesis, right? He wants people to be able to deal it like if
So so
ID can
so
be able to deal
so
it.
so so it's not really a hypothesis. It's
Yeah.
something that's already there, but people have not thought about it in this light. So and the people that are saying free energy have not thought about it in this light. Because if they thought about it in this light, they would know really the energy, the input is coming from somewhere. So we have identified that within the same wavelength, there's energy in that wavelength already. which you can now dispose of as a current as the MOSFET does. If you constrain anything, like spectral line devices, if you constrain anything to go through that process of constraint, it will build up, it will pack up within the enclave. And if you don't let it out, most of it will go out as heat and sounds. But the design of MOSFET is powerful. It's very interesting that they allow a drain. It's just like a dam. The dam that fills up, it takes some time to fill up. Once it fills up, at some point it get opened. It runs out again. Then it get closed again. Then it fills up again, and then it opens again. It runs out again. Then that's what's happening here. This is why the build up, understanding the build up, is very very important. That will allow people building MOSFET to try different shapes to see where the efficiency lies. Okay, when you see where the
Um,
efficiency lies, you can get more energy. You can extract more energy. That's what this paper is for.
okay. Um, Please, let me just mention. When you say my questions are more theoretical and that your paper is practical, I think first of all we need to realize that you are providing a theoretical understanding for something that has been done. So if you want us to understand, we need to get into the theory because it is very important. If we are not sure about it, then we don't know whether you have actually done it practically or not. So what we want to understand is how exactly does it get constrained? Because at one point all you just say is that they get packed. What causes them to get packed? Because if they are occurring in maybe the
I think your internet is having an issue.
So let me help him. What causes them to get packed is because of the continuous interaction they're hitting against themselves, just like when laser builds up. Okay, that's what causes them to get packed. So if you get it packed in a space that's smaller than your own wavelength, you know what that means. It means you're gonna be constrained, and smaller wavelength will come out eventually. It's as simple as that. Okay, so that's why you get packed because you bombard the electrons are getting bombarded in this small space. All of them are wrapping up on themselves, creating more electrons as they keep doing that because they are displacing the ions and they're creating more and more and more and more and more. So you build your MOSFET in such a way that a particular voltage can can complete a circuit. And once the circuit is completed, at some point it's going to drain as current because there's resistance. It's going to drain as current. And once the current is drained, if the time is again for it to do the same thing again, it will be building, drain, packing, unpacking, packing, unpacking. That's just what's happening.
Okay. I think AD is having a problem with this internet. It's dropping him, and we had somebody.
So has anybody thought about if the MOSFET does not drain, what happens? Then you will figure out what I'm saying. Either it blows up or something very bad happens. Then you will figure it out. So we don't want to wait for it to blow up because if you heard Maxwell, he said he set his system in such a way that if you try to mess with some wires,
It cannot explode, no?
something blows up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
So,
think about that.
so for this supersonic saying that your MOSFETs are overheating because you aren't utilizing all the energy you have available in there.
Thank you very much. So now we are providing a way to use more of the energy that you have in there by bringing clarity to what's happening in the MOSFET. So that way you can find an efficient point within the surface area. You can find what is the efficient point within the surface area. So at that configuration is maximized, condensation is at the peak.
Then ID saying that wait until you find out that Lloyd is not using MOSFETs. In, I think he's
I'm not
talking
worried
about.
about what anybody uses, but what is there is what science provides. Is what science provides. Okay, so you can try this experiment with other things, spectral line devices, other things, even an LED with multimode wave. You can do that. You can try all that kind of stuff. You will see the results will 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 be very appealing. So basically, I want to generate interest in this space because there's something happening around the world where these kind of things are concerned, so that people can actually carry their experiment and make it, make it very clear for people to understand and do. Because I haven't seen anyone that thought about it this way. So
So
I've listened to a lot of people talk and all of that, but there's no scientific basis that you can reduce to a mathematical function. So that is where I come in. I felt like that's missing.
so network Metatron, it doesn't have, again, it doesn't have a model.
I'm not
It has a.
interested in building any model because I have many things that I'm working on, but I'm interested in helping those that have built a model to use this equation to kind of enhance their system and even come up with better ways to harvest energy.
Yeah, and David Bama, David, you are talking about cartoon guy. Cartoon guy refused to join today. Let me see if there's a question. For T Supersonic is saying that Lloyd is using a transistor.
Well, I'm not
Mhm.
interested in what people are using. I'm only interested in what science offers for people to benefit from. I'm looking at those scientists before now. I'm looking at Newton. I'm looking at Maxwell. I'm looking at Einstein. I'm looking at Penton Vector. I'm looking at de Broglie. I'm looking at many of those people with marvelous ideas. I'm trying to see where their idea falls in and where it fails. But so far, I haven't found anything that's out of the ordinary. Even the equation that I showed you guys, try to use it to calculate in the spectrum. It will give you all the proper wavelength of the whole spectrum. The equation I gave you, you can try it. It's right
But
there.
now you're saying that we can't be able to share the link with them. I think you
I
said
can't
that
be
you can
able
be
to
able to.
share the link with them because I have a purpose here. I want to make sure that the experimentation is done. Then I can put the whole paper and share it with anyone that wants it. That's what I want to do.
And you say that you like ID to be able to test it. ID, I know you are back and you are in the chat.
No, whoever wants to test it, I will be here to give the architecture and the mathematical explanation to the underlying factor, and then they can test it for themselves. Even right now, people that are watching us can actually use this equation to calculate all the electromagnetic spectrum right here. Just like this one here can do it, this one also can also do it, especially when D is equal to the wavelength itself. If D is bigger than the wavelength, then it's dilution. But if D is less than the wavelength, then that's what we consider constrained environment.
So if somebody wants to get your paper to test it, like how do you propose they go about it?
So I can have a meeting with them, and then we can discuss the we can have an understanding of how to proceed. Um, for me, I've made the prediction, so I'm not gonna stop anyone who wants to do the test, not to do the test, but I could be effectively helpful to them to know exactly what to test.
Jeff is saying that he's going back to his lab. He's saying that what you are talking about is all and there's no point of discussing it. Maybe Jeff, maybe are you interested in testing it, or Jeff, you can let me know. Jeff was talking about, there's a comment he had put up about Valetronics. I think he said Valetronics. Eddie, Eddie, your internet.
So Jeff is saying it's old. Of course, it's old, but nobody has been able to couple it the way it was coupled today. Nobody's been able to couple it. Nobody's been able to say that the wavelength has energy in it and can actually mathematically show that the wavelength has energy in it. It hasn't been done before. So what we have is Joule second. which is Planck constants. Now we have joule meter. Nobody has joule meter before. I use
Eddie
it
was
as a fundamental constant. Nobody has done that. If you know somebody that did it, let me know. Like introduce the joule meter as a fundamental constant, where all the Planck constants is existing as right there. C as is the speed of light. But if you're in a refractive index, then the velocity becomes the c over n, which is the refractive index of the medium. Show me where someone has done introduced HC as a fundamental constant. You can't see that. Why was it introduced? Because it's very is by de Broglie. De Broglie identified masses as a part of the particle existence. So if you have a wavelength, there is energy in that wavelength, and that wavelength, the energy in the wavelength is caused by something, which was previously identified by m is equal to h over p. So what are you talking about? What are you really?
Eddie or
That's
that
why the MOSFET is a good example of this interaction because it's masses that are doing that. Masses you can't see with your eyes is doing that. So how can you get electromagnetic field without mass? Is it possible?
you're asking Jeff. Jeff said that it's going to show it. I'm going to show you. Late this summer, I will show everything. Jeff, do you want to come in and maybe say something? Then Eric Van was saying that I prefer the self-rotating magnetron tube that oscillates in oil bath that makes Eddie, you're coming and dropping a lot. That makes a lot of heat. It it is a great spark cap switcher. It is a great switch.
I'm
Well,
sorry, I was coming and dropping.
whatever you're building and you want to know the energy output, you have the equation to do that, especially when there's some kind of constraint in what you're building. You have the equation to use that to get the value that you need. That's what this is. So when you check
Um,
the equations by symmetrically,
please, can I just
when you check the equation symmetrically and dimensionally, the value is there, it gives you the energy. And it's not in contravention with the work of the people before or the formulas that are
But
there.
people really want you to share the paper so that
I'll only share the paper with those who want to do the experiment so that next time we have the parameters of the experiment, and then I'll share it in the paper so that I will have less argument. If I share the paper now, it's going to be too much argument, and I don't want that. I don't have the time. But if I do the
does it
experiment with people who
does
okay,
it
want to do the experiment, then I publish the paper with those people. There will be no argument. It will be like a good way for people to learn.
does it mean before you come in, Eddie? Does it mean that as of now, maybe you believe if somebody sees your paper, they might disagree with you, but maybe after doing results,
I think if I give the paper, remember I gave it the paper the other day, and I figured that if I give the paper, you're gonna be calling me to here all the time, and if I don't come, it will be a problem. So what I decided to do is I obliged to your request, and I said, hey, look, I'm gonna come. However, I'm not gonna give the paper. I'm gonna look for people who wants to experimentally check it out. Those are the ones I can trust. Then once we do that, I can publish the paper, fully published with those individuals, and then that will kill the argument forever and ever.
ID say that he can share with you if you can be able to test it. If you're
Yeah, I
willing
can
to
share
do,
with identity withheld if he's able to show his identity offline, and then we can work on it, and he can go to his lab and do his work, and then he comes back and gives the result, and then we use the result and put it in the paper, and we publish it together if he wants in archives. That's it. That's what I can do.
okay, Eddie, you want to come in, but Eddie, your internet is dropping you.
please,
Whoever
Yeah,
wants to whoever wants to test it actually,
okay, please,
I don't mind.
Eddie,
there is something.
Yeah,
Can you
just
get
speak.
me?
We
So
hear
there's
you.
a guy called I'm Nobody. I'm Nobody. If you want to be the second person to do the test, fine with me. I'm just making sure that people who are serious are getting the response that they need, not people who try to poke holes and spot stuff why they haven't done any experimentation or anything like that. Instead of poking a hole and trying to take the stuff, do the experiment and come back and then use your discoveries to poke the hole, it makes more sense to me.
Eddie, if you have something to say, just come in and say it.
Why would I share a paper with someone
Well,
who doesn't want to get to the bottom of it and see that the the whatever equation is checked out with the experimentation that they have done in their lab, because the claim was there's a lab, this big lab, where everything could be experimented on. That's my argument.
Eddie,
no, you need to understand how we work in science. You have published a set of a bunch of about how electromagnetic waves and all of those works. We need the article so that first of all we can perform the experiment in the way that you describe it in that article, and then we can also compare the results to the very equations that you have in that article. So what exactly how
I
are
have
we
a,
going to
I have a
conclude
question.
from the
Want to
experiment?
do it? Do you want to do
It's
it?
like asking us to just go and do something and test. We need that article
No,
so
not we.
that we
You
can
need
be
it.
able to confirm the hypothesis that you make in that
You
article.
need it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Don't say we. It's only you talking to me. Are you saying we? If you need it, I'll give it to you because it seems like you're serious. I'll give it to you. Don't say we. When you say we, you're insinuating a plurality in singular, which makes no sense to me. Anyone that needs the paper, who wants to do the
Well, there is
experiment,
a level
I'll
of
give it to the person.
plurality there because obviously I'm not going to do the experiment on my own. If not, who is also knowledgeable in the field with whom I'm going to compare results with before coming to a conclusion. We, I actually mean I won't be doing the experiment on my own.
Again, I
I'll
don't,
be
I don't,
doing it with
I don't, I
someone
don't
else too,
dispute, I don't dispute you.
so that we can jointly.
This is not adversarial. I've shared what I've done. You haven't shared anything with me. I'm the one that shared what I've done. And I said I'm open to whoever want to experiment on it. I don't solicit to Stovo or Chikombozo or anything. What I'm doing here is to showcase that there's a mathematical method to the madness as to whatever the claim is. Nothing really is free. There's something doing work somewhere. Even if you don't identify it and you don't know it, it's there. So that way you can get your patent. Not you go to get a patent, you telling them free energy. You will never get it. But now you can.
I see. So Tech Night is saying that motivates us. Give us the paper.
Well,
Identify.
um,
You saying something, Eddie?
well,
But
it's important to give us the paper, and of course, even without experimenting, it is not a bad thing if someone begins to provide criticism, provided that it is constructive on maybe the theoretical basis. That's not a problem. That's still part of the science. The theory has to be right. It has to be rigorous. So it's not just about the experimentation. The theory matters too. It's a scientific article, right? You are saying something, you're making a hypothesis. We need to test it, and we also need to see the logic behind your hypothesis, and whether it is making sense, whether it is consistent with the equations and the theories that you claim it is consistent with. So that's part of an article. It is not just about experimenting here. If I take the article and I review it and I start seeing inconsistencies, why will I want to bother experimenting? Because I'll be experimenting on something which it's clearly not having a rigorous foundation. So it doesn't have something based on which I can experiment on. So, for example, if you provide me with an equation that is not homogeneous, that is making it physically incorrect, like what I saw in the first article, why would I want to experiment on that? Because clearly it is wrong. So that's why it is
So
important
the
for us to
original
review the
equation
article
you have has
before
not
deciding
changed.
on whether to experiment or not.
The original equation you have didn't change. I just wanted to make life easy for you. That's all. But this argument here, I think I had enough. I have a class to teach, so I'm gonna be finishing at 5. So if anyone wants the paper, I can give it to them. I'm just not cut out for arguments. Don't have time for it. If what you if you want the formula is there. Go check it out.
They'll
I've
provide
told you
it.
take the formula and make the prediction of the spectrum. You will get all of them correctly. So what else do you want? And I'm saying the purpose is that I don't think that some of these people that are talking
Yes,
are
please, we want the original article.
yeah, you can use the original article, no problem. If you have it, use it, no problem. I can help you with it.
Eddie, he said that he will give it to you. So maybe after we are done with this, you can email you. I will give you his email. Then you get in contact with him. He shares with you. Eddie, I hope Eddie, you okay?
Yes, please, for the record, this is not just the idea is not just to argue with you. The idea is to validate something. And so when we are doing this debate and we are doing this that is we are doing this analysis, everyone is watching. So it is not just about it is not about arguing with you. It is about the facts, right? So please, I would like to have the paper so that I can review it. It is very important, and you don't have to assume that you are making life easy for me. No, however difficult and complex you think it is, put it. That's what we need. Something that is straightforward, something that can be understood. You don't have to attempt to make life simple for anyone. I'm a scientist too. I understand Maxwell's equations, I understand quantum mechanics. There is nothing you are going to tell me that I won't get.
Okay, you share or I share it with him because you had shared. Is it that okay? I'll share with
No,
him
I
maybe
shared
later.
it with you, so you can share it with the people who wants to do the experiment. Like when I come here, I'm not coming for argument. What I'm coming for is who have experimented with it, what is the result that they're getting? Does it make sense? Because if we keep arguing and try to poke holes, people are busy discovering new things and using the opportunity that were overlooked to see newer ways in the process. I don't think anyone has invented anything new, but I think people have invented new processes, and those new processes gives you IP. IP gives you money. It removes you from poverty. Okay, so that's my point here. I'm not here to talk all this rambling and all of that. I'm busy. I got a lot of things to do. I have programs that I'm running to help individuals, whether you believe it or not. So if you want to help other people, I've done the work, whether you believe it or not. Just the only thing you can do for
We are
curiosity
not
is
disclosing.
experiment on it and see what you can get out of it. That's it. There's no need
Eddie,
to be
Eddie,
elaborate.
We
And
are
all.
not. We are not refusing. We are not refusing. We are not refusing this. If you had provided a rigorous experiment in your first article, we won't be we will not be at this level. By now, we'll be talking about the experiment. But I read the first article you sent and I could do no experiment on it. I mean, no experiment. Because I don't know how you are connecting the LEDs. I don't know your setup. I don't know what you are trying to prove in. Yes, transients and all the like. So I'm going to put a MOSFET. I did not even see a control experiment that could to know the parameters that I'm varying. I did not see how the experiment relates to the theory. So there was nothing I could test there. I mean, virtually nothing. The only thing I could do is maybe look at the mathematics of it and maybe the physics. But as far as the experiment was concerned, I could do nothing on it.
Like I said, if you're serious about it, all those things could be worked out. And don't expect me to do all of that for you because you didn't pay me. So it's my knowledge, it's my secret. I want to share with you. So you're in no position to argue with me because you don't. You're not the one sharing with me. If you don't want the experiment, I don't care. I don't have to come here anymore. If you want to, it's good for you. I have other things I'm doing. You can benefit from it. That's why you're here. If you don't, if you think it's null and void, you won't be here. You know there's substance in it. That's why you came. So with
So
that, I think I'm gonna check out.
before
If there's no other thing to do here,
before before you go, if I understood you, you said that I can be able to share the paper with anyone who wants to experiment, right?
yes, you can share it, but I have to talk to you first to know who you're sharing it with because there are people here with other intentions. I'm very careful with those people.
So to make it easier, maybe if somebody reaches out and they want to experiment on it, I can just give them your email, then they contact you. And
No, they don't have to contact me. You contact me. Tell me who it is, and then you set up a meeting with me and them so I can evaluate them properly. And then we move forward because I'm not trying to come here and be a social media whatever. I want people that are serious that can benefit from it. That's it.
okay, okay, no problem. Thank you for being around today.
Hey, Chris Webs, thank you for getting me over here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's okay. You want me to remove you on the screen, or you
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Thanks again.
So I would like to test it for sure. For this supersonic, I'm sure you heard what he said. Just reach out. I think I'll provide my email. Just reach out, and then I will have to ask him. Then maybe he can be able to. Then we can be able to share it. He doesn't want people in the science world to provide criticism. If I understood ID, if I understood him, I think it means that he wants to do the. He wants
Chris
the
Wabbs,
experiment.
please,
Eddie, you're saying? So I was saying ID that if I understood him, he wants to do the experiments to be done first to see how it goes with the equation. Jeff is saying that I congratulate you on your research and work. So look at the trades at the three fields between the platters that are self-similar. Jeff, if you want, you say that you have your lab as well. If you want to test it, you can come and try. Nuru, you're welcome and thanks for being around. Then David ID refused to join in. ID refused to join in, but you can convince him to join in and talk about what he thinks about the same.
okay, can I make a comment?
Yeah, before you make a comment, oh, that's Josiah. Yeah, go and go ahead. Say, make your comment.
Yes, there are only two reasons why, as a scientist, you will not want people to review your paper because I don't understand. Either it is incomplete or it is wrong. Because why should people not look at it rigorously from a theoretical point of view? Why must they only experiment? You are providing a theoretical basis for something which you believe you have experimented on. So it is okay if people look at the theory and see whether it is rigorous. Maybe the experiment could be right, it maybe it has been done and maybe there is a result. but you haven't interpreted it correctly. Or maybe there is even something that someone can further discover in the process. So why will you refuse your paper and ask only people who are willing to experiment to do it, to have it? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah. I see. Technight is saying that lies, lies, lies. Technight, you're saying that it's lies. What I'm hearing, I think I've already made my conclusion. Theory not making sense. How will the experiment work? I think what he's doing is more like the likes the likes of Einstein back in the days when he came up with the thing to do with
No, this
relativity.
is not how
Like,
Einstein. This is not what
wait,
Einstein did. What
wait.
Einstein did was that.
You see, what he has is a hypothesis, and it doesn't have. I think it doesn't have a way to experiment it. I'm nobody. Can you mute? Or you want to say something? I'm nobody. So let me mute. I am nobody. So like what I'm saying, I think it's more of a hypothesis, and now he wants people have the ability to test it, to try and test it in the lab if it holds, if those equations holds or not. And but I think the right thing that is supposed to happen at this stage, when you have the hypothesis, you are supposed to share with other people so that they go through it, like more of like peer scientific review. They go through the paper to see if it holds up or not. Then after that is when maybe people can do experimentation. But I believe from my side, I believe that maybe according to him, he believes that the equation holds. If somebody did an experiment, they can be able to come up with the results. But if people went through it, they might fail to understand what he's trying to portray. I think that's why he wants people to jump to do. I'm nobody. I'm nobody's mic is making noise, but he's not saying anything. Yeah, you want to say something? For Supersonic is asking that whose authority do you have to say it's not how science is done? Then Eddie, it's his paper. Get over it. Get the paper and review. Then Tesla was also very sensitive. Jeff is saying that energy devices of old are worthwhile to study. Jeff, you say that you can be able to test it. You say that you have a lab of your own. Then Nuru saying that Eddie, you don't need to like him or his process. He said he will give the paper, but they said he will be able to give the paper to you, if I'm not wrong. Uh, I'll contact when I'm ready to release what could be useful to designers and developers in their devices development. I can Billy saying that good day. I can Billy. Thanks a lot for being around today, man. I'm nobody saying that when I can hear you, but you are. It's like you are listening on the TV as well, and it's making noise. I'm nobody. I'm nobody. If you want to speak, you can mute. If you're listening to us on the TV or laptop, you unmute. Silent the TV before you open your mic. I can be lit. What do you think about the paper? Anyone who wants to join in about the paper to say something about it?
Okay, for the experiment, you need to understand my point. When you have an experiment, you have a hypothesis and you need an experiment for it.
Yeah,
You need a setup, an experimental setup, right?
yeah,
You need the variables that you are controlling, the procedure to conduct the experiment, and
yeah,
then you need the data that you are going to get, and you may develop a model from the data, and then you are going to compare it to what the hypothesis is predicting. That's how we validate an experiment. Is that not so?
What is super? So I'm nobody. I'm nobody. You mute any other thing first. I mean, mute the TV, mute the laptop. So, but I understand you. I think for me, I see it more like in the likes of when you have physicists, and he said, I'm nobody. I'm going to mute you again. He said that if you contact him, he'll be able to give you the procedure of how to do it. I think he said the procedure of how to do the experimentation and all that.
Okay, I suppose we are going to wait for it because
You said you said
without.
you said you can be able to do the experiment, right? So, and he said that he can be able to share the paper with you. So all I'll have to do is to remind him about the same. Then I'll see if we can be able to talk about it, because he said that he will give the steps or the procedure of how one can be able to do it. Then maybe you can try it with him. Jeff is saying that, and to another, he makes surgical needles and earns millions. I hope Maxwell makes trillions. You're talking about Maxwell. Maxwell's case is not known as of now. Emmanuel Andrew Dre from Houston is saying that Grand Rising. You mean about the paper? Jeff is saying that you can make a block of iron and he makes spikes and earns $50. I see Josiah is in the chat. He's saying that supersonic, you understand what he's talking about. For T supersonic, do you want to join today? You said that you'll join today. Get in the lab instead of talk arguing. Nori is saying that get in the lab. And Eddie, you say that you can be able to do the test.
Okay, I see what host supersonic said. He says whose authority do you have to say it's not how science is done? Well, I think you need to understand the philosophy of science. It is what we call methodological naturalism. We have a specific process that we need to follow in order to be able to confirm whatever someone says. So it is important we have a consensus about the procedures that we have to follow so that we can distinguish facts from fiction. So when you say whose authority do I have to say it's not how science is done? Well, there are not many ways that you do science. Everyone has one specific way of doing science. It tends to vary a little bit, but the logic behind it, the philosophy behind it is the same.
Oh, I see. So yeah, by the way, you make a good point to for T supersonic. I hope he had it. But the paper, I personally I feel like maybe he feels like if he shares with people, they are going to disagree with him before they can be able to, because like it's a different concept, so people maybe might be able to dismiss it before they can be able to do any experimentation on it. I think he believes if you do experimentation on it, you can be able to obtain some incredible results. And I don't know where ID is. ID, he can be able to experiment on it because he said that he did experiment of Lloyd's. David, you're saying that anyone who thinks Maxwell deserves to make trillions and believes in his scam is definitely not smart. And if I were to guess, is utilizing the interference field from the. You're talking about Maxwell. So, Jeff, do you believe that Maxwell's thing is real? For T supersonic answered you saying that it's called scientific method, i.e., logical induction. I know how the process works, but it's not restricted to specific group of people. Anyone can do what's the capability to try the experiment. And Eddie, if I bring it to you, like when you consider physicists, don't they come with a paper, then maybe somebody else will be able to experiment? Don't they come with a hypothesis, then somebody else tries to see if it works or not? Yeah, I was asking. AD.
Well, of course, someone comes up with a hypothesis and then someone tries to see if it works or not. That's how it's done in science.
And isn't it not the same way like he's saying? I think the only thing
But
he did not share the paper. Yeah.
before you do the experiment, there are a lot of things that are verified before you can about the hypothesis before you can even do it. Is it logical? If it's not logical, never bother do it in the first place.
It may be. Do you feel like
Let me
maybe?
just make a specific point.
Yeah.
If someone presents you with equations that are not homogeneous in the first place, they are not dimensionally correct, will you bother doing an experiment on it?
Yeah, I get your point. I will not do it because it will be difficult to do it anyway. Eddie, you dropped again. Tebogo, Tebogo, are you from Botswana? Like that guy who runs. And I have a lot of mosquitoes. I'm not persuaded by his impatience. Instead of giving clarity, he creates arguments. Who do you mean? Do you mean? Do you mean Eddie or do you mean Josiah? For this person is saying that ID did the experiment, but he did not complete. You mean Lloyd's experiment? He said that he completed and they gave him some information of what he can be able to do, like some advice on the same, but Lloyd never implemented them. I think that's where the argument began. You were saying something? Yeah, yeah, good. You're good to go. I'm nobody. You're good to go. Oh, yeah. You tried running them through MOSFETs because him and Gerald say that if you run them through cascading of MOSFETs, it can able to boost. Yeah, yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah. Microsonic. Yeah, for him he calls it micro. So he calls it microsonic, which means he's using, but he's using sonic like sound, but he says that he's using radio waves. Somebody said that maybe he's just talking like that to throw people off so that they can't be able to replicate what he's doing.
Well,
Alex, yeah, Alexi, I see you today. Yeah, you can continue. Sorry for interrupting you.
our concern is not the language he's using. Our concern is what he's describing actually. So when he says he uses energy from radio waves and then he's able to produce a certain power output, we don't really care about the details, the name of the device or whatever he's doing. What we care about is very simple. How much power does he get in? How much does he get out? That doesn't require you to know anything about how the device actually functions.
I'm nobody. I'm nobody. I'd forgotten to add you on the scene. Now you're on the scene. You
Huh.
can come in. Okay, now, yeah.
Beautiful picture, huh?
So I'm nobody was saying that Maxwell is using microsonic when he's saying that he relies on radio waves. And Shivananda Ananda, thanks for coming again. Yogananda Shivananda, thanks for coming in today again. You're saying that anyone here that thinks Maxwell Kumbuso is not telling the truth about his inventions. I think you have a lot of people who think so. So Eddie, you're saying that you're talking about the paper from Josiah.
No, I'm talking about Maxwell's device.
Oh, you heard
I
what
think we are way past the argument of the people.
Yeah. Maxwell's device is using, he says, RF energy. I think it's not just RF energy, it's the electrostatic energy that's in the atmosphere. Uh, at any time you look around us, we've got about a volt and a half of radio frequency from transmitting towers all over the country. Your country, my country, is going to vary. But
yeah.
yes, you can harvest RF energy and produce a DC voltage. Now, if that DC voltage is high enough to um, how would we say convert or to amplify, then yeah, it's possible. Whether it's practical or not, that remains to be seen. Uh, we need to see what he's doing and how he's doing it, and have enough information of the process to be able to duplicate it. Well, not duplicate, replicate it to come up with the same results.
ID ID you're
This
saying that ID saying that the guy did not leave anything useful. He said
He's
that
that's
if
my
you
point
conduct
exactly. That's my point exactly.
yeah, he's leaving enough out that it's hard to replicate.
Mohammed Charles Murphy saying that Chris Hobbs, you need to start a podcast dedicated to individual scientific breakthroughs, inviting people to come with their claims to be scrutinized online by the African community. I love this energy. That's cool, but yeah, a lot of people fail to turn up, but that's what we are trying to do. If you know anybody, Murphy, you can link them with me. Let me share my email. But you can go on, or I read more comments. Tebogo, you're saying that you're from South Africa. See, you can
I
go
am
on.
nobody.
No, I'm
What do
kind of
you
young.
mean by electrostatic energy?
Say again, please.
What do you mean by electrostatic energy?
Um, Atmospheric energy, the same way as lightning produces, that could also be harvested. The sun hits the atmosphere charges. The upper atmosphere is positive, the Earth is ground or negative. There's a differential in voltage between the two, between Earth, ground, Earth, and the tops of the clouds. It produces a static, and that could probably be harvested and mistaken for
You are
RF
aware
energy.
that the sign is not actually negative, right? It is neutral.
Um, I don't know what you mean by neutral. There's a differential between the tops of the clouds and the Earth.
Augustus,
And
Augustus, you say, yeah, go on, Eddie.
all right, there may the ionosphere may be positive, quite all right,
Hmm.
and the ground is neutral, basically zero net charge. The
Right.
only way you can capture energy is by maybe having a very long metal conductor, very
Hmm.
very long, maybe from the ionosphere to maybe the ground. And even when you do that, while you are just remember that when you have a metal, you are never going to get a net electric field inside the metal. So
Yeah,
even if you were to place a very long metal conductor, all it's just going to do is maybe the electrons and so on, they will rearrange themselves inside in such a way that eventually at the end of the day, you will get some charge over the surface. But as for capturing um, energy from there, you are aware that it's almost impossible, right?
okay. Do you know what a Van de Graaff generator is? Have you seen one of those before?
What?
A Van de Graaff generator. It's a static generator. Uh, it's
Yes, I know what a Van de Graaff generator is.
okay. It produces electricity that as you run the machine, it builds up energy until it builds up enough potential that it arcs across the two balls and goes to ground. At that point, there's flow. That's the same, about the same as lightning.
Yes, that's how lightning works. But how does it produce sustainable energy? Because it's basically in bursts for a very short period of time, and then you need continuous charging again.
Yeah, I don't know that that would be practical. No, but what I was going to get to was that there's energy all around us, not just radio frequencies.
Well, there is energy in a lot of ways, and if you know of a Stirling engine, it can work on even small temperature differentials.
Yes.
So we are not here to talk about all the various forms of energy that we could possibly capture in theory.
Hmm.
We are here to talk about what is practically possible, what can be sold to people as energy.
Well, I didn't think it was to be sold. I thought it was supposed to go public domain, supposed to go to the people. If the people can reproduce, if the people can reproduce these energy or these devices, then all the better. I think it should be open source. Everybody play with it, see what they can find. But you have to first be able to show that it works.
Okay. I for one, I'll be very curious to see how you capture that atmospheric energy of yours.
No, it's not of mine. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying it's potential energy that's there other than radio frequency.
Okay, because identity withheld is making a good point here. Voltage is not actually energy. Having potential and electrostatic potential is one thing, and using that electrostatic potential to maybe drive current, because that's now where we actually get energy, is another thing entirely.
Okay. I would say it this way: a battery is static until there's a circuit that it can flow through. Then it becomes dynamic. Can you agree with that?
Yes, I can agree with that. A battery essentially provides a static electric field, that is a voltage, but you need a complete circuit, and it is only when you have a complete circuit that there is any form of energy transfer.
And at the point that you apply that circuit and it starts to flow, there's your current.
And essentially, you need to have a load, and it's through that load that you are going to drive a current through, and It's from there that you actually get that you actually get energy, perhaps in the form of heat. Perhaps you are driving a motor and so on. So the question is, how do you essentially capture it? Because in the case of lightning, what you have are really, 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 really high voltages before you even get a small amount of lightning flowing. And in order for that lightning to flow, you basically have to ionize the air in the atmosphere, because lightning will not flow through anything that is not conductive. So basically air gets ionized to form plasma before you get any form of current flow.
That's kind of
So
the chicken. That's kind of the chicken and the egg complex. Which came first? Did the lightning produce the ionization, or was the ionization there before the lightning flowed?
so we had somebody called Augustus Notes. I think he left though. He said that if Maxwell put enough devices into production, it doesn't have to tell them anything. He's talking about starting to sell so that people can be able to believe. Then Jeff was asking what you guys are talking about, like electrostatics is an aspect of ether, and there was a question from CL that the difference between ether and space-time. ID, you refused to join it today. Geoffrey John is saying that it's called static electricity. Have you ever experienced it when touching a woolen garment? Yeah, all the times. I think all of you have experienced it. And if you've just joined in, you can be able to like the live so that it recommends us to a lot of people. Then Jeff is saying that neither do electrons, waves, or light moving. It inducts via the ether. Jeff believes a lot in the ether. It seems like I'm nobody you're talking the same language with Jeff. I'm nobody.
Yeah, I can't answer those. Ask again. He
Oh,
wants to know.
I've talked about a lot of things. So Jeff was there's somebody who was Jeffrey Jones was saying that it's called static electricity. That is what you guys were talking about. And he was asking if you guys have ever experienced touching a woolen garment.
Or walking across a carpet with in low humidity and shocking yourself on a doorknob. There's another example of the same thing. You build up a static charge in your socks and then touch the doorknob and you get zapped because the humidity is low. High humidity blocks static.
And uh, if I bring you to the topic that we are talking about today in regards to the paper, do you like I'm nobody? Did you from what you were saying because you were here from the start from the paper that he presented? Did you feel like it has substance, or you feel like I'm nobody and ID they say that it doesn't have anything?
I'm not saying he doesn't have anything. I'm just saying we haven't seen much. The same goes for Maxwell. He's hiding his uh, product for fear of it being stolen from him. And
Yeah,
I don't blame him there. I mean, yeah, but for it to become acceptable, it's going to have to be peer reviewed. And in peer review, someone else is going to have to do the experiment the way he did it, using the variables that he had,
yeah,
and replicate the outcome before anyone's going to believe it works.
yeah. So he wants people who can be able to do the experiment.
I'm just a guy in the United States working off my kitchen table with Lloyd's experiment. I'm a retired TV tech, so I've been around the electronics industry for a long time. I'm not
Okay.
Superman. I'm just a tech.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He said that he wants people who can be able to try it out, and If you believe you can be able to do the test, you can be able to email me. The email is chriswabsyt@gmail.com. Some for T Supersonic, you say that my email was not working. My email works. Maybe I did type it wrongly, or you typed it wrongly.
Uh,
And the,
my email, I think I may have put capital in front of it, and it's all lowercase. The one that I gave you the other day.
yeah,
Yeah, don't capitalize the first letter.
but you give it to me again in the I gave it to Lloyd. Did Lloyd contact you? I gave it to Lloyd.
No, he hasn't. And there again, I may have capitalized the first letter of the email address, and that may be where he may have sent it. I just didn't get it.
And LB is was agreeing with you guys about something you are talking about. He says that we live in a sea of energy, where you are talking about there being a lot of energy around us, and it's just
Mhm.
about capturing it.
Yep.
And Jeff is agreeing with that. Jeff is talking a lot about the ether. He always talks about the ether. Do you
Well, that's
have more
the thing.
information about it? I am nobody.
We still don't have. Einstein was. He said that to understand the universe, you have to understand frequency, something, and something. I can't remember. His famous 369 uh, theory.
Then Eddie saying that nobody knows how Maxwell's device works. All what people have are guesses. Not Mr. Lloyd, not Mr. Josiah. Nobody. They claim to know, but they don't, unless they communicate with Maxwell. So, Mr. Josiah, what you were saying is not that he knows whether it works or not, but he believes that MOSFETs. He believes that if you use the equation which he was suggesting, you can be able to harness the transient energy or those electrical bursts. But I don't know if you want to know if it works, maybe that one you have to ask Maxwell himself. Maxwell believes that it works, but he believes that people are after him and they want to make sure that people never get to see the technology coming to light.
Then, at my point, my thought would be the only way to protect the energy is to put the energy or protect the not product protect the experiment is to put the experiment out there and let as many people as possible reproduce it.
Yeah, people are saying about open sourcing it.
Yep. I'm a strong proponent to open source information.
But also there are those who believe that it maybe doesn't have anything and he uses the concept of security to play with people.
Well, I'm not going to accuse him of anything unsorted like scamming. I don't think that's what his intent is. But
Yeah.
the way that things are working out, it does seem suspicious.
Taylor 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 T Taylor T, thanks for joining us today. I think this is your first day here. You're saying that Tesla not. I don't understand it. But the Jeff and Supersonic are arguing something about Tesla. That if you desire to know the universe, then learn vibration, frequency, and energy.
That's it. That's the one. That's Tesla's theorem.
Then Geoffrey was asking if you've heard of Nikola Tesla and the Wardenclyffe Tower. Free
Yep.
energy is 100 years old, which is the same thing which Lloyd said.
I played
So,
with Tesla's spark gap transmitter before the our local radio community got upset with me.
yeah. So you said that you tested Lloyd's work. For this, ID also said that it tested Lloyd's work. From your understanding, from your side, like what do you believe makes Lloyd's work to fail? Because you say that it did not work.
It's not complete, is what I'm saying. His LED to solar panels, yes, that'll work, but it'll never equal the amount of energy that the sun will produce on the same solar cells. But in his
Yeah.
extent, half a loaf is better than none. Half a loaf of bread is better than no bread at all.
If you do the way it does it increase the voltage compared to if you do just LEDs without taking it through MOSFETs?
I'm getting to the point where I've got some buck converters around here somewhere. When I find
Yeah.
it, I want to take the output of the um, solar cells and run them through the buck converter before I apply that to the solar charge controller to see if I can pulse into the solar charge controller and get some current up before. Because right now the solar cell says it's supposed to be 25 volts per panel, and I'm getting about 66 volts out of 4, but very, very, very low current, not enough current to activate the charge controller. So something has to, you know, interact before the charge controller. I'm thinking if I stick a MOSFET between them,
Yeah.
uh, the pulsation could be enough to excite the solar charge controller into functioning.
So what you get in the current you're getting is very, very, very small.
About 2 amps is about all I'm getting out of 4 100-watt solar cells.
Out of four, you're only getting two.
Yep. Out of 4, I'm only getting 2 in current. Output voltage, I'm getting about 66 volts.
Yeah, that's
In direct
and
sunlight, in
did you
direct
try
sunlight, in direct sunlight, the same solar cells has produced 192 volts. So
did
see,
you try maybe asking Lloyd how he does it on his side? Because for him he says that he has been using it for 8 years.
I didn't understand what you said there. He says I've been using it for what?
Did you try to ask Mr. Lloyd how he does it to be able to get like the voltage he says that he's able to get? Because for him, he says that he has been running his house on the
Mm,
same setup for about 8 years.
yeah. The way the solar setup works is the solar panels are basically there just to charge the battery. Once the battery is charged up, anything that's left over from the solar
Yeah.
cells gets dumped into the inverter that then goes onto the house. It's the batteries that are running the inverter most of the time. So, yeah, it's possible. What he's got with the solar cells is he's charging the batteries, but at a much slower rate than he would if he had just direct sunlight. But the point is, he can do it. The You've got a window of time of daylight. Let's call that 6 hours. That's the maximum time of sunlight. You're going to have direct sunlight on the solar panels. Now, with what Lloyd has got, he's
Yeah.
got maybe half, maybe a quarter of what that 6 hours would be, but he's running 24 hours, not 6 hours. So it should more or less balance out. He should have enough power to charge his batteries up from running them 24 hours.
So
Did I lose
Salim,
you?
yeah, I'd seen this comment from Salim is saying that what a chip. I think Salim is talking about about Chikumbuso, but we are not talking about Chikumbuso.
Yeah,
Saying
talking
that
about Lloyd.
yeah, he said that Chikumbuso bring expert from Canada, USA, Timbuktu. This Kama will go in dust, bin history. I'm sorry, Salim, but we were not talking about that. But sorry if it offends you. You can go on. So Eddie is saying that what? Why don't you people not talk about what is running the LED? I think he's talking about Lloyd's case.
Well, as to speaking with Lloyd, I haven't been able to yet because he hasn't contacted me yet by email.
Or I can give you his phone number maybe later, then you can contact him on WhatsApp. You know,
No,
there's a times he said that he gets a lot of people reaching out to him, so I think he forgot.
yeah, that could be.
But Salim, we were not talking about Maxwell, we were talking about a certain paper, so
Yeah, I don't know that I'd be able to use that paper, but sure, I'd be willing to look at it.
or the paper. So the problem is he's saying that he only wants to share with the people who can be able to experiment with it.
Okay, then it kind of leaves me out because I'm just sitting here. I'm not out for fame and fortune. I'm not out to make money. I'm not writing books. Um, if I come up with something, I'll share it openly.
I think it leaves out a lot of people. It leaves out a lot of people because somebody wants to go through the paper so that they can see, like, if they go through the paper and they see we might have something here, then it will motivate you to do the test.
Yeah.
But if now you are unable to go through the paper and all that, that
Our man,
for you to go through the paper you must be willing to test first. I think it will leave out a lot of people.
yeah. Our man's a teacher, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He runs an institute, and
Okay.
I think
Then
they teach people. Yeah.
then I can understand his point. Why would he want to grade 500 papers when he's already got a classroom of papers that he has to go through?
Oh, yeah. You said something like that in the comments.
Yeah.
Eddie, you're saying that will you experiment on equations that are not dimensionally correct? But have you seen his latest paper? You're talking about the other paper, but he changed, he changed some things about it. But also
Who?
Eddie, you can be able to replay the video at the start slowly, then you can see the paper that he was talking about. But I wish that he could have been able to share the link like he did last time. Even for a day, he shares the link for a day or so, then he goes and deletes the paper so that people can be able to go through it. LEDs operate, Jeff, you're saying that LEDs operate upon ether fields as a coherent light conductor of capacitance. Jeff, do you want to join in? You always let me share the link. But I'm nobody's when we talk about free energy, so on your side, do you believe free energy exists or not?
Absolutely. It's just we haven't found the magic key yet.
Salim, you can be able to join in. Salim seems to disagree. Salim is saying that energy can never be created nor destroyed. It simply transforms from one form to another. All the efforts in free energy is simply waste of time. But it depends with maybe Salim yesterday when we were talking, we say that sometimes it depends with the person's definition of the word free energy. Like to you, what does free energy mean? You wanted to say something, I'm nobody before I did cut you off.
There's a bear outside. Looks hypothetical. There's a bear outside. You can't see him, but you can hear him. He's there, but you can't see him. The same way with free energy. Free energy is out there. We just haven't learned to harness it yet.
And maybe according to you, what do you think is the best definition of the word free energy?
That's a tough one. Um,
Because I see everybody defines free energy differently. There are those who believe that it is a system where what you put in is more than what you put out. Then there's those who believe that it is when you talk about free energy, you're talking about a low cost form of energy that anybody can be able to produce anywhere.
that sounds good.
There's a lot of definition in regards to the same.
It's not, you're not getting something from nothing because the something is already out there. Like I say, we just haven't harnessed it.
Yeah, I see your point, which I think it answers Salim. Salim, maybe that one answers your question. According to nobody, like the way you said it, it's not like you're getting it from nothing. I think we should break away from this definition of free energy. It just triggers people because it is I would prefer calling it efficient, limitless, or unlimited energy. I don't know if you agree with that definition of 14 supersonic. He says that instead of calling it free energy, maybe you call it, because when you call it free, mostly when you call it free energy, people associate it with getting it from nothing.
Hmm.
But like he's saying that 14 supersonic saying that you can call it like efficient energy or limitless or maybe unlimited energy. El- Bilam, maybe what is your definition of the of that word free energy? Free energy saying that this he's saying that simply simple but very hard to explain. Eddie saying that it's wrong to analyze theoretical rigor of the paper before actually doing experiment on it. He means the paper to do with the guy who shared. Personally, I feel like he shared that way because he feels like people will judge the paper and like don't go ahead to try and obtain any data from it. I think that's why you want somebody specific who wants to experiment on it.
Hmm.
That's my opinion. I don't know. What do you think? I'm nobody.
Like I say, I think he's got enough work on his hands without having to grade everybody else's work. And he's going to have naysayers,
Yeah,
people who disagree with his theory. If they come up with negative results, they come up with negative results. They just didn't do it the same way, is what I'm saying. Until you can replicate the work, in other words, if you hand me a book, I read the book and we understand the same thing.
yeah,
But if I read the book and it's in another language, I'm not going to understand the book.
I
And that
see.
probably made no sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. We have LP saying that for him, free energy is the electricity. I think it means he defined free energy as the electricity. John Fle- John Fletcher is saying that rejuvenating energy. I think that goes well with what there's a guy who was here yesterday, Mike Faraday research. He showed a battery that can be able to recharge itself. Although later on he got into some discussion with other people and says that he recharges the battery after I don't know, after 6 months or so. But all this time the battery can be able to recharge itself. It's in yesterday's stream, but I'll be able to repost it tomorrow. You see it, John Fletcher, if you haven't seen it. Salim is saying that free energy is like trying to lift yourself by pulling your shoelaces. You are right, like it's in your top pocket.
I've got
Augustus,
I've got
yeah,
a
you
story.
think?
I've got a story that I always like to tell.
Yeah.
According to science, the bumblebee can't possibly fly because of his weight and the small wing mass. Of course, it's helpful that the bumblebee never learned to read the laws of physics. That's why he can still fly. We don't know what's out there. We still have to find it.
Ah. So like it goes well with maybe what this guy was talking about the universe. That everything in the universe is free if someone has found a way to harness energy where he pays, where he has pay excess prices, then it's free.
Uh,
But you mean the energy is some, like we have this energy in the universe, so the only thing is somebody has to find it. and harness it.
Yep. Unlimited renewable source of energy. That's what I would consider free energy.
Then CL is saying that consciousness is the form of energy that produces over unity. So you got to trade off your consciousness, and without consciousness, you're gonna die. Eddie Cliff saying is crude oil free energy according to your definition. Eddie, who are you asking? But it just depends on the person. Like if you take them into consideration of even crude oil, something that we found on Earth. You have solar, even hydro, geothermal, like all these forms of energy are just available. Then once you convert them, you have to build infrastructure. Now that is what you pay for.
Yeah.
So, like the definition of free energy, it just depends on how you define it. But I know most people, whenever you mention it, it comes to creating energy from nothing. But mostly that is something to do with perpetual motion machine. When you talk about creating, Eric Van, you're saying that the most important thing for over unity is in any case a battery to charge. Over unity, Lloyd said he had achieved over unity. I don't know if you saw his videos. So if before I come to you, let me read this comment. Sangulani stood next to the Zimbabwean president. This is from Mohamed Murphy. I say that Maxwell stood next to the Zimbabwean president and asserted that his device violates the first law of thermodynamics, which is the energy conservation law, and thus gave that as his definition of free energy. So Mohammed means that free energy is any device that breaks the first law of the of thermodynamics, or any device which breaks the energy conservation principle. I was supposed to ask you something, then I think I've forgotten. What was it about? There's a comment I'd seen. Oh, do you, like after you tried out Lloyd's experiments, you don't believe he achieved over unity, like he says.
Uh, I don't like the term over unity again. It's like, again, perpetual motion machine over unity. Uh,
Yeah.
you're not you're not uh, getting the energy for free. You're converting the energy to a greater to another to a greater amount.
Then we
You're
have Abu.
amplifying the energy.
I see.
Uh, okay,
Yeah.
A Tesla coil is basically like a spark, the ignition coil on your car.
Yeah.
You put 12 volts in, you get 1,000 volts out because when you break when you break the primaries circuit back to the battery, that energy field collapses. Okay, I've got to go back over this in a second to straighten myself out. But you break the energy field, that magnetic field that's built up is still energy. It converts back to electrical energy. And then the only place for it to go is towards the spark plug.
Oh, that's in regards to Tesla's coil.
This is exactly Tesla. That is Tesla's technology.
Yeah, yesterday somebody, I think we had the discussion where I had seen that some people are saying that Tesla's work, some of it is still hidden. Then Eric is saying that learn to understand the multi-factor from 1936. It's also an over unity device. I tried to see it, Eric. I doubt learn to understand. Then LP saying that is a matter of channeling it out of the universe to hydraulic ram pump. There's somebody who is saying that Maxwell is a Abu man. I saw your comment. You're saying that Maxwell's device is fake. So Abu man, you had asked for the email of. Are you the one who did ask for the email of Gerard? On Friday, if you are here on Friday, we're going to have Gerald. Gerald is going to showcase his coil. He says that his coil is able to, like, he has a coil which works. I don't know if it's the coil or it was supposed to be the solar, but there's something which is going to showcase, and he said that he will give one for free, and it can be able to. It's more of like what people talk when they say the free energy kind of thing. So I hope you guys can be able to turn up to see it. We will do with him like about almost the same time like we began today. Salim is saying that notice one thing breaking apart of every small particle, electrons and atoms to really generate large amount of energy. One needs to master subatomic particles. Then Geoffrey Jones says it's been suppressed by those whose economic model will be destroyed by free energy. It's a dangerous pursuit, but let's hope they don't stop this again. So, in regards to that, you believe there is a suppression of free energy. I think that's what we were talking about yesterday. According to you, Mr. I'm Nobody, do you believe that there is suppression of free energy? Like there are big governments which don't want people to access this sort of technology.
It's not necessarily the government that's suppressing it, it's the power brokers that control the government. Those industries that are energy related, like the oil companies, the electric companies, they're the ones that are suppressing the information.
They don't want people to have access to this type of tech.
It's like who was Edison's banker that was Rockwell? No, not Rockwell. Anyway, his banker shut down Wardenclyffe because
Yeah,
Westinghouse. He shut down Wardenclyffe because he couldn't figure a way to put an electrical meter on it so he could charge the people for that energy.
yeah. We had Mike Faraday say that yesterday.
Yep. So it's the power brokers that control the government that are shutting down the people who are coming up with uh, a new form of energy, just fearing that it would go free and it would cut into their pocketbooks. So greed is what's killing the free energy market.
Then we have Prophet Ibert is saying that people say free energy exists, but no one can demonstrate a working system. He's talking about people who claim that they can be able to do it. But Prophet Albert, I hope you come on Friday to see what Gerald will be showcasing. You come with your own definition of free energy. Then you see if it fits within your definition of free energy or not. Eric Van is saying that over unity just sounds good and at least you don't pay taxes on it.
You don't want to get me on taxes. Taxes are theft.
So it means when people are looking for free energy devices, they're more going for, they're trying to avoid that control by the government where you have to pay taxes and you have to pay money for what you use. Like, like why are people trying to build free energy devices according to your understanding, or why are people searching for free energy devices?
Security, for one, independence, for another. There's many reasons.
But what about like people who do? I see people doing solar panels in like remote areas. You go somewhere, you build solar panels and all that. Then you live on your own, not connected to the grid.
I think solar panels and the electric company are interim energy or interim technology. In other words, something sooner or later is going to come along and replace them with something better. Just the same way they did with satellite. They turned satellite into wireless cable.
Yeah. So solar panels and electric companies, you feel like they are similar.
Yeah, their days are numbered. So they want to hold on to that what they have as long as they can.
ID, ID, you're asking if ID, you're asking if I ID clips. You're asking if identity with health has a channel. I don't know. I think it does. He has a channel, but I don't know the name. I don't think that it's called identity with health. He has a channel. I don't know if he will come around. If he will come around later, then we can be able to ask him about the same. But I know he has a channel. He said that he doesn't go live on it, but he has a channel. Maybe when he comes around, I'll try to ask him, or when he will comment on the video tomorrow. Then we have Scamchan. Scamchan, man, thanks for showing up. He's saying that the cone of free energy is not the device, it's just the idea.
Hmm.
Like, I'm sure what he means is people who con people using the concept of free energy. It's not like they have any device, but they just have that idea, then they play around with it. Like, I have this, I have that, and all that, but not, they don't have anything in reality. A good example is what if the grid goes down for definite period of time, you still have energy. That is if you're using, oh, I see. If you're using solar panels also, you still have energy, right? If you're using solar panels, and or even some people have batteries in the house, you recharge them when you have electricity. When electricity disappears, you are connected. I know this because where I am, we lose electricity like crazy, crazy. So, but I get your point. I think so. If you have your sort of a free energy device, you can be able to. Like, I'm interested to know for you, 14 supersonic. Say today you had a free energy device of your own. What will you be using it for? Will you maybe retrofit it in your car, like how Maxwell said he's going to do, or you will retrofit it in people's car and all that?
I would use it the same way I plan to use my solar system when I finally get it together and next to run the house and get off the electrical grid.
Or you don't want to be connected to the grid at all?
No, I want to be completely self-sufficient because and then yet even though I'll have solar is going to fail at one point. Like
Yeah.
we have plenty of storms, hurricanes down here, and when the electrical grid is out, you're out. When it rains here for long periods of time, you have no sunlight, so the solar will go down too. So it's security.
Well, you like to have like a free energy device purposely for security.
Yeah,
When anything happens, you're sure that you're connected. You don't have anything to worry.
I can still cook. I can still do dishes. I can still wash clothes. I can take care of my house if I've got power. But let's face it, we're convenience oriented. We've got to have our dishwasher. We've got to have our TV. Got to have our
Yeah.
stereo. Without that, we go crazy.
And Scamchan is saying that when it comes to the solar, good batteries will go well with the solar. Salim is saying that he agrees with Scamchan. For this supersonic today, Tech Night, I think he went to sleep early, saying that I have many ideas for it. He has many ideas for how to can be able to use a free energy device. But first few things you can be able to do is power the house, and also his exoskeleton project is working on. Which project is that, man? Exoskeleton project. Does it need like a lot of energy to power it up or what? Scamchan is saying that create your own fuel for your power generator. Dishwasher isn't really need. He's saying that you don't really need the dishwasher. You can wash. I think it means you wash with your hands.
Actually, a dishwasher, you use a lot less water with a dishwasher than you do doing them by hand. So it's water savings.
Oh, so using a dishwasher saves you a lot. So for Scamchan, maybe doesn't use a dishwasher.
Yep.
CL is Ciel is saying that I wonder what happens if I connect two isolated ponds filled with water with a cable and one pond in 500-meter high on a mountain. Will the pond start to produce oxygen and Salim, Salim, what you're saying, what are you saying, gentlemen? Ciel, if you want to come in today to say something, feel free. But yeah, in regards to the dishwasher, I think scamchan is just missing, meaning that sometimes you don't need to connect a lot of like appliances to your grid. Say, let's say maybe you are just running on the solar and your batteries are not that strong. Like, do you have to connect all those appliances to it?
You're still doing the same thing as when you're on the grid. You're running around shutting things off to conserve energy. You know how your
S-
dad was, turn off that light. You ain't doing nothing in here.
Yeah, yeah. So, so if you get a free energy device, generally you want to like you want something that you can live freely. You don't care about anything. You can use energy or electricity or power as much as you want. You can use it as much as you want. You don't want to care maybe that my bill will be too high. Dean, you're saying that unnecessary load. So Dean, we had somebody who came in about the paper, and that was like 2 hours ago, or about 2 hours ago. Yeah. If you go to the beginning, you can try to go to the beginning, then you see what you had to say. But now we're just chatting with people and having in conversation that somebody says. So like for you, you're saying unnecessary load. So it means the load on the house, right? He meant I get him when he says that unnecessary load. He meant when you are talking about like switching off some appliances, which is unnecessary. But now, if I'm getting your point, I'm nobody. You mean like if you have a free energy device, you will have those unnecessary loads running on your house. Like you just do everything carefree. You because you know, like no one is going to charge you at the end of the month.
Yep. Yep.
So, so it means that the most important thing that you want to have free energy is just to enjoy that freedom. Like as of now, we are not enjoying that freedom of using power as much as you want.
We're all slaves to the electric company.
That is the link to the article of today on LinkedIn. I won't bother experimenting on an AI generated paper. What do you mean, Eddie Cliff? You mean there's a link of what is shared on LinkedIn? Then LP is saying that it's not an electric generator, it's a manifester. Think about this. The core of the earth is at millions of degrees, which is untapped energy. Have you ever thought about that? I'm nobody.
Have I ever, say again?
Thought about thought about maybe going after the energy at the core of the earth.
I still didn't understand you. Go for the energy at the where?
The core of the earth, like when we have the earth, our planet, at the core,
Oh, no.
it-
But that's where
so
our magnetic field is generated from.
yeah, we had that post recently where the guy was talking about.
I would think it would have to be moving, and we would have to be moving to set up an electric field that we could capture.
Alec, Alexi, you're saying that unfortunately I don't have time to come and explain to all of you how things really work and how much they cost. If you want, you can come in for a second and explain. 50 or 60 snaps of lightning second. I don't know what LB is talking about. Maybe they're arguing with something about Scamchan. But yeah, there are those guys who are trying to get electricity from it. You see, from the Earth's rotational magnetic field, and it seems like they have been successful. But what they get is microvolts. That is, which again, as of now, they not that useful. Dean Doctrine, man, thanks a lot for being around. I usually see you most of the times. And Salim is saying that captured the heat from the core. When he meant to getting electricity from the Earth's core, he's saying that you captured the heat. But isn't I think that's the same thing with geothermal. All this geothermal work. I know geothermal is water is heated, but isn't it the Earth's core, which is doing that? I'm nobody. You still around?
Yeah, but I think I'm pretty well going to back out pretty soon.
Oh, before you go, I was asking the question when he's talking about the heat from like getting the heat from the Earth's core, and I was asking like in the case of geothermal energy, I know where I live we have a lot of it. So for me, I think that geothermal energy usually is like it's because of the heat from the Earth's core, which makes it possible for people to be able to tap that type of energy because they drill very long pipes.
They would have to.
So Salim is saying that your thermal is much closer. But that heat, where does it come from? Is it from like magma and like lava?
Part
Or
of
is
it,
it
yes, and part of it, yes, and part of it's the Earth's core. But you can go down quite a ways before you
yeah,
get to a point where the Earth is hotter than. Okay, if you go down 10 feet right now, you have cooling. You can use that to cool your house.
yeah. If you go 10 feet,
10 feet, you could cool your house.
I see. Magnets saying that magnets passing copper quickly. You say that you're about to leave.
Yeah, you're
And
going to have to here just a little bit.
oh, it's okay, no problem. Today, the person we had left early, and also people did not want to come in to ask him questions. But anyone tap into a volcano? So, Scamchan, I was asking about geothermal because it seems like it's more about heat from the Earth's core and maybe geothermal activities. But I think geothermal is more of volcano activities. I'm nobody, right?
Um, you could use like uh, Old Faithful, the geyser. You could use the hot water off that to run a
Yeah.
turbine to produce electricity that way. So there's other sources available out there to produce energy.
Yeah, earlier on, what you were talking with Eddie Cliff, you were saying that there are like a lot of ways or a lot of ways that you can be able to produce energy. Like energy is all around us.
In a reactor, they don't uh, use the nuclear energy directly. What they do is they pass water through the reactor to produce steam to run a turbine to produce energy with a generator. So you could do
Yeah,
the same thing with a geovent like Old Faithful, a geyser. Take the hot water from there, which is superheated water, and run a turbine with it. It's the same principle. You're using you're using you're pumping water in, superheating it, and turning it to steam, running that
yeah,
through a turbine, and then the turbine to a generator. So you could do the same with Old Faithful.
yeah. But yeah, I get your point. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Prophet Ibert is saying that I've seen part of Josiah's interview. He was speaking nonsense. I could not take him seriously. What? I wish you were here when he was talking so that maybe you could ask him some questions. But if you wish, you can be able to join in and ask him. You can be able to join in and say what you think about the same. Then Ionox, thanks man. Ionox is one of my biggest like man. Thanks a lot. It says that hey you all, I was on Nuke subs. Thanks a lot, man. Ionox, you're always supporting. Thanks a lot, and also thanks for being a member. LB saying that MOSFETs are much better. So I don't know. Today we had Josiah who was presenting his paper. I don't know. I know you did not see it. I can barely think that geothermal is the access to energy using the high temperature from the mantle to produce steam. So it is from the mantle. It's not. It has nothing to do with a volcano. But you thought about printing lava from ships using a 3D printer.
Yep.
CL, how is that possible? Won't the lava like? How
Well,
can you be able to transport the lava? Eh?
well, I'll see you guys later.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Anytime. I am not thanks a lot. Today are you streaming? Today I think if today you are streaming, I can be able to join you later. Anytime. Today are you streaming? Today we began earlier, so I think I'll end earlier. MOSFETs are not magical. So a lot of people have been saying about MOSFETs, and even Gerald say that if you use MOSFETs, you can be able to increase voltage. And again, the paper by Josiah was more about MOSFETs. I but I say that you can be able to join in and say what you think about what he was saying. Pressure on a crystal produces energy to piezoelectric. I think this is what Lloyd was talking about last time in his paper about crystals. Scamchan was saying, yeah, you're saying that you'll stream at 8 p.m. EST. Uh, right now is right now is 5. Right now is about 5 p.m. No. Right now is 6 p.m., right? I think I'm getting to understand your time standards now. I think right now is about 6 p.m. that side. CL is saying that with isolated heat resistant pipe, I can reheat lava a bit on the way, perhaps. But how can you be able to transport it, man? I don't understand your case. So, Scamchan, you're saying that your damo is from the mantle. Eric is saying that we use geothermal heat here. The problem is during inspection, every 5 years of radioactive material must be cleaned. Very expensive. You're saying geothermal is very expensive, but I see it being used here a lot, and they want to even make it to be like more than 70% of electricity production. I did not know that it's expensive. I thought it is way cheaper because they've been doing it a lot. But I know that you guys, where you are, you use it during winter. You use the steam also to cool your houses. 6:26 your time. It's 1 a.m. 26 my time. I see. 6:26 your time. So 8 p.m. That's 2 hours from now. That's 2 hours from now. 3:26. I'll see if I'll be around. If I'll not have slept, I'll come in the chat. But I saw your lives are usually very lively. I can be saying that usually drilling is done close to volcano ducts. Like in my country, there's drilling to produce energy since it's a volcanic island. Where do you come from? I can build it. CL, I'm interested to know you can be able to transfer it. Piezoelectricity is where Ionox was talking about that one. I am 4 hours ahead. I'm from the future. Where are you, network Metatron? You're 4 hours ahead. Where are you from? Ionok said that his time is 6 p.m. 6:26, and if you're 4 hours away, it means your time is it means you're behind my time. Ionok network Metatron. Where are you? And maybe what is your time? LP, thanks a lot for being around today. I hope you saw what Josiah said. If you think you can be able to do the experiment of this paper, feel free to reach out. And he said that I talked to him and I do connect you with him. LB, if you're interested in doing the experiment he shared, let me know. And and you're saying that you're 4 hours ahead of Ironworks network. You're 4 hours away ahead of Ironworks. Transporting lava sounds like wasted energy. I'm wondering the same. Like, how will he be able to transport the lava in the first place? Uh, but CL said that he comes with ideas in his head and tries to build them. Then I can Billy saying that he's from Saint Lucia. Saint Lucia is where Saint Lucia is where I'm forgetting her name. I mean that sprinter who won 100 meters finals during the Olympics. She was from Saint Lucia. You think that you're from Virginia in USA? Oh, I see. So you guys have a different like time zones that side because network Metatron is saying that is 4 hours ahead. Yes, basically it's impossible if you plan to use it for something. I wonder what CL wants to use it for. CL, are you still around? Like you say that you want to carry lava. Heat resistant pipe can reheat lava a bit on the way. What do you want to build lava with? With very low viscosity. Yeah, basically can if you plan to use it. Yes, Julian Alfred. Yes, that's the name. Julian Alfred. Yeah, it was incredible that time. She's from Saint Lucia. You guys are from. You're supposed to send your police to Haiti, but you have not yet sent any police to Haiti. So it means the side that you are is close to Saint Lucia Ironwork. And like reheating lava, won't that like consume a lot of energy in the process? CL, first of all, what are you trying to achieve by heating lava? Like, what do you want to use the lava for? What do you want to or you want to build a house like a cave? St. Lucia is the same time zone as New York and Virginia. Oh, I see. That is EST, Eastern Standard Time. You guys use Eastern Standard Time. The guy who I had here also was using the guest that you had today was using EST. So he told me to get him at a certain time on EST. And Eric is saying that he's in Holland and it is 23:30. That's 11 p.m. 11:30. So that's like 2 hours. That's like 2 hours behind my time. Yeah, 2 hours. So how is it in Holland, Eric? You guys were playing football. You guys were playing in the is it national leagues or what? Were you guys playing yesterday or I'm confusing you with another different country? We can use lava to reheat molten salt thermal batteries. Isn't it expensive or it's very cheap? Like what CL is talking about is talking about transporting lava, being able to transport lava. On the way, you have to reheat it so that it doesn't solidify, and you go to heat it on to molten the salt thermal batteries. Like, isn't the entire process more expensive than maybe using a different way to melt the salt thermal batteries? Has anyone here try pulsing low DC 5 volt through a transformer to get high voltage? I think Lloyd I think Lloyd has done something close to it. You can be able to try out on his channel. Then I don't know where 14 Supersonic is. 14 Supersonic, you say that you're going to join one of these days. And today we don't have people. 14 Supersonic, you can feel free to join in. Has anyone this one I know the person who has tried it is Lloyd Stove. Gloss foam is a very nice material to build stuff, and formed lava works the same. But still, you told me that you come with ideas in your mind and you don't implement them. Last time you were talking with you, that's what you said. And in my location right now, we have a lot of mosquito, man. I can see them coming after me, but the mosquitoes which are in place where I am, they don't cause malaria. But when they bite you, you feel some pinching. But now it's raining a lot, so when it rains a lot, here we have a lot of mosquitoes. When people from your side come here, usually they come with something, I think, called sunscreen and mosquito resisting or something. Pulsing 5 volts to get higher voltage at what current? That question goes to Metatron. Metatron, I know the person who does this maybe is Lloyd. But again, the problem with increasing voltage, sometimes you can mess with current. Teslas are real thing that exists. Eating love. So on Friday we're going to have Gerald. I hope you guys will be. Are you not? You saying that you don't know where in Africa I'm from, but you love Ghana. Yeah, Ghana is an amazing country. You've been in Ghana before. How many times? Ghana is an amazing country, and they were doing the year of return. I think that was 2022, where they were inviting people, especially uh, people from the US, mostly like the black community, to go back to Ghana. It's an amazing country and they are not that corrupted like where I'm from. For me, I'm from East Africa in a country called Kenya. So here, yeah, but Ghana is an amazing country. You say that you've been there before. How many times have you been there? I know you know Odemaya, right? Odemaya is from Ghana. He's an amazing guy when it comes to YouTube things. You send me an email and you're going to bed. I'll check it out. I'm using my phone to record now, so I'm unable to check anything on my phone. But I'll check it and thanks a lot for being around, Eric, and have a good night too. It's 11, so you must get some sleep. You're saying that you've been there 3 times. Last time, that was a long time ago. That time, I'm sure when you went to Ghana, it was very underdeveloped. You should try going back sooner. But also, there's South Africa. I know most people they say that when they go to South Africa, it feels closer to America in terms of development. But Ghana right now, I think it's more developed than way before. 2005, it was a long time ago. They had a president called Nana Akufo. He tried a lot to change the country, and right now it is more developed. Yes, I'm next to Tanzania and Uganda, so we speak the same language with people from Tanzania. But yeah, we speak Swahili, and Uganda they speak a little bit different language. But now where I am from is closer to Uganda. Closer to Uganda. You want to visit Burundi and Uganda too. You should. If you visit Burundi and Uganda, you can visit with the East African visa, where they give you 90 days. It's called tourism visa or something. They give you 90 days and you can be able to visit. I think Kenya. No, Kenya, Uganda. I think all the East African countries at once within the 90 days. And when you cross the border, you don't have to pay anymore. But you should be able to do this. Burundi is a nice country, but I think it's among the poorest in the world because it was facing some sort of sanctions which messed it up a lot. Pierre Duce is saying that I plan on moving to Ghana, but the stuff is too big. I don't care how poor you think you are, destroying your country to make money for the colonizers. It's dumb. Maybe you care to explain about this. I don't know what you're talking about here. But I think Ghana was inviting more of like, I don't think that Ghana was inviting colonizers. But what I know is that our leaders are more friendly to colonizers than anyone else. They give them money, 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 and money is important. Except maybe for Ibrahim Traore and a few others. Then you're saying, yeah, man, Africa is it my man? Yeah, you you can you when you visit, you let me know. But yeah, you try Uganda. Uganda is best. You will have fun in Uganda. There's a guy from US. He's a YouTuber. He's based in Uganda. His channel is called Kenganda. You can check him out. He does more of podcasts. His name, I don't know his name, but let me just type Kenganda. You try to see him out. He's based in Uganda, and I think he settled in Uganda. He's having fun. He's saying that I plan to add more solar panels in parallel for more. So Ionworks, maybe when you visit, you can plan and visit several countries. You try to see how different they are from. I know there's a lot of. Usually, people say there's a lot of culture shocks when you come from there and here. And here also, people are very different. Yeah. Network, you're saying 5 volts, 30-watt solar panels. Oh, you are trying to do something similar to what Lloyd was doing. Pierre Duce was saying that that means illegal gold mining. They messed up all the rivers in Ghana. I see that's happening nearly like I think all the African countries which have minerals. That's why you saw the likes of Ibrahim Traore, like the three West African countries where the juntas took over. They're trying to do away with their colonizers because, like, basically the colonizers are doing the same thing they came to do when they came to colonize Africa. Africa has everything. Thank God for Ibrahim Traore and the Sahel nations. Yeah, those nations are the ones which are trying right now. But the rest, even Rwanda. You're saying that you watch Osheduk Jackson. Yeah, that's the name of the guy. His channel is doing quite well, and personally, I like the type of content he does. He does a lot of shows also, like dating shows, and he meets with different people. They share a lot, like how they feel about people who are from like the US or the UK, how they feel about being in African countries and all that. Then you're saying that you watched Wodemaya and Dr. Mumbi. Dr. Mumbi was abducted recently. This has been happening a lot in my country with the current president we have. When you say anything negative to him, they come for you. So, but for me, I am not in any problem because I usually do tech and other type of things. Those ones won't lead you in any problem with him. But if you say anything against him, man, some people they come for you. They don't arrest you. They just abduct you and you disappear for a number of days. If you have people who notice that you're missing, they can raise the voice. Then, after several weeks, they will release you from some forest and leave you there without any money for you to find your way to where you come from. But some people disappear like that forever and found they are unalived. Stop eating stuff that hurts, that starts to smell. If you eat vegan, it helps against mosquito too. You're talking about why mosquito are coming after me. CL Where I am, there are like thousands of mosquitoes. I don't think that is about what you eat. Like right now, when it rains a lot, we get a lot of mosquitoes. When it rains a lot, we are in the tropical, so here there is usually a lot of mosquitoes, different type of mosquitoes. But the good thing is this where I stay, the region that I stay, mosquitoes don't cause you any infection. But when you go to the western side towards Uganda, if they bite you, you get malaria. Those ones are anopheles. I want you to test yourself using. Yeah, this one will be interesting, Metatron. You saying with the Maya? Yeah, so that's the case which is happening. It's like that. It's like it's doing way like what some of our president was doing in the 90s. I don't know if you saw the story of Dr. Mombi. She was released like I think on the weekend. She had some bandages and all that. Pierre Dusa was saying that Odema is a good ambassador of Africa. So you watch his channel too. Pierre Dusa, maybe who are other African YouTubers that you watch? Network Metatron saying that it just needs to be manipulated through the. You're having an argument with Will Scamchan. I seen your comment saying the same thing in Haiti. So in Haiti they did send our police that side, but I think our police just went for the money. I doubt if they went to do the job anyways. Like, and I don't think that the police went for the money. It's the people who send them. Like the people who control the police here, who are in charge of them, like are the ones who pocket a lot of money. When it comes from the US, they keep a lot of it and they pay them like very little. But I know that they're getting killed that side. Even today, there was a news about one more Kenyan policeman who's missing in Haiti. Ironwork is saying that the mosquitoes in Africa are so big. Yeah, it depends. It's just that there are varieties. There are varieties. There are varieties of them. So it depends which type of mosquito is it. Usually there are varieties. The worst one is there's one which causes you to have sleeping sickness. That's the worst one. Then there's one which causes, I think, yellow fever. Then there's one which can make your feet to enlarge and like there's one causes an infection called elephantiasis. It affects your feet. So those ones are the worst ones. But the malaria one, uh, like those three which are the worst ones, they're not that common unless you go into deep into the forest. Mostly, I think, yeah, if you go deep in the forest, but they are not that common nowadays. But the one which causes malaria, that one is pretty more common, but it depends with the region. There are places like Ethiopia you won't find them. Usually they are most here around the equator and the southern side of Africa. But usually they are big and they are very thirsty. They are very thirsty and big. And nowadays they can even come outside at around 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. when they're supposed to come out. Chris needs a big bug zapper. What is that exactly? You use a 5 volts 30-watt solar panels. Are you trying to do the same thing with what Lloyd is doing? But Scamchan is saying that that's not endless power. Africa is still even on Earth. Yeah, somehow I agree with you. But again, I think the biggest thing that we have failing us is our leadership. But we have a lot of minerals. We have a lot of everything. You speak of anything, there is a lot of it in large quantities. But now the people who are in charge of things are the ones who take some little money and give away the rest for free and leave people struggling without anything. But yeah, but basically there's no free lunch from you two are arguing. Piero Dusa, I was asking which other African channels do you watch apart from Wodi Maya? Or do you also watch Dr. Mumbi? There's an Dr. Mumbi that is happening to my mouse. Like Wakanda? Do you mean like Wakanda? Do you mean like Wakanda forever? Like to have underground cities development. I think you can do that maybe in deserts or what. Poor leadership is what brings good people down. Yeah, that's the major problem. That's the major problem. You're talking about electric back killer or to kill the mosquitoes. I see. But we're not that afraid of them. They're not really a big deal. Just that once it pinches you, you feel maybe some pain, but it's not really a big deal. Just that today I left my window open for longer, so they entered at evening, more of them. But yeah, Quado Sheldon Studios. Yeah, Quado Sheldon is in Ghana. I know him. He's very funny in his videos. Quado Sheldon, I know him. African Diaspora Channel with Phil Scott. I've not watched that one. I've never seen that one. I tried to look for it. Man, you guys now watch more African YouTubers than I do. I think I watch more. I know Quado, the one that Quado Sheldon. I know him because of he likes talking more about. There's that Ghanaian rapper. It seems like he doesn't like him. African Diaspora Channel. I don't watch this one. I've not watched them. I tried to check them out. I watch a lot, mostly the ones talking about Ghana or diasporans. So Biardusa, it means that you also like Ghana, like Ionwak. But I know most people, like most African diasporas, they love Ghana a lot. Mostly West Africa, but Ghana, not Nigeria. I don't know. I usually feel like people in diaspora have more connection to Nigeria, but usually find that most people that I know, I used to know some Jamaicans, and what they used to talk more about is Ghana. I want to go to Ghana. Like he talks to you, and you feel like he really needs Ghana. He feels Ghana rot. Yeah, and you're saying the truth actually is Kamchan. Like if I had you here right now, I'm pretty sure you'll be doing like this, like this, like this. Yeah. And mostly whenever you come this side, you have to do. I know most people they come with the sunscreen, and there's some sort of perfume that you apply on your skin so that it makes mosquitoes to go away and insects. But again, it's because there's some scary ones. Like Scamchen, I was saying there are some scary ones. Like if they bite you, it can be an issue. But it depends with the location. And also mostly most of them have been killed. And we have people like this guy from the US who runs Microsoft. I'm forgetting the name. This guy who owns Microsoft. They do a lot of experiments this side with those insects. So, like this ones where I am, they did something to them, some sort of biological issues. I'll try to get the article, then maybe I can send to you. But they did something to them so they don't really get you malaria. But now there are other places where you move to different places where they have not done that to get different type of mosquito. Yes, Bill Gates. Yes, Bill Gates. Yeah, he messed up. There's something that they do here. They try to force us to do things with how do I call it? Things like uh these foods. They call them. Man, I'm forgetting some names. Organic. We have organic and organic, so they don't want people to do organic food, and they've been trying to force the government so that people can try this. this food that I'm forgetting the name, but you guys use it a lot in the US, which is not organic. So among that, they give the government a lot of money, and it allows them to do more, even experimenting with plants. Yeah, GMO. Yes, GMO. I'm forgetting. So they allow them to experiment with more things. Now they even did with mosquitoes in this side. So they messed with mosquitoes. If you see them, if by luck you see any flying in the back, you see that it's larger than usual. But now it doesn't get you malaria, but now it has more appetite for blood than the normal mosquitoes. But that has something to do with Bill Gates. So it's more like helpful, but again, yeah, it makes them bloody thirstier than before. And they're trying to force GMOs a lot on us, but here a lot of people do organic. In Ghana, they hunt witches. The witches, I knew tortured a guy from Ghana because of this. He always wanted to telephone to Ghana. They hunt witches. Mostly in villages, people are very against witchcraft and they feel mad. He's been trying to kill black people. Um, yeah, Bill Gates has been trying a lot to force GMO. I really don't know like what is up with that. But I also know that they have a company, I think in West Africa. And from what I understand in GMO, it's only like they are the only ones who can be able to produce the seeds. Like if they supply you with something GMO, like GMO products, whether it is wheat or cassava or anything, they are the only ones who can be able to supply you with the seeds to grow them. And I think they are looking at a way to be able to control the entire like food, to control the entire food process and production. Because now, unlike when what we have, the organic, organic, you can harvest, and from what you harvest, you keep some grains aside, and next year you go and replant it. It actually just grows perfectly. You don't have to buy the seeds from like the shops. But now with genetically modified, you have to buy them from a specific supplier. And from what I know is Bill Gates has a big company which also does that. Apart from things to do with Microsoft and all that, you're saying that Monsanto did this in Haiti. Who is Monsanto? I think I need to check him out. That's the thing. What they say that is adapt to climate change and to be able to survive. Yeah, that's what they say actually. It's very good when it comes to climate change, but the taste is very different. I've eaten a tomato. If you compare an organic tomato, I don't know, I can bill it if you've ever had an organic tomato. If you have an organic tomato and a GMO one, very very different. The GMO one is larger, it looks nice, it looks bigger and all that, and very healthy. But an organic one, if you leave it out there like for about a day or two without putting it in the like for a day without putting it in the refrigerator, you'll find that it starts losing moisture very fast. But when you eat it, it's very delicious. Like before even cooking it or doing anything to it, the taste just very different. But now we have these GMOs. GMOs, yes, they can be able to adapt to the environment. They can withstand the climate changes and all that. But the taste is very different. Yeah, and like he's saying it, GMO actually has no flavor. I can bill it. I don't. Was it from I can bill it to say that they are good for the climate? If you try between the two, this one has no flavor. But anyways, it forces you to just depend on it if you don't have any other option. Let me see this comment. There's a reason American food is banned in foreign countries. They make you sick so they can sell you chemicals. I saw this one, I think on new TikTok. Somebody was saying that a lot of food in the US is processed with the chemicals. Monsanto give you special seed that produces one crop that doesn't reproduce seeds and it ruins the soil as well. Yeah, this is the same thing now. Now I get it. So this is exactly the same thing now I get it. Yeah, the seed like once you grow it, you harvest, you eat everything. There's no way you can be able to reproduce from it. You have to go to the same person to buy it again. Anybody here follows Joe Legacy from Free Energy? I've been seeing his videos, Metatron. GMO needs chemical to grow. There are pretty much no vegetables that are original. I get your point. You mean that they have been modified, so like to change them, but but still they are very different from the ones which there's ones which are just called like. But in regards to this, you can be able to get a lot of original vegetables this side Scampchan. I don't know where you're from, but there are some vegetables. Maybe when you speak of the common vegetables like cabbage, when you speak of common vegetables like maybe cabbage or like kales and all that, those ones I understand. But when you go to some specific Africans ones, you can find a lot of originals ones which just grow on their own. You just go in like a forest and you pick. They just grow on their own depending with the season. There's a lot of those here. But now when you speak of specific ones, I get your point. You say that you have had them. I eat green ones from tree when I was a child, green and sweet. Now they are watery. Yeah, I'm sure you get the point now. And they taste very good. They're not like GMO ones. The only thing that I think they've improved with GMO, I think is more when to do with mangoes. One mangoes they have been able to make them more sweeter and sweeter and sweeter, adding the sucrose content. Is it sucrose? Yeah, in a way. But when it comes to other things, they're losing flavor. Look up pictures of the original strawberry of bananas. I'll try. I try to see, but I try to see. I also saw people talking about the chicken being very different. But you have to understand also. Usually, you have the local chickens. I don't know Scamchan if you know the local chickens. Again, the local chicken is very delicious compared to the broilers or the layers. Very very different. And the local chicken you can cook it like just quick, even if it's all, if you boil it, it just softens very quickly. But when you get the one from broiler, when it reaches some age, you boil it, it takes a lot of time and it doesn't taste that nice unless you deep fry it in oil and all that. Once you come in the flat earth, all that makes sense. Scamchan, today you should try to see Ionmax live stream. He talks about flat earth a lot. And he has a lot of I saw one of your stream, you have a panel of a lot of people who join in. You don't eat seedless grapes or watermelons. Hell, even banana has seeds. Yeah, if you want to find a lot of banana varieties, even with ones that have seeds, you try Uganda. Go to Uganda, you'll find about 30 or so different varieties of bananas. But the ones with seeds, usually they are not delicious. I've eaten them before. We used to have them when we were young in the village. Not delicious, not delicious. But you can cook it. Although also it depends what you want to eat it with. Usually bananas they are different. Different bananas they go with maybe what you want to do. The one you can be able to cook, the one you can cook, the one you can keep to ripe. There's very varieties. If you go to Uganda, I'm sure you or you can try to check out Uganda. There are many varieties of bananas. Flat Earth falls apart once you look at the nonsense presented. So Scamchan, does it mean it means you're very against that one? The flat earth theory or conspiracy theory. You say that I can build it is right. Yes, you must get. Yes, I've had them. I eat green. I saw that. I've been for 50 years. About this, do you believe what usually Trump says that climate change is not real? That we're just making it up? We tell the truth on my show. We don't sit around pushing lies, and thanks for checking it out, man. Yes, I checked it. There's a day I was there. Usually it's just the time issue. When it gets to 8 p.m., it will be around it will be around 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. this side. But there's a day that I checked it out and I saw that you have usually get some interesting people on it who know a lot about the same topic. Try checking out one day Scamchan. Try checking out his channel. You will see a lot of those. And for them, it's not like they're conning people. I know when you talk about the free energy thing, we have people maybe who are conning people, but when you go to when you go to flat earth people, I don't think that they are trying to con anyone. No one controls the weather. In regards to this, do you believe what Trump says that climate change is not real? Because this side usually nowadays when it rains a lot that it floods, and when it becomes hotter during dry season, it becomes so hot that when you walk outside you feel like some sort of sunburns. Like for me, I will have some sort of sunburns here, a lot of sunburns. And I wonder like how it can be on your side where you have four seasons. Because this side is pretty simple. Yeah, you have a dry season and a rainy season. Yeah, studies about it. Plants control the weather. So maybe we should not be able to cut down trees, but people cut down trees because they want settlement and maybe they want resources. Like when you talk of the Amazon forest, for ages, I am not going to used to know that guys something Sanchez. Sanchez. Pierre Producer, you follow Ironworks channel. Have you seen it? And Pierre Producer plan to visit Ghana, go to Ghana this year. Which they usually have some sort of there's an event they hold in Ghana. I think around October. How do they call the name of the event? I'll try to Google it. So you believe that controlling the weather is possible? There's a time I heard that Saudi is able to control the weather and they can make it rain sometimes. Something called cloud seeding. We have a desert in my country, so some people are suggesting that the country tries the same thing. Ionmark is right about weather control technology. So it's been around for a while now and it's not hard to do relatively. Like how do they control the weather? So they make it like rain to fall in some sorts and they can be able to prevent rain to fall in some areas. The only weather control I know is what we used to do traditional ones where there's some things we used to do back then. You wake up, they tell you that you're not going to shower for this week. You're the one in charge of controlling the rain. You have to do some things that they instruct you to do, and you make sure not to shower. Then for that entire week, it doesn't rain. Man, those ones are the only ones I know, bro. Sanchez. Imagine saying you can control the weather and you have nothing but perfect weather. Do you mean Skamchan where you are it never gets like crazy? Like the seasons don't occur where it gets dry and dry until people start complaining. There's no water. The magnet pole is running south, so it's magnetic charging affecting weather till climate changes. Yes, cloud seeding is part of it. I saw this. I saw this some time back that some very rich countries are able to do it, like Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you know if it's true or not. Somebody was saying that some very rich countries are able to do cloud seeding and they can be able to control if it rains or not. But Practically, I don't know if I've ever seen it, or you can't see it, you can just hear about it because those people are hiding such technology. 40 Supersonic, I did not know that you're still around, man. I thought you had gone like a long time ago. Oh, I get your point now. Like, if you can control the weather, why do we get the bad weather where it comes and destroys everybody? Sometimes, yeah, that I think maybe the person controlling the weather is not in the region that is being destroyed, or maybe they're okay with those distractions so that they can make money from it. You can use RF to harm people, to manipulate flash, to manipulate sound, to manipulate weather. When you talk about RF to harm people, that comes to people who are not okay with 5G. They were saying that 5G can be used to harm people. If you have the ability to control the weather, why will you care about weather everywhere but where you want to control it? Yeah, which is a good point. I'm pretty sure if you have the ability, maybe you can only control in your region where you are. Like, you won't really bother about other people because people might know. Maybe you're keeping it a secret. You don't want people to know that you have the ability to do it. That's why deserts are forming between continents. If one controls the weather to his favor, it's to the unfavor of the other one. That's why deserts are forming between countries, between continents. It is even forming between countries. Desertification is happening at an alarming rate. We have a desert where I am, but I mean, the desert seems like some places which used to be arid. Arid means used to rain. Now they are more of like semi-arid, and it's getting worse. Imagine controlling weather. You can always have a perfect harvest and no drought ever. And there are some places which are like that, yeah, where you can always have like such life. Do you, maybe such people are able to control it, where you always have a perfect weather, a perfect weather. I'm sure it isn't overused, but yes. So you think that this controlling weather is old technology, meaning has been around for years and years. Saying that HAP is an organization to study weather manipulation technology funded by the US. When it comes to the US, does it mean like the US controls a lot of things in secret that they don't want others to have access to? Whether control weather on no snowstorms or hurricanes that can manipulate the weather. There are other places around the world like HAP that are also mobile that can manipulate the weather. They found some weather controlling tech in the desert under the pyramids. Still, are you sure about this? The pyramids of Egypt or Ethiopia? Scamchan, you overestimate people's kindness. None of these elites care about giving anything to anyone for free. Which is true. Why care about droughts if they have good weather where they are, lady? Conspiracy after conspiracy. Uh, so Scamchan, by the one day I would love you to come on and say something. Like, as of now, when we have so many few people about these conspiracies, like you say, conspiracy after conspiracy. Scamchan as mainstream thinking, he needs to look. The US and much of Europe does control things, yes. So China as well. I see China is becoming like a force to reckon with. But I doubt if Chinese will be interested in controlling. I think Chinese are more interested in making money and displacing America, making money and replacing America from where it is. Hub is very old tech now. There's much more advanced things now. Look, crazy. Scamchan one day you should join in Egypt, where the Jews came from. So I believe Egypt under the pyramids they found what you saying technology to control the weather. That shit was crazy too. You mean about the Egypt or what? Under the pyramids. CL, are you sure about this? For free, yes, Hub is doing work for future planets terraforming such as Mars. Easy to just say conspiracy and write something off without thinking through it first. Scamchan, you think it is a conspiracy? This conspiracy up Scamchan one day I'd like you to come on man and defend what these people say. Because I know you defend you're against flat earth, you're against free energy. Like so I see also this weather controlling. For weather controlling I've heard that some nations can be able to do it. Mars, no one will be there before robots make it to Mars. Yeah, Elon said that he wants to send robots to Mars. Not very sure. I need to believe about this. Okay, but where did you read that Egypt they were controlling? I mean, under the pyramids, they was take to control the weather. When Egypt is a desert and has been for a while, but you believe? I mean, a lot of Egypt is more like dry. They depend on the Nile. They even want to fight Ethiopia for it. You can refute point by point. There's no planet transforming. There's no planet terraforming. This is it, guys. There is no leave the earth, or there's no one who can leave the earth as of now. But as of now, we all know that no one has been to Mars. I mean, well, people will again, or some people somewhere will again begin saying that the airlights have already made it to Mars. They live there. They have buildings and all that. They tested the atmosphere about the pyramids, and these pillars manipulate plasma. This was more when you talk about this more, it's more like what Tesla was saying. They claim the whole city is under the pyramids. Egypt, you mean Egypt? Mm, Egypt, no, no. Even Egypt is not the place where there are a lot of pyramids. There are more pyramids in Ethiopia than Egypt. I believe everything the news they believe everything the news says Kamchan. They're they're the liars. But robots have been able to land on the moon. You mean people or when it comes to landing on the moon, you mean like specifically for people? But I know they've been able to send machine. I was seeing a robot on Vatation. I don't know if you guys watch a channel called Vatation or Vartation is about science. Let me look for a remote. So I was saying that there's a channel called Vatation. He was talking about a robot which went to the moon, to Mars, and it was cheap to put up. But I know when it comes to people, I don't think if there's anybody who has been like to Mars. But to the moon, they say that some people went there in 1962. I believe in facts, not fantasy. That's a possibility that pyramids are just top parts of. Oh, so that's what Scamchan was saying. That the whole city is now under pyramids. Although I've seen that I think I saw it in an article somewhere yesterday that there could be more to the pyramids underground than what we see on the top, and still people don't know because they don't know how far that the pyramid goes. So far, people have only gone to how far our technology can like the current technology can be able to show. But I guess they're afraid to dig it down because they don't want to destroy the same pyramids. Understand everything about the barrier and other continents, just saying that that's the agenda. This plasma bulb is huge that it's sitting over East Africa. You're talking about the pyramid seal. Plasma bulb on the pyramid. What are the facts? Scamchan people want to know the facts. Ironwork is somewhat right to an extent, but not completely correct either. 14 supersonic, what do you think is wrong with what he's saying? I don't think the moon landing happened how they explained. You care to explain 14 supersonic? Because for us, what we know is, for us, we know more about what we are taught. That guy, I'm forgetting the name, was the first person to land on the moon. He walked on the moon. I landed on the moon. Placed the US flag. Flat Earth can't explain lunar eclipse. Remember, NASA is the Hebrew word for deceive, which is important. Not everything they tell you is accurate. There is a lot to some degree that NASA hides more information, especially when it comes to terrestrial beings. They say that NASA. I've seen some people saying that NASA might have already found some aliens, but they keep it as a secret. But there's a lot of things in when it comes to what people say, what we know so far. But yeah, it's 2 a.m. They're going to have a hard time trying to explain the mirrors placed on the moon. You're talking about people with free. You talk about free Earth theories or what? NASA. That Earth can't explain the lunar eclipse. Scamchen, you should be able to go to Ironworks channel one day, then you see what they talk about. You can be able to join in and object them or refute what they claim if you think they are very wrong. But that side you will find experts in that topic. We must develop free energy, then we can prove the shape of Earth. Like how do they connect? How do you like right now can you like how is free energy related to the shape of the earth? They aren't aliens as they say they are from here and are in that dimension. People call them different things like ghosts, jinn, cryptids, but they are all the same beings. So it means on your side you don't believe that aliens exist and you believe that they're just beings from interdimensional, like you're saying about ghosts and jinn. And but the fact that we have a lot of planets out there, I don't think that all those planets can just be empty. Some of them must be occupied by something. If you think of we have we have different galaxies, we have so many galaxies out there. Do you believe like those galaxies are just empty? There's no one living in any planets like those galaxies. Like if you consider a galaxy, it has a lot of planets. Now you have like a lot of galaxies and all those they're just empty. I don't think that we are the only, like Earth is the only spatial thing in the universe that only has like only us and other forms of living organisms. I think there must be other planets out there too. Free energy won't prove the shape. Free energy won't prove the shape of a box. Aliens, imagine aliens with the tech to get here. Why would they crash when they get here? Man, you never know. They can have the technology to get here, but maybe they fail. They fail when it comes to they fail when it comes to the behavior, like the behavior of the being. So they get here, then maybe they fail out. Or they don't know how. Like when imagine you, Scamchan, you have gone to a different planet and you realize that it has aliens or different species on your side. The first thing, you will not be able to know how maybe they communicate or how they interact or how they do, how they are able to see. Maybe where you come from, the way you see or perceive things is different. So you are shaped in such a way it is invisible. But you go elsewhere and maybe you think that you've clocked invisibility, but they are able to see you. Um, I don't know if I make sense or not, but such in such a case, then you might be able to blunder and maybe they can be able to capture your ship. And you can also think of a case where maybe if there are really people who follow these things, they see this shape appears, they again see it. I'm pretty sure over time you can start coming up with a way that you can be able to capture it. Don't eliminate the possibility of other beings outside our planet either, but from what I understand, when they talk about aliens, we have here, they aren't actually aliens, and we are here before. I see. So I've dropped the link. I hope you've seen it. So for T Supersonic, you believe that when they talk about aliens, they're talking about like the genies you're saying, ghosts and all that in the dimension of beings, which we see them as spirits and all that. So does it mean you believe that these spirits exist, like the ghost, they exist, they can be able to come and hang out with you and all that,
Hey,
or they can
what's up,
protect
man?
you?
What's going on?
Ionok, Ionok, your internet seemed to have a problem. I don't know. Ionok, all planets are occupied, but seems like internet problem. But you okay now?
Yeah, I might be roboting still. I'm coming out of the country, so I'm going to be in a better place here in a little bit. But yeah,
Oh,
carry on, man. Keep carrying on. I'll join in once I'm in a clearing.
Scamton. Scamton is the one who was. Scamton is the one who you are talking with about the flat Earth thing. But Ciel is saying that all planets are occupied. But
No, they're not. There is no planets.
oh, you
How
don't
can you
believe
prove
in.
that?
You don't think
Prove
that
it.
there's like Mars, Jupiter, and all that.
No, no. Now we have lights in the sky. Those are real. We see lights in the sky. But
Yeah.
prove these planets. Nobody can. Nobody could prove that you can walk on. Everybody thinks that you can walk on. Things. Nobody can prove it.
Your internet, I said, shows that it is no internet at all. Your connection, that is. Scamchan says, for this person says that doesn't mean their tech can't crash though. We have had planes for a century and yet they still crash. We are here before us. Sounds reasonable, but they claim all sorts of aliens, not just one type. We are carbon based beings. We know there are many, or we know there may be aluminium based things. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you consider how massive the universe can be, I don't think that we only have like carbon like us. There can be different beings out there who are very different. How they do their things is very different. How you breathe, what you breathe in. For us, maybe it's oxygen. For them, it could be very different. Like you've seen. Uh, I don't know if Ironworks will be able to join again, but it seems like he had a problem with his connection. But it's yeah, I think now it's okay.
But I apologize. Keep going. I didn't want you to get off your.
Oskamchan was now asking, like when you say that planets don't exist, he was saying that now the probes that are usually sent on Mars they don't exist.
No, there's no probes on any Mars as you know it. So a lot of these probes, they've already shown that they will send them to foreign deserted areas of this world, like Greenland, by Greenland, up in northern Canada, right, where you've got like your Yukon areas, your less populated areas.
Yeah.
They'll send things. They'll send probes there, and then they'll just change the filter on these cameras. Like, there is no going to Mars. Those lights in the sky are not.
But I think we have
They
that
would
issue.
fly. It's what it is, man.
I think we have that issue because most of us have never been like, except for scientists, except for people who study maybe the planets and all that. We have never been outside our like we have never been outside our planet, so we don't know exactly if it exists or not. I think that's where your argument is coming from.
Say again.
Pona is saying that what is this tinfoil idiocy? I think uh, Pona will come again today, man. Today I won't say anything bad. So what I was saying is you say the point that we don't have planets because we have never been. Most of us have never been outside our planet, like the atmosphere, so we don't know what is in space except what we are told by the scientists. That's why you
Yeah.
believe so.
Hey, yeah, and here's the thing. If I'm the conspiracy, why is it that I'm not the one that put this poison in you? I'm not the one that decided to destroy these places and hide things from you. How am I conspiring against you when it's them that did exactly what I said that I'm not doing? How am I conspiring? How am I conspiracy? That makes no sense. I'm not the one lying. I'm not the one hiding anything from anyone. I'm just presenting to you what I can prove. That's it.
But now when we have, I think when we have when people say that you can be able to see planets like Venus, I think it's Venus that you can be able to see it
Yes.
sometimes. So what do you think is it that we usually see?
So I don't know. I know there are lights in the skies. Now here's the thing. We have things that can kind of steer us in the right direction. What those things are like old books, i.e., the Bible, the Quran. They can help us to better understand this world. But the thing is that science has told you that those books like the Bible and the Quran are lies. But the problem is that
I'm
we're caught between a rock and a hard place. That if you start reading the Bible, maybe we're reading it the wrong way. You understand? But the Bible pretty much tells you how this world is. Seasons,
you're
seasons for days and for years.
Scamchan is saying that how can you dispute the before I come to answer you that he's saying that how can you dispute the voyage photos?
Because you can put a filter on those lenses. You can manipulate those photos anywhere.
Or your internet is messing up, but you're saying that they use filters. Your internet is not stable. You still around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
It looks like it dropped him. It looks like his internet is not working well today. But I think when it comes today, like why how you were saying that scientists disapprove, scientists say that you should not believe. I mean that the Bible is wrong. I think what scientists dispute with the Bible is the creation story, where they say, but those ones are theories where you have types of theories which explain the creation story. But other things, the Bible is more like historical. It's more like historical recordings of what happened, where Jesus, where those things of the Bible used to happen in that region. But I don't think the scientists dispute. Also, when it comes to the Bible, we have some scientists who believe in the Bible, some who doesn't. Like, yeah, we
I'm
have
here.
some who
Sorry
doesn't.
about that.
Yeah, I was saying that about the Bible. We have scientists who believe, others who don't. And
Yeah,
usually what people don't usually agree a lot with is the creation story. But most of the
that's
what
fine.
is in the Bible is more of historical, is the historical and also culture of the people where those things were
Right,
happening. Yeah. But
right.
those
So,
ones
so,
I don't
so
think these people dispute. Yeah.
so you know how the Bible says, like, people will call the sun, say the sun has a male property and the moon has a female property. There's truth. There's a lot of truth behind that. In that females, women basically, like, the moon will appear and disappear in cycles. A woman is basically at her strongest the right time of when the moon phases, right? A woman blooms and the woman appears or functions the same way as the moon in the sky does. Everything is based off of a correspondence. Everything, everything in this world functions as above, so below, as within, so without. You understand? Everything is. This science, this mainstream science, has pulled us away from our natural selves, and the natural way is the way in which we should function. You've got people thinking that if you continue to go up and up and up, you'll go to some place that we don't have access to. Why we don't have access to it? That's just the way the world is. No, you understand? Like
But
like Venus, for example. The other day we saw Venus, right? Venus appeared in the sky. Do you know what the phase of the moon was while Venus was in the sky? It was like at a quarter. It was a quarter moon, right? But we could still see Venus through the quarter moon. That makes no sense if the moon is supposed to be solid. That makes no sense if the moon is supposed to be a tangible object. That makes zero sense. But we still have Venus, right? A light in the sky, a pinprick in the sky, appear through a solid moon. That makes no sense. But it makes sense if you understand that the moon is not a solid object. But it makes no sense if you believe that the moon is a solid object. Does that make sense?
uh, we have let me read. I'm sure you can see the comment, right?
No. But
It's
go
saying
ahead.
that Scamchan saying that Bible says there is a tree so tall it can be seen from anywhere on earth. Then he's saying
Yes.
that
Yes, so I think that's Joshua he's talking about, where there's a huge tree in the middle of the earth, but it's no longer there. So ancients call that tree Yggdrasil. That's what the Norse called it. We might have called it the tree of life. It was in the middle of the earth at one time. That was around Hyperborea. Hyperborea is actually that place in the middle of the earth is
yeah.
actually on old maps. It's on older maps, maps before the 1600s. Oh yeah, that maps that that those four continents in the middle of the Earth, around where the North Pole is on older, more ancient maps. It's on Mercator's map, polar map. It's on Urbano Monti's polar map. It's on Cassini's polar map. Oh yeah, these people knew that there were four continents in the middle of the Earth. Absolutely, but they removed those four continents from any map after 1600. They removed all those. They removed it. They removed it. You can see it now. They show nothing but a big blank spot. It's been removed. But why has it been removed?
And uh,
I'm
there's
not spewing nonsense. You can look this up. Oh yeah,
there's I think somewhere in the Bible when they say that people are trying to build a tower so tall that they can be able to
yeah,
reach the heavens. So
yeah.
in short, it meant that the heavens is somewhere up there, right? So
Yes,
so don't you feel that maybe people who come with like what you're saying, maybe they failed, but when scientists realized that when you go up there, you don't reach any heaven. Instead, you just go to space and you can
there
see
is no.
more.
We're looking at it wrong. They're deceiving us for a reason. They want us to look in the wrong directions.
So when they talk about building the tower, it's not going towards space.
It's not going to space. No. There is no space like it's not what you think. No. It's deceit. They're deceiving you. Instead of looking upwards, right, to your right and to your left, they want you to look upwards. There is no up because then in that instance, Australia truly is upside down, and that's furthest from the truth. You understand what I'm saying? All those
Yeah.
countries on the southern hemisphere are upside down. They're lying to you. There is no. There's no. This is how you. This is how people get away with thinking that. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, this is how people get away with twisting your mind into thinking that a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man. When they manipulate you into thinking that you're on a piece of rock flying through space, they can make you think anything else. They can make you think that you can put a trunk on your face with big floppy ears and you're an elephant now. They can make you think that you're born a girl and then you sew a piece of flesh to your underparts and now you're a man. They can make you think anything. And that's the trap we've fallen into.
I see, but yeah, yeah, but that thing of making a man thinking like they are a woman or a woman as a man, I think it's a big thing in your country, like in US,
Oh
and
yeah.
it looks like it's where it started.
It probably started in Europe.
Uh,
Either way, much of the country has adopted this way of thinking. It's a twisted way of thinking. This ball nonsense, that came from a bunch of people so they can twist your mind into whatever their agenda is, and it's working.
but yeah, I hope one day maybe sooner we can be able to travel out of space, because if we can be able to travel out of space, then maybe it can prove you wrong now, or you believe that will never happen.
But nobody, no, it won't. Listen, let me tell you how good and how creative America is.
Mm.
America's so creative that we knew to create Hollywood. Hollywood is so creative because you got Hollywood, you got Hollywood. Because you got Hollywood, you got Hollywood and Hollywood, right? This is the way in which
It's the network is messing you again. But we have Team Ellis saying that is the earth flat too. Yeah, Ionwax believes it's flat. Team Ellis, yeah. But I hope he'll see your comment when he comes back. That earth sits on four pillars held by elephants, lol. You're not making us think. But yeah, I would like to know what he thinks is outside. Like when you leave the atmosphere, what do you find out there? Like according to what he knows so far, because he says that there's no planets. I think he says that there's only the sun. It means the stars which produce light. I'd like to know maybe what he thinks about when you leave the earth. Like, what do you found out there in outer space? Because I don't think he doesn't believe that there is any planet. But I know that also his argument comes from the point that these are things that we've just been hearing, that there is Mars, there is Venus, and all that. And the pictures coming in, what I saw from one picture. Yeah, you're back.
yeah, my bad.
You
I
had
live
to
in the
move.
country, so now it's better.
Oh, you're traveling.
In the car now, but I'm in a better place, so now the internet's going to be solid.
Oh, there's somebody who was asking. Timelis was asking if the Earth is flat, but I said I
Absolute,
don't know.
yeah.
You saying
It's not curving and it's not moving. So that much we know. The Earth is not curving and it's not moving. That much we know. We know what it's not, and it's not curving and moving.
so? I had another question to you. I wanted to know, like, what do you think you can be able to find out there if you leave the atmospheric, like if you leave the atmosphere, you leave the ionosphere and you go out there, what will you be able to find?
What do you mean? There is no leaving. When you say leave the atmosphere, how high up are we talking?
Like you've gone all the way, you've passed they call the ozone layer and all
The
the layers, and
ionosphere,
yeah,
past the stratosphere into the ionosphere. Nobody's going those places, man. There is no going into the ionosphere. No, no, that's not. That's not happening. That's not happening. Nobody could go to these places. Here's the thing. Have you ever? Do you know how to swim?
yeah, yeah,
Oh, have you ever swim for a long time? I mean, a long time.
yes, yes, you get tired.
What's it feel like? What does it feel like after you come out of the water and you start trying to run? One of my jobs was I would have to swim for extremely long periods of time based off of what it is I did for work.
Yeah,
What's it feel like? Tell me. Tell us.
like you feel exhausted, uh you
But
feel a
but
lot.
then but then well yeah. One of the things that happens is swimming after a long time, you get back on Earth, right? And you're subject to the the density of your body now, right? And so now
Yeah,
you're trying to move around. You're trying to function the same way in which you're functioning now differently because now the atmosphere is different, right? You're trying to walk. That's after a few hours. Now imagine trying to function that same way in a weightless environment. You're in a weightless environment for 10 months or for a few days even. For a few days and now you're back on a weighted in an environment to where you're subject to your own weight. You wouldn't It would drive you crazy. It would drive you absolutely mad. And this is comparing a few hours to a few days or even a few weeks. People don't realize these things, and this is a normal phenomenon. People don't realize this stuff because nobody's ever put through those situations, but people automatically assume that these astronauts are in places that they cannot be. It's not possible. And here's the thing is you could look at a lot of this NASA footage. All you need is one. All you need is one where they're faking it. And they faked mountains. There are preponderances of evidence where they have faked footage. They've used green screen and they've used harness ropes to make these astronauts appear as if they're floating. And there is no floating. They're not floating. There's no free fall. No, that's not happening, but people think it's happening. Like they're fooling you. They're fooling you. Let me tell you, Hollywood is a real thing, right? Actors are real. And the way they fool and manipulate us is through the visual aspect of things, right? It's through TV. And
yeah.
NASA is in league with Hollywood. They've admitted this. The CIA, all the agencies that we have are in league with the entertainment industry. They've admitted this because here's one thing that America understands, right? And that I know full well. Once you get people's mind, you have everything you need. You don't need to hit anybody. You don't need to drop a bomb on people. You don't need to kill anyone. Once you manipulate and you have people's attention and their mind, you have everything that you need. You can do what it is you want. They have your mind, Scam Chan. They have your mind. And you're stuck in the matrix, my friend. You are absolutely stuck in the matrix. You can't see it any other way. You can't, and that's okay, man. I'm not going to try and force you into a way of thinking. You'll see the truth when you're ready. But if you're not ready, you're going to keep saying the same stuff that you say. Like everything, the world will be closed off to you because you're stuck in the matrix, my friend. This is why, like, seeing the pyramids in a different way, it's easy for somebody like me. I'm not saying that I'm totally right. I'm not saying that at all. But seeing the alternative of what this place is, seeing the pyramids as being something else because of different reasons, it's easy for me because I understand that the main narrative, the official narrative that we've been given of this place, I understand that it's an absolute lie. It is a lie. And until you can see it that way, you're going to believe that the sun is a solid object. You're going to believe that the moon is a solid object. You're going to believe these things because they fed them to you, and you won't see it any other way.
So if I'm to ask before I read some comments, like
Yeah,
recently we had them saying that Sunita Williams and all that they are stuck in space, and the other
they
guy
didn't go.
that they were stuck in space. So in your, like what you're saying, you say that was a lie. They never left Earth.
No, no, they never left this place. No. Oh, you didn't see the flight. You didn't see the flight radar, did you?
No, no, no.
So flight radar, what that is that's like it's almost like equate it to something like Google Earth, right? But flight radar, what it does is it shows you near real time movement and location of flights, right? Of flights in a particular area. So they already all the flat Earth community have flight radar activity of what was in the area when Suni Williams and Butch, whatever his name is, when those guys landed in the wherever they landed. I think it was around the Caribbean, right? Or south of Florida, around Florida area. Yes?
Yeah.
It was all right. So where they landed, do you know what was in the area? A couple of things.
Mm.
So they had an airplane circling. They had an airplane cutting circles in the air, and then it was being met up with a helo, a helicopter. A helicopter came out there and it left. Once the helicopter met that where the airplane was, the airplane decided to leave. That airplane was unmarked, but the airplane was present according to flight radar. So basically what we could deduce is that they dropped that freaking that drop capsule with those people possibly in there with those parachutes and everything. That plane might have been a high altitude plane, right? High altitude anywhere say around say around higher altitude than normal, maybe around 50,000 feet. Lord knows, I don't know exactly. Could have been 50,000 feet. They drop those people out of the capsule, right? And then
Mm.
the helo is there to make sure that the capsule makes it in the water in one piece, and those nuts inside the nutshell come out in one piece. I'm talking about the astronauts, right? Nobody was in space. There is no space, guys. Give it up. Give it up. You guys visit our channel, you can discuss all day. I'm not trying to, make this a segue to my channel. I'm not trying to do that, Chris, not at all. But we talk about it because we've been where you guys are. You understand what I'm saying? We believe the BS. We believe the nonsense. It's hard to swallow, it is. But once you see this place for what it truly is, you can't go back to the lie that is the globe. You won't go back because you refuse to go back. It's a lie. And the sun is not a gas giant. It's it provides heat, but nobody see you see the sun is a gas giant. You know why you said that? Because this is what you're fed. This is what you're fed. These are lies that you're given. This is what you're taught in school. If you go against those lies, you'll be shamed. There's a lot that goes into being shamed. This is why these guys don't want to go against the official narrative.
And you see what ID saying? Saying that you
Yeah,
are being lied to by the government. Gravity isn't real. The sun is
yeah.
local.
So the government is telling you the truth, is what you're saying, right? let me tell you, let me tell you, the people that will tell you that the government isn't lying to you are the same people that wanted you to put that poison in your system a few years ago. They're the same people. They're the same people. And they're the same people that took it, and a lot of them are no longer here. That's a fact, Jack. They're the same people. Notice how the same people tend to be wrong all the time. You ever notice that?
We have this question
No,
from
I've disputed the Voyager photos. Absolutely, I have. Yeah, look
Ron.
at a place called Vashon Islands. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just talking to Ron. He was asking if it's late. Yeah, you're late. You're very late. We already got done with the paper in the first hour or so. But yeah, you continue. You are disputing about the voyage photos.
Yeah, there's no Voyager or no Mars, dude. There's no landing on another planet. No, that's not how it works. Those things aren't even they're just lights in the sky. They're not solid. We don't know what those things are. They're just lights in the sky.
ID
Nobody
was
knows.
ID was asking that if you say that gravity doesn't exist, then
No, no,
how?
no. There's density. There is density. Even gravity is still a theory.
Yeah, you wanted to know now how do you calculate your weight if you believe?
What do you mean? How do I calculate my weight? I get on a scale and then I give you what the numbers say. You know, he does know about density, right? Density and buoyancy. This air that's around us is a fluid. It functions the same way as water does. It's just a lighter fluid. I'm just putting it in plain old lay terms. The fluid beneath our feet, like water, guess what? It lies flat. It must lie flat. There is no curving water, right? And not only that, it's the fluid has coalesced to where any object that's more dense than the fluid, the water around it will sink. But if it's not as dense as the water, guess what? It floats, correct or incorrect? You could do the same thing with water. You could do the same thing with air. If the object around the air is as dense or more dense than the air, it will remain grounded. If it doesn't, it will float. This is called a principle or a law, aka Archimedes' principle, aka Archimedes' law. That's a fact.
Yeah, when you stand on the scale, you get the mass. Now we usually multiply with a
Okay.
factor to get the weight, which we
Okay.
use as gravity.
What you see, people keep saying gravity, 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 gravity. That's another thing that they use is they'll use gravity to explain everything. But what about gravity on a helium balloon? Again, density. It's not gravity, it's density or buoyancy because the air around us functions as a liquid. This is why when you go up in altitude, the air gets thinner. But as you drop in altitude, what does the air do? It becomes heavier, it becomes more dense. It gets to a point to where it becomes so dense it turns into something like water. But as you
Mm.
climb in altitude, what happens? You not only become drier, right? You
Yeah.
become drier, but also the air gets thinner. Essentially, what you've done is if you climb above 10,000 feet, you will not be able to breathe. You know why that is? Because the air is thin. And then a few things tend to happen. Your skin becomes dry because you're off gassing or your body's beginning to boil. Like literally, that's what happened. Your blood begins to boil. Like this is stuff that we can prove it day and night, all day, all night.
I see. Uh, this guy is saying that watch Jotan's experiment. He can see mountains from thousands miles away. I think he's making jokes. Oh, it's true about
You can. Maybe not thousands of miles, depending on what the atmosphere wants to give you. But yeah, you could see mountains from miles and miles away that you shouldn't see if the Earth was a ball.
then Skamchan is saying that
Nobody's. Nobody
Vacuum.
said vacuum is buoyancy. He's see that's the problem is Scamchan still thinks that we could go distances that we can't go. We can't go these distances that they make these claims about. We it's not possible. It's not possible.
Scam time. But I see your point. Scales are flat. I don't know if Timel is coming tonight. He's saying that why is your head round? You mean my head?
Everybody's head has a shape. Like, what does that have to do with the condition of the earth?
Yeah, I don't know what he means.
He's being silly. You have a lot of people being silly, and the thing is they want to go against. Listen. I did not choose to be someone that believes that the earth is flat. Not at all, right? And
Huh?
so it's a place to be because I decided to dig and I decided to look for myself. I didn't just end up here because I went off of hearsay, but I actually went all over this world and I lived. I did things. I don't just sit around and talk mess. Okay? Like these guys sit around and they talk. They don't do anything. A lot of them don't do anything, man. They don't go anywhere. They haven't experienced this world. I've been able to experience these things in ways many others may not be able to, right? I'm not bragging about it. It's just what I've been fortunate enough to experience. No, I don't do drugs. I'm totally clean, absolutely clean. No drugs.
I don't know why
I can't do
Timel.
drugs.
I don't know why Timel is mean. Like you're saying that my head is round. Do I do drugs or like are my eyes red
See,
or what? Hmm?
yeah. See, that's what people that believe that this world is a globe is they have to make fun of you. And this is part of the shaming tactic. You see what I mean? This is part of the shaming tactic that people are afraid to tell the truth. Even if it means being made fun of, you're afraid to say what's in front of your face. You ever been in class, Chris? You ever been in math class, especially where show a flat? Okay, right. That's a flat water drop, right? What happens once the flat water drop sits? It once it sits, it's flat. It doesn't want to do anything else. But you ever been in math class? The teacher asks a simple question. Say the teacher says, "What's two plus two?" Right? After you
Yeah.
give your answer, you're like, two plus two is four. You're the only one in class that gives the answer of four, but the rest of the class, it could be 700 people in class. They'll say it's eight. Two plus two, it's eight. How do you feel after you say four, but 700 other people say eight? How do you
Yeah,
feel?
you feel like you are wrong.
You feel like you're wrong. It's just how these things are, man. This is what it does to people. You know
So
you're in your right mind, but it'll twist things for you. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
if you say like by the way we have ideas joined in, I'll let him speak in a moment. If I get your point, does it mean somebody like Terence Howard is right with this one times one is one because he's the only one who's saying that? I saw he has begun I think a channel where
Yeah.
he talks about some of these things.
I don't know about Terrence Howard is. I don't know about that. That is weird to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. That I've tried to look at. It didn't. I've tried to look at it a million different ways. Terrence Howard and Billy Carson. Those guys are strange to me. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not gonna lie. But what I'm giving you is stuff that you could go out and you could find in nature. You could do it all yourself. You don't need the government to sit there and lie to you because they've lied to you once, they're going to keep lying to you. None of that's going to change. But they're expecting people to just listen to them. They don't expect you to get off your ass and do anything. So a lot of these guys just refuse to get off their ass and actually do the stuff themselves. Go out, do the work, and you'll see for yourself that it's not curving and it's not moving. Simple.
14 Supersonic says that it doesn't agree with you completely, but is right that but you're right that some people or like to just invalid points by just throwing jokes out. I think it means the guy who was saying that why is my head round? Why use drugs? I don't know what it means, but
Yeah.
we have cartoon guy. You want him to say something, or you have something to say first?
Cartoon guy. I like that.
Oh, ID,
You,
ID,
you you
ID,
could you could
ID.
call me ID. Yeah, yeah, you
Yeah,
could call me ID.
yeah. Let me call you ID.
Um, yeah. So, you mentioned being in math class. May I ask the highest level of math that you've ever actually taken in life?
Calculus.
Which one?
Calculus. Calc
Which
1.
one?
Calc
Calc one.
1.
Okay, the basics.
Uh,
Gotcha. All right. So, in Calc 2 and Calc 3 and
and
differential
calc
equations
differential
and
equations. Sure. I have heard of them. Sure. 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 Sure.
wait,
Go ahead.
hold on, hold on. In
Mm-hmm.
those classes, they get more
Right.
in depth. You can learn a
Gotcha.
derivative in Calc 1, but you can
You sound like my
derive a
brother.
derivative in Calc 2. So,
Sure.
if you don't know the math with which you speak of, I probably
Right.
would back off talking about how government influenced it is if you haven't even taken it.
But okay. So, what does the math have to do with the condition of the world that you have in front of you?
I will
That's
answer
not
that. I will
that's
answer
both
it.
a
I
rhetorical.
will answer it.
That's hold on. Let me finish. I just want to follow it up, and then I want you to give that answer. It's both a rhetorical question and an actual question. But go ahead.
Ask it again so we know we're on the same page.
Yeah. So I said, what does the math have to do with the world in front of you? You could take that either
The
way. So go ahead.
mathematics, or more specifically, the physics, the mathematics and physics
Sure.
models the actual world with which we live in. That's the purpose
No.
of
Wrong.
modeling it. Wait,
Wrong.
how are you going to ask me
There's
to
a
answer
model.
it?
There,
How are you going
you
to
know
ask me
why?
to answer it, sir?
Okay. You're right.
Hold on,
All
hold
right. Go
on,
ahead.
hold
Go ahead.
on,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
hold on. I'm being respectful
Go
because
ahead.
some people think I yell too much, so I'm not going to yell today, people. But that is the purpose of the math in physics. It takes measurements, empirical data is collected, so we can model things that haven't happened yet. That's the purpose of the math. So we can understand things before it happens, and we can actually react before things happen. So that's the purpose. Now, is there any other question in there that
Okay.
you had?
No, I'm going to follow that up with okay, yes, that's true, right? So then, would you agree that this earth is measurable? Yes? The earth that we were given is measurable, right?
Of
Like you
course,
can measure it.
we know the size of it.
Okay.
Yes.
So then what's the circumference of the earth?
2 pi times the radius.
What's the circumference of the earth in numbers? Don't give me no formula, the numbers.
I
What is
I
it in
don't know the
miles?
numbers off the top of my
Okay,
head. I know
let me tell you
wait,
what it
wait,
is off the
wait,
top of
wait,
my
wait,
let me
wait.
no
Hold
no
on, hold
then
on,
what is it?
hold on. I'm answering your
Give
question. Hold
it.
on.
Hmm.
You're waiting to jump on me. Hold on. Is 2
Go
pi
ahead.
times the radius a wrong answer?
What is this? No, it's not. Okay,
Thank you.
so how
I just
about
wanted to
this?
be clear so we
Give me
understand that I'm not saying
it's
anything
not.
incorrect.
Okay, so based off of the calculation that we're given, because you want to talk about math, right? The Earth's circumference is 24,000, blah, blah, blah. I round it up to 25,000 miles. I round it up because it's like 24,800 miles roughly, right?
Okay,
So
that's
let's just round
Googleable. That's fine.
let's let's just round right. I'm not just going to say stuff just to say stuff. So let's just round it up to 25,000 miles. Based off of that distance, would you agree? Kind of like a basketball, right? Because we're talking about circumference, we're talking like a ball shape, that there is some measurable amount of curvature per whatever, whether it's an inch, a mile, a kilometer, there would be some measurable amount of curvature per whatever your distance number is. So in this case, we're going to say per mile.
I think I know where you're going, but I'm not going to lead you there. But yes.
I- okay, so the answer is yes. It has to be. Because with a basketball, if it's a 12-inch diameter basketball, right? And let's say, I don't know, let's not even 12 inch, let's say it's a 25-inch circumference basketball. Let's just say that. So for every inch, we should be able to measure some kind of rate of curvature, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I know it's long-winded. This Earth has the same thing. The Earth has the same thing. The Earth has a rate of curvature.
Okay. Where are we going?
I'm gonna follow that up with, at certain distances you should not be seeing certain objects. You shouldn't be. You should not be at all. You should not be
Correct.
at all. Okay?
Correct.
There's a problem with that. Okay, let me add on to that. At certain distances, right, depending on what your elevation or your height is, you shouldn't be seeing certain objects, which means if you climb up at a certain height, that maybe certain objects will be able to be seen because you're at a certain height. That's what we're told, right? But the truth is that, yeah, you'll be able to see certain objects at given distances, certain distances, but it's not based off of a curvature of the earth. It is based off of the angle at which you could receive things, right? And it's
Not
based
true.
off of the optical equipment. It is true. It's based off of the optical equipment in which you're using. And it's also a
Well,
couple of factors. It's also, hold on, it's also based off of what the atmosphere is giving you, what the temperature is. So there are times where you can see significantly further than you should see. That's just a small, that's just one piece of evidence as to why this place isn't curving.
well,
Now,
actually,
you
you
want
didn't
to talk about,
offer anything. You didn't actually offer anything in that last five
I,
minute
sh-
run there. You
I
you
sure
only
did. I
said
sure did.
you only
I
s-
sure
you
did.
only
I
said
sure did.
okay. You
I
said that
said
five
based off
times.
of
You
a rate
said
of,
that
I
five
said based
times.
off
Hold
of a
on.
rate of curvature.
Hold on,
I said
bro,
based off
bro,
of
bro. I
a rate
was
of,
respectful. I was respectful,
okay,
bro. Why don't you be
okay, go
respectful
ahead.
here?
Go ahead, go
This
ahead,
could
go
be
ahead. My bad.
civil.
My bad.
You
Go ahead.
made a statement, but you didn't actually make a point. You just made a statement that you shouldn't see things. If that were the case, in real life, can we see Antarctica from New York? There's a
From New
reason
York?
for
No.
that.
Do you know
No,
why?
and yes, I do.
Why?
And there's a reason why you can't see Polaris from Antarctica. Tell me why.
Absolutely. Because it's too far.
It's
You
too
lose
far.
things.
Okay.
Yes, you
Wait,
lose things to your.
wait.
Wait, hold on now. Yeah, I'm telling you
You
why,
said
and I'm
too far.
following up. I'm telling you why, and I'm following up, and I'm finishing my point. Right? You see, you can't see things at certain distances. You lose them to distance. Hell, I could be at one end of the road. And then you send something down the other end of the road, and I'll lose it. It's not because the earth is curving. It's because, first of all, I'm only 5'8". Second of all, my horizon is but so much. Third of all, I'll lose things based off of my height and the horizon. I'll just lose it because of distance. Now, there are a few factors that could help change that. Right? Based off of if it's foggy, smoky, snowy, rainy, based off of atmospherics, your eyes work much like an RF transmitter does. Okay? So if the atmosphere is super clear and you couple that with some kind of good optical equipment, like maybe a set of binoculars or something like that, then I can recall those objects that I lose. But even after a certain distance, I will lose that person or that thing that's traveled away from me after a while because my angular vision it's limited. Your angular vision is limited. This is why we lose boats at the horizon at a distance, but then you can be able to recall those boats that everyone claims to be dropping down below the curvature of the earth, which that doesn't happen. You just lose it to the angle that you have at your horizon. You just lose it. You can
Okay.
do it. You
Okay.
can run this. You can hold on. You can run the same experiment at your
Like
house
you're
on a
making like
table.
9 points,
Run.
bro. You're making like 9 points.
You
I don't know how to
uh,
respond
it-
to that.
which I'm giving them to you because I got to get out of here. But I'd like to come back. I'd like
Of
to come right
course.
back. I got to go get my steaks. No, no, no. I'm not. Trust me. I come on Chris Wabbs all the time. You can't prove that this place is
Okay.
curving or
So
turning.
give me give
Love
me
you.
give me 10
Peace.
seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
You the flaw in your theory is we have telescopes, bro. We can see other
Exactly.
planets with those. Wait a minute. No, no, don't jump in because you already talked for like 20 minutes. The point that you're missing is we have tools that can see far beyond what we see. So I don't depend on my eyes for seeing long distance. That is so premature and so back in the day. We have tools that can see way better than our eyes can render. So if you can't see Antarctica or if you can't see anything, the like I said, the North Star from Antarctica with a telescope, there's a reason for that. You're not even looking at the horizon or the atmosphere at that point. You're looking through the atmosphere above you, but you're not suffering from what's on the atmosphere at the Earth. So looking at Polaris from Antarctica is impossible. It is
Do you know how
impossible.
far?
One
Do you
reason
know how far?
why I
Right.
one reason why is because
Mhm.
we are living on something the shape of a basketball. We're on the other side of the planet. If it were flat and you had a telescope, the North Star would be the North Star. There's nothing blocking your view. And if it is something blocking the view, you can't just say atmosphere because you're no longer looking at the
It's
horizon, you're looking up.
You're right. Do you know that the Earth that we live on is vast? It's huge. So you're
Yes,
talking. You have to. So you're talking. You're talking a 7,800 mile diameter world that we live on. You have to see at a distance of if you're at one end, like say the 85th parallel, you have to look in Antarctica at the 35th parallel. You have to look straight and up at an angle to see an object, because it's not just Antarctica. You can't see Polaris from, you can't see Polaris from Ushuaia. You can't see it from Argentina. You can't see it from Antarctica. I get that, but you can't see it because it's so far north.
there's
It's
another
like
problem in your theory, bro.
it's not a theory, it's a
Here's
fact.
a okay,
It's a
you're actually it's a
fact.
hypothesis, it's not a theory. So here's a problem in your
It's
hypothesis. Can you see the sun?
it's Everybody could see the sun as far as I know.
Is the sun farther away than Antarctica?
We're told that the sun is
No, no, no,
93
no, no.
million
You,
miles
you,
away.
you. No, don't forget the math that the government tell you. Forget all that crap. Tell me what you know. Do you know how close the sun is?
I have no idea how close the sun is. I have no
If you
idea.
tell you the sun is farther away from you than Antarctica, but we can see the sun, your
Oh,
argument falls apart.
because you believe that the sun is where they tell you that it
Hey,
is.
you
You
just
believe that the
admitted
sun.
you don't know.
Exactly. That's why I gave you two things. I gave you two things. I gave you a distance that I was taught, right? Because if you were here earlier, you would have heard that I said I don't believe that the sun is a solid object, right? I also said that I don't believe that the moon is a solid object. So
You're
going based off
leaning
of
more on the
those,
government numbers. Forget them government numbers. I ain't worried about them.
it's,
I'm talking about your knowledge and your
I
understanding. Do
don't
you know the
know. I
sun to
don't
be
know.
closer to
I
Antarctica?
don't
If you don't
know.
know,
I
then
don't know.
you might want to find out before you make these statements. Because if you find out the sun is farther away from you than Antarctica, but you can see the sun, but you can't see Antarctica from the United
You know the
States
sun.
or on the northern part of the globe, something's wrong with your hypothesis.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Have you ever eaten ice cream before?
Okay,
That's a
yes.
dumb question. You have. Have you ever heard that ringing noise? Ding, 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 ding. That's the ice
The
cream
ice
man coming
cream
in your
truck?
neighborhood, right? Yes, you've heard
Yeah,
it and you've seen it, right? So, have you seen the ice cream truck come to your neighborhood? You have,
yeah.
right? That's a right. And usually, what? He comes in a car. He's not just stationary. You could be sitting there stationary. He comes in a truck and then he makes his rounds and then he leaves. You don't see him anymore. And then you don't hear that noise anymore. The sun moves. The sun moves. The sun and the moon both move. And we're stationary. The sun is like that ice cream truck that comes, like predicted, daily, right? And it provides us. Some would argue it provides us heat.
Analogy
Sure, it
stinks,
provides us heat.
bro. I ain't gonna
You know,
lie. This analogy stinks.
listen. Here's the thing. I don't know how far the sun is. I don't know. I don't know how far the
My
moon is.
point.
I don't
If
know.
you don't know, you should not speak on the distances and references to it. You cannot say it's not real,
But I'm
but you
not.
don't even
I'm
know
not.
what it is, how far it is. You know nothing about it. So,
No,
but at the
I never
same
said. I
time,
never said. Wait. Did I say that the sun and the moon wasn't real? Did I really say that? I said it
okay.
wasn't
I
tangible.
don't want.
I said it wasn't. I said they were not tangible.
Okay,
There's a
it's not
difference.
spherical. It's not spherical. That's right. It's not a
I didn't.
sphere, right?
Listen. I said you're putting words in my mouth now. I said not
Explain
Tangible.
explain tangible.
Tangible.
Explain
I
it.
cannot touch it. I can't touch it. You can't touch it.
What does that
Nobody
mean?
can touch it. That that means you can't put your hands on it. No matter how far they say it is, there
What does
can't
that
be a
mean?
time in which. What do you mean what that means? So that means
So
this.
what, you
So
can't
that
touch
means
it?
that what we're seeing could possibly be a projection of some sort. That means that the moon that we see could be a projection, could be. I don't know what they are. I don't know. That's why I'm saying could be. But what I could tell you
Then go
is
find
based off
out.
of what, hold on, I've done my best. And so what I could tell you is based off what we observe, kind of like a few nights ago, I mentioned earlier that you could see Venus right through where the moon is supposed to be. Where the moon is occulted, you could see Venus right through it. And you've got a million zillion examples of this on a daily.
You just
You can laugh
admitted
all
to
you
seeing
want.
planets. You just admitted to seeing planets, but you're telling me I'm
Okay,
supposed to get off the point you can't see Antarctica. This
no,
is
no, so
hilarious,
so
bro.
so no, no, no. It's not hilarious. You're not listening to yourself. It's because you're pre-assuming that these dots, these lights in the sky, are tangible. That's your assumption. That's your problem.
Why do you
You're not
keep
looking
saying
past your own
tangible?
thoughts. Tangible, like you could land shit on them. Tangible, like you could touch them. Tangible, like you
That's
could
what
drop a bomb
tangible
on them.
means?
Dude,
I'm
like
confused,
you
that's
can
all.
touch,
I was
like,
just confused when you're using the way the word you're
so
using it. That's all.
basically,
I'm confused.
so basically, a physical solid object. You think that the moon is solid. You think the sun is solid. You think Venus and all these things are solid. I'm saying I don't know what they are. That's my truth. That's what I'm saying. And so, what I'm saying, based off of what I get to see, like Venus being in front of the moon, with the moon supposed to apparently occulted with only a sliver of it being shown, a quarter of it being shown. We just had it the other night. Nobody can explain that. Nobody can explain that, but that's what we have.
And even if they couldn't explain it, you couldn't either. So where's the argument?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying I can't explain it. But I'm saying if the
I
moon
said
is
even if
supposed
they
to be a
couldn't. I said
solid
even if they
object,
couldn't. I didn't say they couldn't.
I'm saying if the moon is a solid object, that should not be possible. If it is a solid object, correct? Because as far
Based
as
on
I
how
know,
you're
solid
explaining it,
objects.
it's based on how you're explaining it, you're very ignorant to how light operates and how light
Oh my,
propagates.
oh my God.
You don't
Really?
you because yeah, well, first the first thing you said about our eyes acting like a transmitter, it's actually more like a receiver because we receive light. We don't transmit light out of our eyes. That's how we
Wait a
process
minute.
light. It
Wait a
comes
minute.
into
No,
our eyes. So,
not.
whatever
Our eyes
you
being a
wait,
receiver. No, but a radar functioning like the
hold on.
transmitter. A
You said
radar functioning like a transmitter. You're right. I did say.
we don't
I did say a
transmit
transmitter.
light.
We
We don't
receive it through
transmit
our
light
eyes. I
in
get
our
it.
eyes. Yes, that's where
Well,
that was a little bit of an indicator that like, wait, he's obviously trying to correlate what he's saying with what it didn't make sense, but it made me understand you might not understand how light propagates through media.
no, I know
You may
exactly
not
how
how
light
you
propagates.
may not how light bends. You may not know how we actually use light to check distances. That's what we use to
We
check
do. We
distances we
use.
can't
I
reach.
know that. Yes, you use lasers sometimes, and you use infrared. And yes, and
Well,
here's the
no,
thing.
it's
If
really
here's the thing.
it's called
Yes.
spectroscopy, but you know that's a very
No, no,
specific
no, no,
technique
no,
you're
no, no, no,
talking
no.
about.
Spectroscopy doesn't give you a distance. Spectroscopy is based off of the gases
Do you
as
know what
well.
spectroscopy
That's
is?
that's. I know exactly what spectroscopy is because
What
people
is
that have taken
spectroscopy?
chemistry
You want to look it up?
knows what spectroscopy is.
Do you
So
want to
you're
look
going
it
to
up?
use so hold on. So people use spectroscopy to figure out what gases are on certain planets. The only problem is that these are assumptions. They're like, well, that looks like it has this gas on it. This planet looks like it has that gas on it. So here's the
Here's your
thing, man.
problem, bro.
Here's
Here's
the
your
thing.
problem with that. No, because that
Bro.
statement was it's pretty
Bro.
ignorant. That statement
Here's
was
the
pretty
thing.
ignorant.
Here's the thing.
Everything
Listen.
that
Here's
you
the thing.
called a
Here's
guess,
the thing.
everything that you
Here's the
called
thing.
a guess
We're going.
was based
Listen.
on
We're going to. Listen.
hold
We're going
on.
too far. We're
Everything
going
that
too
you
far.
just said,
We're
I
going.
am. I'm
Listen. We're
trying to
going
wrap
too
this up.
far.
I'm trying to wrap this up.
Wanted.
I'm trying to wrap this
Real
up.
quick. Wanted. Real
If
quick. I gotta
you
go
are
run and get my
saying that
steaks.
all of
Give me
okay,
a second.
okay. I'll wait for him. Sorry, Chris. Am I being good, Chris? I'm being very calm today, right?
Yeah, yeah, you're calm, you're calm.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I am very, very. I've had these conversations a million times, man. And usually these flat earther guys are not.
But
They are
maybe
definitely not math intensive. They talk about the math, but they never do it. They never take the time to do it. I've shown them mathematical models of how you calculate weight on any planet in the solar system, and they don't want to hear it. Like, there's
You're
ways to do these
assuming. You
things.
don't know. You're assuming. Hold on, I'll be back.
You didn't even get everything I said. Why are you chiming in? Damn, he's chiming in
maybe
on stuff he's not even listening to.
maybe you should join one of their live stream. They do live streams.
Oh, I have enough flat Earth talk in my life. The channel that I'm on actually most times a lot of flat earthers come there to just
Oh,
spew all the
by the way,
same talking points.
14 14th Personic was asking about the name of your channel. I don't know if he's around. Not Eddie. The other guy called Eddie Daba. I think he's sleeping right now. But he was asking about the name of your channel by the.
Who the guy that was talking or me?
No, there was a guy who was asking the Josiah. You remember Josiah, the guy who was presenting the paper?
Yeah, Eddie. I was listening in. I couldn't jump on the panel. I was busy, but I could listen in. I was listening.
Yeah, so that guy called Eddie was asking for your channel.
Yeah, my channel's identity withheld. I don't have a lot of science stuff over there. It's more
Oh, it's
uh
just called the same name.
same name. That's why I carry it everywhere I go. Identity withheld. Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
channel, you never show your face again. So,
Yeah, honestly, I've been on the internet since right before COVID, and I got into a really crazy sector that was doing some malicious stuff on the internet if they did disagreed with you. And most times I'm just you hear how I talk. I talk about math and science, and a couple flat earthers didn't like what I was saying. A couple people who are outside the science world, they don't like what you're saying. They'll try to do some things to your personal life, and it gets really nasty. So then I just put up the whole identity withheld thing. It's
no.
more of people who need to know me knows me. Like, I'm not fearful of showing who I am. People on the internet know me, but only certain people 'cause the internet world is crazy.
I understand.
You know, and I don't come up here making claims for myself. I'm not doing anything for monetary gain on my channel, and I want to get traction on my channel. I'm not doing it for that. I like talking about science. I like talking about math. I like talking about all these things. I'm not an astrophysicist. That's not my world, but I am a definite math geek. I have learned math inside out and it just stuck with me. So that's I'm fascinated with these type conversations. But when you have people coming up here talking about the math is lying or that they're lying to you about this, just do the math. You'll see the numbers actually line up. I'm not making this up. I did it myself. I calculated gravity. I calculated certain distance from the ground and what gravity pull was going to be, centrifugal, centripetal. I did all those
Oh boy.
calculations. They actually work.
Oh boy. They
They
they work.
actually work.
Look, what works? What works? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I came in late.
Wow. You actually gonna shut me down. You don't even know what we're talking about. Cool, bro.
I said no, no. I said my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, we were just chat. We were just chatting along. Go ahead. You can finish up what you were saying.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
So, yeah, of course, we could say all day we see too far, blah blah blah, everything else. But at the end of the day, it's not curving. It's not moving. It
It's
is what it
clearly
is.
moving.
We've been fooled. We've been lied to. Why?
Why would you say it's not
We could
moving?
go in circles. Say again.
Why would you say it's not moving?
Because this place is not moving. What do you mean? Why would I say that?
Why would you
It's not
say that?
moving. It's not moving. Nothing is other than the sky moving. There's nothing indicating that this world is moving. Nothing.
Okay,
We are
the next level.
stationary. We
We're
do
gonna
not
we're gonna
move.
raise this. We're gonna raise this. We're gonna elevate this conversation. Why do you think you can feel it if it is moving?
Wait, wait, wait. What do you mean? Feel it? You mean feel the
Why do
world
you
moving?
think you have some indication of your body, your senses, whatever
Nobody,
you're
hey,
detecting?
nobody.
Why do
You
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 let me
know
finish
the
the question. Let me finish the
yeah
question.
yeah.
Why do you think that we're not moving? With what senses are you using to detect or not detect that we're not moving?
Well, you don't have to use. You could use your senses. That's one, but you can also fly in a helicopter. You could fly in a hot air balloon. You could get on an airplane. There's no movement. This Earth doesn't move. And the people that know it doesn't move. They've run experiments on it. It's called the Michelson-Morley experiment, the failed experiment that they couldn't prove movement. They couldn't show this Earth was moving. They could show some kind of movement, which they claim was ether, but they couldn't show that this place was actually moving. Now, that's going a little bit too deep with this stuff. Thing is, it doesn't move, it doesn't curve. Now, what I would
Hold on. You
recommend,
can't just
man,
shut it
what
down with
I
the
would recommend
statement.
what I would recommend is that just go to a beach, look, observe, find that boat that goes over the horizon, and then recall it.
What do you mean recall?
Make sure you check
I
the
just
temperature.
Yeah, but you're on
Go
the
ahead.
earth. You're not going to see but so much curvature standing on the earth. You're not going to see much of it. Do you know how small you are relative to the earth?
Okay, so like I said, so go
It's
to a
not
beach.
physically possible to see it with your eyes. It's impossible. Well, actually, no. You
So
there's going to be a
oh
certain
wait,
distance
go
you
ahead.
can't see. There's going to be a
Uh,
certain distance you can't see
why
because
is
the
that?
curve over the
Uh huh.
curve, the rest of the
Uh huh.
world is hidden behind that curve. There's going to be a certain distance you can't see.
What distance is that? So then the
Depending on
so then the
where
curvature
you
is it
are,
physical? Yeah, go ahead.
depending
Go,
on
I'm
where
sorry.
you
Say that
are,
again. Right.
elevation, atmosphere,
Okay.
there's a lot of variables in there. So
I
there's
said
no
right.
one answer to
I
that.
said those. I said those. So then would you agree that this curvature is physical? It's a
What
physical
does that
curvature, right?
mean? We're living on a physical, like not an exact ball, but it is ball shaped.
Okay, so then it's a
It's more oblique,
physical
but
curvature. So
if
well,
that's
right,
how you
you're gonna
define it,
say
I'm not gonna
right.
conform to that
So
because I didn't
it's
know how
gonna
you were
be
using it.
it's exactly so defined is the word. It is a physical shape. With that physical shape, because you love the math, right? You love talking about math. With that
All the
physical
time.
shape, that is a defined set of numbers, correct? With that defined set of numbers, you must have some kind of curvature. Must
What do you mean you must have? There
do
is
not.
curvature. I'm saying there's curvature.
There
Yes.
is an absolute right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You must have curvature, which we don't, because we don't have any curvature. Nobody could find it. There ain't no curvature. It's that simple.
No, you
Yeah, I
haven't
might
looked.
lose you guys, man. I'm in the country over here, but keep going, keep going. Oh no, no, no. I've looked. Oh, Wabs, tell them what I've done. I've looked and I've seen for myself.
If you're
There is no
telling me
curvature.
that there is no curvature, and then you want to convince me
Yeah.
there's no curvature without evidence, by the way, because you all you're doing is making the statement. You're not actually saying
Okay.
anything.
Well, I already explained what you can do to see for yourself. I already explained that.
Well,
I already explained how
well,
you can do it for yourself.
no, I already know it's curved. I don't know what else you want me to say to that. I
How
already
do
know
you
it's curved
know? How do you know? Because you have
because
to
the
have some kind of
math
physical
works.
curvature, correct?
Because the
No, there's
math
no
works.
right. And then I could give you math that shows you that it doesn't work. That's the problem.
I would pray that you came up here with some mathematical models for flat Earth. I have yet to see them. I would love to see them. Chris, please set
So,
that up. I would love to have this man up here and show that math with which he speaks. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, he was having issues with his internet at some point.
Hey, Chris, that is always a really, really heavy talking point. Flat earthers will tell you about math, but they never show it. I would love to see that math, sir. If he
So
can
you
come
want
up here, I promise you, I will make time to go over it with him. I want to see what he's looking at.
him to I think he has a problem with the internet. It shows that he doesn't have connection. It has even dropped him.
Yeah,
So
he'll probably come back.
you're saying that you want him to come with this math, then we can plan a day he comes with this math and He shows to you how he's doing it.
Yes, it's similar to who was the guy up here earlier? The white guy with the who was talking to Mike. He has a channel.
Yesterday. Oh, Mind of Steel, Mind of Steel.
Mind of Steel, him.
Yeah.
Why'd I bring him up? Oh, because he made a statement as well on this along these lines. When you ask the questions of show me what you are looking at, the argument breaks down, whether it's a flat earther or somebody talking about free energy. In free energy, you ask them, just show me a model that works, show me something that works, that's doing exactly what you said. You said you got free energy, show me. And then you get people coming up here talking about some theoretical paper about some energy that he can't even tell you what it is. And like it's like all these excuses, and that's
Do you want
why I ask flat earthers the same question. Show me the math that you're talking about so we can see what you're working with. They never have it. Never. So I would love for him to come back on your channel and show that. That would be beautiful. I've never seen it. And I've been dealing with flat earthers for like 2 years now. I have never seen it. I've shown my calculations that I did in my spreadsheets. I literally
You have
derived
to.
gravity. Like I
No, you.
literally mathematically modeled
Oh my
gravity.
God. You
What
see,
it
the
what
problem
why
with.
are you over talking me,
Oh,
sir?
my bad.
Why are
My
you
bad.
over
My
talking
bad.
me,
My
sir?
bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
I literally derived gravity based on weight, based on distance from the center of the earth, all of these
Oh,
variables that you need to take into account to know what your weight is, depending on how far you are from the earth. You can determine your weight and at what point you become weightless. You can calculate
okay.
these things. They're not hard, but that's why I
Okay.
said I would love to see his math because
You're
if
right.
he say he has it, just show it.
You're right. So, okay. So, real quick. So, you're assuming because you said the center of the earth, correct? Like, when you say the center of the earth, what do you mean? Just real quick. Tell me. Tell me. Tell
Okay,
us.
mathematically, that means the center of a sphere.
Okay, cool. The center of the sphere. So, how far down is the center of the Earth from the surface?
The radius you're asking?
Yes. What's the radius of the Earth from the surface?
From the surface. I would have to Google that number.
3,900 miles. Exactly. 3,900 miles. So
It depends on where you are because
like,
it could be different. No,
so,
because it's not the same. It's
okay.
not the same everywhere. It's not.
Let's just make it.
Wait a minute.
Let's just
Wait a
make it
minute. I'm
easy. Let's
answering your
just make it
question.
easy.
I'm
Okay.
answering your question for a second. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
It is not the
Hmm.
same number everywhere you are on the earth because the earth is not a
I get it.
perfect sphere.
I
So
get it.
when you
I
use a
get it.
number, it's an average.
Listen, listen. Let's just call it 3,900 miles.
Let's call it
Assuming
3,900.
3,900 miles. How do you know that the Earth is that deep down? How do you know? What made you say that to the center of the Earth? How do you know? Tell me.
Again, you can use the math that explains
How? What
Newtonian
math?
gravity. You can use
What?
Einstein's relativity. You
Really?
can use, yeah, you can use these things. That's
What does
why they
that mean? So
exist.
then use that. So then use that to tell me how they determine that the Earth is that far down in the center. That's the radius of the Earth. How did they find that out? How do
What
they
do you mean?
know?
How did they
And
find that
what's
out?
and how did they find that out? And how's that? And then how do they know what's in the center of the Earth? Because they know, right? How do
That's a
they know?
different question. That's a different question.
Well, answer both if you could, please.
Yeah, that's a whole nother question of what's in the earth. I can't break down the layers of the earth. I can't do that. That's not my
Okay,
thing.
sure, sure. I got you. I got you. Or what have you
I
been
mean,
taught?
we can
Or
find out. It's
what have
not like
you
we
been
can't
taught?
find out.
How do we know? How do you know you can find out? How do they find that out? Tell me.
They may not be able to get to the center. That
They
pressure is
can't
way
get
too high.
anywhere near it. Is my point. They can't get anywhere
Of
near it. Is
course.
my point. You want to
Just
know
like
why? Because
you can't get near the sun either.
the deepest they've dug is 7.8 miles. They
So
haven't
what?
even broken 8 miles. So what? So what? So you mean to tell me you could tell me what's in the middle of an apple if you've never eaten an apple or you've never eaten a fruit, but you could tell me exactly what's in the center of that apple. Meanwhile, you've never seen, eaten, or known what a fruit is. But all you could do
Yes,
is eat the surface part of that
we
fruit. But you could tell me, well, hold
no.
on, but you could tell me exactly what's in the middle of that apple. That's what you're
That's a
telling
bad
me, basically.
argument because that's a bad argument
Because
because we
what?
have tools to
So
know
then
what's
tell
inside
me,
of our body. but we're not in
Oh,
it.
no, no, no,
We have tools that
right?
can
But
see.
you could
Hold
cut
on, hold
you
on.
could cut
Stop,
open
stop,
a
stop,
body
stop,
and you
stop,
could
stop,
see.
stop. Hold on. Let me
You could
finish.
cut open a
Before
body
you
and you
jump,
could see what's
you
in a
repeated
body.
that. You just repeated that. Hold on, bro. Hold on. That's a bad argument
Oh
because
god.
we have tools that can penetrate the skin of the earth. We have tools that can
Yeah,
penetrate
right.
our skin to see what's inside it without being inside it. We have
Do you know
tools
how
for
long?
these things. There are
What tools?
limitations to how
What
deep
tools?
we can go.
But they
There's
told you. You know
limitations.
how long they've been telling you. You know how long they've been telling us that we know what's in
I
the
don't want to
center
go
of the earth.
conspiracy. I don't want to go
Meanwhile,
conspiracy. I don't want to go
but it's
conspiracy.
not a
That's off
conspiracy.
topic.
But you're assuming that we know. We don't know what's 8 miles deep,
Yeah.
but
Hey,
we know
hey,
what's 3,000 miles deep.
how much?
We know what's a
No, no
1,000 miles.
disrespect.
We know what's 100 miles.
This is not to bash anybody personally, but how much do you weigh, sir? You
I
can make
weigh
up a
close
number.
to
It doesn't
200
matter.
pounds. It's none of us.
Perfect, perfect,
198,
perfect. Because that's the number I actually use it by default, right? How do you know you
200,
weigh 200 pounds?
based off of the difference, based off of what the scale gives me. Sure, I'll give you. I'll
How
give you
does
that
that
weight.
scale calculate that?
The scale's got a series of springs and a series of all these. Let's say it was a analog freaking thing. It's based off of what the springs give you, based off of the
It's
difference of the spring
calibrated.
and where it
It's
won't compress.
calibrated to
It's going to
gravity. I'm
right
giving you the cheat code. It's calibrated to gravity.
or density.
No,
The
no, no.
fact that I don't
Hey,
float, I do not float because
I'm glad you said that. I am so glad you said that, bro. I am so
yeah,
glad you
because
said
I'm
because
made
it's
up.
density.
Yeah, because
There's a
I'm made
reason why.
of stuff
There's
that's
another
more
flaw in
dense.
your theory, bro.
I'm made of stuff. I'm made of stuff that's more dense than the air around me. Absolutely. So
Okay,
I
so
drop.
why
If I was
doesn't
a helium
why
balloon, I would float.
depends on the medium, and
Based
it
off of
depends
the
on
air is what I'm talking about.
and it depends on how much helium is in that balloon. You can have helium in a
If
balloon and it doesn't
okay,
float.
so you're right. You're right. No, no, no. You're right. So based off a normally filled helium balloon, filled to the max, right? That's what I'm talking about. So I'm assuming that we're talking about a filled to the max helium balloon, because there are ways in which you can change that and make the helium
Yes,
balloon drop, other
which
than
means
changing the temperature.
so if you put a little bit of balloon helium in a balloon or a lot of helium in a balloon, is the density the same or different? What's the density of
What do
helium?
you mean?
What's the density of
The
helium?
density. Listen, helium is extremely light. It's one.
One.
It's
Okay,
got a
you just
charge
said
of
one.
one.
My point I'm
It's
making is
extremely
the reason why it
it's
can't
extremely
be
light.
density because density doesn't give direction. It's not a vector, sir.
Oh my
Gravity
god.
is an
Oh my god.
acceleration. Hold on. Don't oh my God
Oh,
me before you get my point out. Don't oh my God me. He has nothing to do with this. What I'm saying to you is it can't be density because density does not indicate direction. Gravity has one direction. One. That's down. Down. That's it. It
everything
doesn't go
goes
sideways
down.
unless you start spinning.
The
But
reason why
again, there's a reason why it goes down. That's my point. You don't even
because
realize
the
that
atmosphere.
acceleration is always
I do
going down.
realize the reason.
Okay, okay. So what
No,
does
the
that have to
reason
do with
things go down.
density?
The reason things go down. Density is because the atmosphere around us, the air around us, is lighter than we are. That's it. So we sink. We cannot. We're not made of lighter stuff.
Hold on,
We
hold
sink.
on, hold on. There is
Of
a
course, we
point.
had to fall. Everything goes down.
Well, here's the issue. We have satellites. We say that they're floating in air. They're not really floating. They're actually still falling towards the Earth. But because they're so far out, the radius, the orbit that they're following, they're still falling towards the Earth, right? So gravity's still acting on those satellites, but they're not falling in faster than they're orbiting and actually changing its trajectory. But it's always pulling towards the center of the Earth. That vector, that's a vector in math. That's a vector. It's a distance and a direction. That's why I said it can't be density. It doesn't give you direction. That has nothing to do with falling straight down. You could be the heaviest rock or you could be the lightest balloon. You can still fall down if only gravity was acting on you. Now, buoyancy is a different one, but buoyancy is based on gravity. It has it in its equation. So you can't use that as an argument to say gravity doesn't exist if you say buoyancy, because buoyancy is calculated with gravity. So throw that out.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Buoyancy is not calculated off of I'm sorry, I didn't
Hey,
mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here on my phone. On my
Can
phone
you
with
do
my.
me a favor real quick? And I gotta go tuck the little one in. Like my man had to go get some steaks or whatever he had to get. I gotta go get the little one. Real quick, can you pull up the definition for buoyancy, please, and tell
Yeah,
me what
any
is?
object
Hold on,
partly or
hold
wholly
on, hold on,
immersed.
bro.
I
Why
can
are
tell
you
you
why
the
are you jumping on
definition
me? Why are you jumping on
because I
me?
can tell you the definition.
I don't
I
need.
used to be a
No,
Navy
no, I'm
diver.
going
I'm
to a
very
third party.
familiar with.
I'm going to a person who is unbiased on this conversation. That's why I don't want it to be
Okay,
you or
go
I.
ahead. Yep,
So
yep,
I'm
yep.
asking Chris, can you put up on the screen the definition for buoyancy and tell me if it does not include gravity?
The definition for if it doesn't include gravity. Let me
Can you pull it
see.
up? Just you can put up the mathematical equation for buoyancy. It's in there. It's not even a secret.
You do know buoyancy was around before any definition for gravity was
Hold
around,
on,
correct?
bro. Hold on, bro. Hold
Okay,
on. I'm
you know who
asking
came
you
up with my bad. Go
again.
ahead.
Again,
Yeah.
this is why I said third party. Pull up the equation for buoyancy. Just pull it up. I'm not making this up.
So
Where's the equation? If you scroll, can you see the
No,
equation for it? How do you calculate
okay.
buoyancy? There's a good question. How do you calculate buoyancy?
um,
No,
the
just
question
ask.
is on.
Ask Google.
I think there's a. What about this one that is on the left? Right?
I
Is it
can't
left?
see. There it is. There it is. Top right. Top right. F.
You're
Now,
going
for
off
those
of.
who don't know,
I see
buoyancy
it.
is a force. For those who don't know, buoyancy is a force, just like weight. Weight is a force based on the acceleration you are towards the center of the earth, which we call gravity. It's calculated
Listen,
using that number, 9.8 meters, 9.81 in certain areas,
listen.
meters per second. Hold on, bro. Meters per second squared. That number is the letter G in this equation, minus
I know.
rho G V.
I see that. I
Those
know it.
units,
I know this
the
formula.
units for G is gravity. That's
Is
the
gravity. Listen,
acceleration.
that's
Let me,
but
yo,
that's your
why are
problem.
you
You're
cutting me?
going
Why
off
are
of
you
a
cutting me in
math.
the middle? Why are you cutting me in the middle of my
Go ahead.
breakdown, bro? You
Go
didn't
ahead.
bring anything. Hold on.
Go ahead.
My
Go
point
ahead.
is buoyancy is calculated using the constant lowercase g, which is acceleration due to gravity. That's what that number is. Meters per second squared is the unit. So when you say it's not gravity, it's buoyancy, that's gravity, bro. That's based on gravity. You can't use that as the same argument. So that debunks that part. Your density argument, it can't be density because density doesn't indicate direction. It's not a vector. A vector indicates direction and distance. That's acceleration. That's gravity. That's why it's always down. It's
You
not
got
left.
fluid
It's
changes.
not right.
You're going. Of
It's
course, you're going to go
down.
off of. You're going off of some formulas. You're going to go off of
The
formulas
formula's not,
based off
bro.
of something
I
that we have
guarantee you,
no idea about.
if I
You're going
calculate
off of
your weight, it's
you're
going to use
going
that
off of
equation.
Oh, okay, but you're going off of gravity and you're talking about a center of the earth you have no idea exists. You're like the
Hey,
center of
Chris,
the earth. How do you know
didn't I say
how
the math
deep that is?
works?
And we
Didn't I
don't
say the math
know.
works?
That's what I'm saying.
The math works, bro. I'm sorry, you have no argument.
Listen, no, no. Okay, check this out. You can say math all day. Hey, mean that
Yo,
there's something
your
called
mic is
gravity
horrible right now, bro.
and
Hey, Chris, can you take over, Chris? I gotta come back. I'll be right back. I'll jump back on.
Okay, okay. So Afrilix is saying that no, I don't do it. Afrilix, what are you talking about? So my phone that I use for the camera just went oof. But 92 Ionok is having an issue with the internet. Lagging in 2025, the math works. Ionok is back. Someone is Freemason here, serpent brain, they want to steal each other. AFRK leaks, what do you mean? Lagging in 2025, I think he said that he was moving cryptonomous or what? Maybe he can come back from Flutter to get more. No, he said something like he was moving. That's why he was having an issue with this internet. Then on my side, I use a phone to connect my phone as a cam. Is it called camcorder or what? Yeah. So it has just gone off, and I only have one USB cable, which I'm using for other things. I tried to get a USB cable that I can be able to recharge while I'm doing this. So flat earth is not the same as free energy. 14 supersonic. I don't know if you're still around or you went to bed already. But thanks for always being around 114 supersonic. He said that he was moving. That's why I think he lost connectivity. He said that he was moving but he has been having issues with the internet where he is.
Yeah, hello. I lose you guys. I'm in the country. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but I'm listening. I'm gonna get to a place where it's got better internet. Keep going. I don't want to mess it up. Go ahead.
Nice, nice. You still. Again, you've gone. I think you said that problem with the internet. Get a USB hub. Man, I need to do that. I need to do that. I think it will be easier. But I have other cables, but I'm trying to recharge, but they're not working. So, I mean, it's working, but it's charging slow. It's on 7%. Right now, if I switch on the camera, it will go off. This cable looks like it has some issues. But yeah, but already it's on my side. It's like 3:48 a.m. I don't know if what is. I don't know if Let me try to connect to another phone. I don't know if scam. I don't know if Ionox will come back again or not because they he's supposed to do on his channel. I think he said he will do it a live stream at 8 p.m. EST time, Eastern Standard Time, which I think is about the time. Then identity, he said that's going to do something. I don't know how long it will take. Saying that they are cheap. I'll see. I'll get it. No problem. Actually, the issue is I need a high current cable. I see. Yeah, the issue is like the phone that I used to record as a camcorder that I connect to my laptop as a camcorder. Or it I connect through wireless, and the phone is sensitive to cables, to USB cables. So I have other cables, but they are unable to charge. I usually connect through wireless to the laptop. Then the laptop is very far away because it makes a lot of noise. So it's very far away from my microphone. So I connect wireless. Now I have another cable which I connect an audio interface, a USB cable that which works perfectly with the audio interface. When I connect any other cable, it usually has some flickering noise. So when I use the USB cable for the phone, it works perfectly. But now it means I need now to get another good USB cable that can work perfectly with my phone now. Yeah, yeah, actually, yeah, because the one I have now is a cheaper one. I think the one which is not working actually it's very slow. So, and I don't think that it's even charging. I think it's discharging. That's the issue. You saying that man has a bad signal, but is in NASA made. Yeah, he said. I think he said that he said he's in the country or what? I think up country. Maybe where he is the internet is not that good. Usually you don't get good internet connection everywhere, and also it depends with the service you're using. I don't know which service is using. I know it depends the service that you're using. Or it's not like that where you are. Because where I am, we have some internet service providers. When you use them, you get very bad internet. And we have others, when you use them, you get good internet. You think that you can be able to hook me up, no problem. But you're far away. I mean, where are you by this Kamchan? But if you can be able to hook me up, no problem. Where are you by this Kamchan? You've never told me where you are from. But it's something that I try to get a better one. When we do Friday, because yesterday also we had the same issue. Usually I know that I will be able to finish the stream before it goes off. But yesterday we had the same issue. And also today. But also it's been a good one. I think we can be able to. Oh, I see. You're where you where you are. Which time are you using? You are in the eastern, within the Eastern Standard Time Zone as well, or same as same time zone as Ironwork. I'm not sure if Ironwork will come back with a. Oh, I see, I see. But how long is that one? That one will be like. I see. Usually, when we buy things here from, what do we call it? Then when we buy from AliExpress, which comes from China, it takes about 21 days. Saying that is level one is not that experience, he will never show his work. So you have had arguments with other people of the same. Maybe you should identity. You can try, maybe if you really want to go with him, then try joining one of his live stream where you will get now other people, experts. You get experts, more experts to who will be able to give you a hard time. It takes less than 12 days when you order in the US. I see. I see. I think you guys have some sort of favor because when we buy, for me, like the last thing I bought there some on AliExpress though. I don't know which service you buy with, but I bought something the last time I bought it. It took like it was the microphone that I'm using, which was last year, December, and also there's some sort of the light that I use for for the camera. It took like about a month, but there are some things they can be sent through a flight, which usually take short. But it's Kamchan. Then we will link up. Then you see if it works. You're saying that ID you roasted that dude. Flat Earth a different breed. For T Supersonic, you're saying a different breed. You saw even CL left. CL last time you said that uh, it becomes difficult to talk about that topic. So CL went away. But you, ID, you're sure you're coming back, or I should close this one and go to bed? I see you're
Oh,
back. You're done.
yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Y'all keep going. I'm not going to lose you now. Now I'm back at my house where the internet is good.
Oh, you're outside.
Oh, you are. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm not going to lose you now. I'm back at my house.
Oh,
Oh,
it's Compton is saying that he has been battling flat
has
earthers
been
for years.
battling
But yours is replaying me in the background. Scampton,
yours
why
is replaying in the
but
background.
you refuse to
Compton,
join in?
why won't you refuse to join in?
He's saying that he has been battling. Then you
He's saying
have
that he has been battling. Then you
ID.
have
Are yours?
ID.
Can I mute you maybe?
Are yours? Can I meet you maybe?
Ironworks. 24 hours sun debunk.
24 hours and
Let me mute him. You 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 will send a mute request. Can he go and get his math? I'd like for him to share with us all I can do. Ironwork, if you're around, uh ID is asking that if you can share the math, or maybe when will you be able to share the math? If you can be able to share the math, it will be interesting. I don't know. Ironwork. Ironwork.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're talking from far, but I can hear you. Is
All right, how about?
ID
Yeah, I'm here.
ID is asking if you can be able to share the math.
Hold on. Yep, hold on. Yes, hold on, hold on. Let me get myself situated. I just got in the house. Give me a second.
You're going to
Give
share.
me. Say again?
You're going to share the math.
Yes, sir.
I see. ID. I hope ID comes back. He said he was going to do something.
Get myself situated.
ID said that he's going to share, so I hope you come back then. As Kamchan, I see it takes less than 12 days Central Time. They're saying that you're using Central Time. So according to Central Time, what time is it now? According to Central Time. Let him show the math for the next eclipse of his flat Earth
The next
mode.
what? The next eclipse. Is that what you
Yeah,
said? The next eclipse. The eclipse has nothing to do with the Earth's curvature. It's timing. The sky is a big old timepiece.
yeah. Skamchan usually says that flat Earth can't be able to predict eclipse.
We get an eclipse. Well, I mean, we're coming up on an eclipse here in the next couple of days. What's he talking about? Eclipses can be damn near anywhere. It's based off of where you are that the eclipse is important. That's why it's a big deal to it. But we get eclipses all the time. Depends on which one you're worried about. Hold on. Give me a second.
You're still trying to set up. Skamchan, I see you say that it's 8:58 p.m. Oh, so it's more like almost the same time as you're 1 hour ahead of. He's 1 hour ahead of you. You're 1 hour ahead of Ironworks. He said that he's going to show the math, so
Here we go. Here we go. So I've just made it easier for everybody right here. So if we were to go, I'll send you. Let me see if I could get you online. Hold on my laptop. I got you on my phone right now. Get you on my thing.
You're going to show on the screen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could share the screen with you, right, on your thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on. I'm about to jump on here in a little bit. Hold on. Could you drop the link again real quick? You're going to share the screen. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
You
can
can
share the
just
screen, right,
yeah
on
just
your
yeah
yeah,
just click.
drop the link. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm about to jump on here. Sorry for echoing. Drop the link. Hold on. I'm about to get out of this one. Drop the link again real quick? You're going to share the screen. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can share the screen, right?
Yeah, just
There you go. Cool.
yeah just click.
Drop the link. Okay.
I did share the link. I hope you saw it. Let me reshare for the sake of it. Math can show where the eclipse will be seen in the globe. The lunar eclipse has everything to do with Earth's curvature. Abuman is saying that the last solar eclipse, the moon was somewhere else. What covered the sun was something else unknown. What do you mean, Abuman? You want me to share the link again or is it okay?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Are you not?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're speaking from far. But I can hear you.
Um, I'm trying to fix that. All right, bro. Forgive me, forgive me. Jeez. Audio.
Or we can another way could also that we can also plan for it another day if it becomes difficult.
How about how about now? Can you hear me? Is it better?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me make sure. No, no, no. Oh Lord. Sorry about that. I'm just getting back into the house, so forgive me, please.
But
How
you're
about now?
speaking from far. You're saying?
Okay. Do I sound better now? This should be my mic. Well, now.
Now it's okay.
Okay, good. Okay. Now that I'm back here and everything is situated, let me go ahead and I could do this right here. There you go. Earth curvature. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Do I sound good or bad?
You sound good, better than before. You're using a microphone.
Yes, yes, I am. I'm using a boom mic. So let me share that right there. Okay. So this is as simple as it gets. Right here is an Earth curve calculator. Nice and simple. From a distance, Earth curve calculator, right? Nice and simple. And then you could, it's omnicalculator.com, physics, Earth curve calculator, right? Nice and simple. Distance to the object, 3 miles. Eyesight level, 2 feet. Why 2 feet? I'm giving it an extra foot. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's calculating the distance to the horizon as almost 2 miles, right? And then the obscured object, you would find 1 foot. You would have 1 foot of the object missing, right? Based off of this right here. Now, all these calculators, they all function the same, right? Here's the thing: none of this happens. None of that happens. Why? Because you have to go see it for yourself. Me saying it doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely bunk. Now, the reason I'm going against everything that he's saying, and sure, I'm sure the math does great. The math does what it wants you to do. And the math will predict a bunch of things, especially if you can't see the variable for yourself. Can you hear that?
Yeah, yeah.
So
You
when they say these objects are falling at this rate, sure, okay, sure. Now a tree would shake its leaves, and the leaves could fall out at different rates, right? Why is that? Of course, people are going to say wind resistance, air resistance. That's why it falls a little bit slower than an acorn. I get it, right? But that's because it's the fluid that is around the leaf that makes it resist in such a way, and then it's the fluid around the acorn that makes it not resist in such a way. Plus, the acorn's denser than the leaf, which has a surface area, kind of like the definition of buoyancy includes surface area, which means it's going to fall faster. Now, both those objects are made of stuff. And so they're both going to come down to the ground, maybe a little bit slower because we mentioned air resistance. Water's the same thing. Some things might be buoyed up still because it's got a surface area that will keep it from sinking. But as soon as you change that, the once you change once you change a few things with the thing that's being buoyed up, right? Like you punch a bunch of holes in it or something like that, the object will sink. It might sink a little bit slower, but again, it's incumbent upon us understanding what the fluid around it is. So two instances, I'm using water. Another one, I'm using air, right? Everybody talks about gravity, gravity, gravity. Gravity's still theory based. Buoyancy is a law. It is a law. And buoyancy was here before any theory of gravity was around. Archimedes was here thousands of years ago. Before he was here thousands of years ago. Newton just made his way here, what, 400 years ago? 400, 500 years ago? 400 years ago? But anyway, this is the distance to the object right here, 3 miles. And I'm being nice, just 3 miles. The eyesight height, 2 feet, just 2 feet. At 2 feet, that's it. Distance to the horizon, you lose it right here. The obscured object, because of the curvature of the earth, right? Or rather, you're going to lose this much of the object, right? You're going to be missing this much of the object, like around a foot. So 12 inches roughly. Now, here's the problem with that, right? This is sexy. This sounds great, right? And the math works. The math works. I'm sure it works, right? The problem with that is when you apply it to real life. And what I'm talking about is this. And the reason I use the eyesight height at 2 feet is because there are things called periscopes, right? We've been using periscopes for probably 100 years now. I don't know exactly how long, but we've been using them for a long time. You want to talk about how telescopes do stuff? Let me tell you what's super powerful. Periscopes are very powerful. We spend a lot of money on these nautical devices. And with that, you could see at great distances. You could see at tremendous differences. And once you change the light scheme, you could see at even further distances, because once you add an infrared component to it, then you could start getting rid of atmospherics and stuff like that, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them. So you could see even further. Now, these things are powerful enough to see objects that are supposed to be hidden at 1 foot. You'll see the whole object. As a matter of fact, I'll go as far as to say, not even I'll go as far as to say, I've seen these things significantly greater than 3 miles, 13 miles. I've seen them at 13 miles, and I could see the entire ship. And here's the thing, and you see the objects obscured. I'm
yeah.
missing 84 feet. 84 feet. 84 feet missing, right? Because of the curvature.
ID was asking like, how do you trust this math?
Here's the thing. You could use another calculator. You could use another calculator. It doesn't matter which calculator that what I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter which calculator you get. You have to go out. You can't just stay home, or you can't just stay cooped up in your room and think that, oh, the math is going to figure it out for me, is what I'm saying. Like when you go out and you go out to the beach and you run these numbers and you do the observation, it is not going to give you the results that you think if you have the right visual equipment. If you have a good set of binoculars, you could see far. If you don't, you won't see far. Matter of fact, if you're myopic like me, you might not even see 200 feet past your face. You understand what I'm saying? You won't. But if you have the right equipment and if the atmospherics are offering it, you're going to see significantly farther. You're going to see miles and miles down, and there will be no curvature. Meanwhile, at 13 miles and 2 feet out of the water, it's supposed to be curving at 84 feet. Are you mad? But you see, this is what the math is telling us. This is what the math gives us, right? You could run, and here's the thing: you could run any calculation from a distance, and then it's going to say because of this, because of the curvature at 25,000 miles, because the Earth curves at a rate, right? That we should be able to measure that rate of curvature, like I can measure a basketball. It's just at a bigger scale. That's all, but we can't because it doesn't exist. That variable is a lie. When the variables are lies, you can do whatever you want with the math to make the math fit. Why they did that, I don't know. The math fits, sure it does. The math works. The math could work all day. But if the variables don't exist, then they don't exist. I don't know what else to tell you outside of that. So you can make people can make fun of me. I don't care. They can make fun of me. But the thing is, you have to go out and you have to do these things yourself. I've done them myself. That's why I know. I wouldn't have been a flat earther if I didn't experience these things on my own. That's the problem. No, it's not that you could see further than the no, it's you could see significantly further than that too. You can see significantly further than that. People are going to say, oh, the light is bending up. It's bending up 84 feet? Really? Where I could see an entire ship from a distance? It's going to bend up a whole 84 feet? Come on, dude. Like, come on, man. Come on. We're not moving. We're not curving. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Like, look, man, and you guys can make fun of me all day, but you guys have to go out and you have to do these things. Like, I go out, I have telescopes, right? And I know how to use them. I've got binoculars, and I've been using binoculars my whole natural life and telescopes. So I've been using them my whole life. Making these claims like we know because the earth is this deep down, you don't know because they can tell you anything. They can tell you anything. You have to go out, you got to observe. You're making these claims. We know the gravity because the earth is this deep. You don't know that. They can't even dig a hole that deep. The deepest they've dug is is almost 8 miles. Almost. The reason we can't see Polaris down in Ushuaia or down in the Antarctic Circle is because it's too far away, and we don't know how far Polaris is. I have no idea. But as far as their claims are that it's light years and light years, no, and they're making lies on top of lies. These are lies, absolute lies. And then once you go out and you figure this place out, you'll start seeing that all these guys are doing is line on top of line on top of line. That's all I got, man. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start my show. Love you guys. Peace.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Don't run yet.
Go ahead, join. Oh, nobody's running. I have to start a show, man. That's the thing. I've been on for a while. I
Go.
wanted to go ahead and thing. I got to start a show, bro.
I was letting you go for a while, but yeah, your Earth calculator. Can you show me the flat Earth calculator so we can get a
No,
comparison?
no, no. No. I just gave you the Earth. Hold on, hold on. Let me go ahead. Let
I
me
know what
drop.
you gave me. I know what
No,
you
no, no.
gave
I'm
me. I'm
going to drop.
asking,
I'm going to
can we
drop.
as a comparison,
No, there
I'd
is no
like to
flat
see
Earth
the Earth.
calculator.
Oh,
There is no such
really?
thing.
Tell
There's no
me
such thing.
more.
There's no
Tell
such
me
thing
more.
as far as I know. No, because we're going based off of your globe. We're going
Of
based
course, because
off of
the math exists. Yes.
no. There's a math that exists because they make it fit. But
So
that's like
show
what I'm
me the
saying.
flat Earth
I don't
calculator,
have
bro.
one. I don't have a flat Earth
You
calculator.
will never have one, and I guarantee you won't have one
You know why
tomorrow
you don't?
either.
You know why you don't have one? Because
Because it doesn't
everything.
exist, bro. What
No,
do you want
no,
me
no,
to
no.
argue
I
about
do.
that for?
No, no, no. I'm not. What I'm saying is that it's based off of your numbers of a curvature, off of
Hey,
25,000 miles. That's what I said. And then I
hey.
just showed you at
So
other
how
distances.
far is the horizon? What distance was that? Did you say? What
At,
was that? There was
at,
distance in
at,
there?
at almost 2 miles is the horizon.
2 miles. And what's the
Almost. No,
circumference
it
of what's
wasn't.
the
It was
circumference?
1.7. It wasn't 2 miles. It was almost two
Okay,
miles.
1.7. What's the circumference of the Earth?
It's 25,000 miles.
What percentage of that is?
It's almost 25. It's 24.9 or 24.8. It's close. I just rounded
So
it up.
you're expecting to see I'm gonna see here's the math you didn't do. You're expecting to see curvature when you're only looking at 0.000068
I'm not expecting to see
of the
curvature.
curve.
I'm not expecting to see curvature.
No, no,
That's
no,
what
no,
they're
wait a minute,
no,
wait a
based no,
minute,
no, no, based off of the
wait a minute,
math. They're saying
wait a
based off of
minute,
the math,
wait a
they're
minute.
telling you
Hold
that
on, hold
you
on.
will experience
Why
curvature.
you just you
You're not
talked
going
for
to
like
see
10 minutes, bro. I
no,
let
what
you
I'm saying
I
is
did
I'm
not
not
ignore you and I did not interrupt you.
all right, go ahead, man. Go
It was
ahead.
rhetorical, brother. It was rhetorical.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Problem
My bad.
is, you guys don't like big numbers. I don't know
No,
why you don't like
no,
big
we love
numbers,
big
but
numbers.
you're
We use your
chiming in
number.
again. You're chiming in again. I let you rock for 10 minutes, bro.
My bad,
I
bro. My bad.
specifically did
You
not
did.
interrupt you because I didn't want to mess up your build.
You my bad. You got it.
I
My
did
bad.
not. And I want to be respectful because, this is Chris' show. I don't want to mess up his show.
I got you,
What I'm
brother. I
saying to
appreciate
you is you're using a calculator based on the shape of a spherical Earth. In order to say whether or not it even works with real life, give me another model that we can compare it to and tell me
we don't.
which one's better.
Mhm.
If you don't even have one for the Earth that you believe in, we got a problem, bro.
No, we don't. That's the problem. We
Yours
don't
is
have a
in
problem. No,
thought.
no. Here's the thing: is where what I'm trying to tell you. And do you mind telling? I'm Vlad, by the way. Nice to meet you. And I apologize that we met on such circumstances. Nice to meet you. I don't know
Same
what
here.
your name is.
Identity. Just call me identity. I'm good with that.
ID, but can I call you ID?
Yes, ID. That's even
ID.
better. Yes.
Cool. Yo, ID. I'm using the globe numbers. That's the point. And I'm demonstrating to you that when you say, I know what you meant by we're supposed to see this much curvature, or basically we're supposed to be experiencing that much curvature. And in this case, it's 84 feet, right? 84 feet. And I was good with the numbers. I'm being
I
I'm
mean,
being
84 feet
super
obscured, right?
of obscured. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Of
I'm just making sure we
significant.
understand the same numbers. Go
That's
ahead.
what because I know what you meant. I know what you meant. So
Okay.
it's supposed to be 84 feet at that distance with those distances given. That's what I'm saying. We don't need a model because we're going based off of your model. We're going based off of this curved Earth model, and I'm saying it doesn't work because you won't know it doesn't work unless you go out and see it. Now, does the math work? Yes, the math according to that thing, the math works. All right. That's why I'm saying you have to go out and you got to see it for yourself. If you don't see it, you won't know. You
What
if you
what are,
don't,
what
and
are
that's
you
the thing.
expecting to see? What are you expecting
No,
to see?
you're expecting to miss. What are you expecting to miss? You're expecting to miss those things. The thing is that at
Miss
those
what? I'm
distances,
sorry, I'm lost.
okay,
Miss what?
all right. So those objects. So in this case, the object that I'm talking about is a ship or a boat, right?
Miss a ship going over the horizon? We're gonna miss that?
You're supposed to at 84 feet, yes, or a
Why
boat.
why does it always drop down? There's a reason why it always drops down. It
You
never
lose it.
drops up. You notice that,
No,
right? You notice that,
yes,
right?
yes, because you know why? Because at a distance, even the water, a half a foot wave could turn into something the size of a mountain at a distance, especially when you're trying to zoom in. It could go from a 2 foot wave to a 9,000 foot wave. Of course, I'm making up BS numbers at this point because you're zooming in. It's like taking your finger,
You're
zooming
zooming
out.
in.
It's
I
what
guarantee
this
you
is what
there's
I
a
mean.
distance that ship can
It's like
travel and you
taking
will
your
never
finger.
bring it back in any telescope you
You
use or
will.
any
You don't.
any
No,
kind of optical
you
anything.
do.
There
You
is
do.
a distance that that ship will disappear and you will not
You're
be
right.
able to see it
You're right. You're supposed to lose
because
it.
it went over the curve.
It's not true. And you're wrong because
You keep saying it's not
you
true,
don't
but wait,
because
wait,
you're
wait. We
wrong.
just
That's
agreed.
what I'm trying to
We
tell
just
you.
agreed. We just
No.
agreed that that ship
You
will
know,
disappear. Do
do
we
you know
agree
how
on that?
far do you know how
Do we
far
agree on that?
there it
Do we agree that that ship will disappear and we will never be able to see it at a certain distance?
yes,
So
at a
how do
certain
you see
distance,
it on a
sure.
flat Earth then?
That's what I'm
If it
trying
disappears on a flat
ID,
Earth, can you explain
ID,
that?
because you lose it because of the stuff in the atmosphere. The air
I'm
is
talking
the
about
air has
no, 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 no. I'm not talking about atmosphere. I said clear day. And the reason why you can't blame it on atmosphere is because it doesn't disappear into the
It
fog.
does.
It drops out of sight. It
No,
doesn't disappear.
yes,
It
because
drops
that's
over
something.
the
You're right.
horizon.
No, it
It
doesn't drop over.
drops
It's
over the
not that.
horizon.
It's
It
not a
does
physical.
not
What I'm
disappear.
telling you, ID. What I'm telling you is yes. At some point, even with the best optical equipment, you'll lose it because no optical equipment is perfect. But what I'm saying is, you keep getting it. The better your optical equipment gets, you keep getting it. You keep getting it. There's
You
some
just
optical
agreed
equipment
that
out.
they disappears at a certain
No,
distance.
yes,
You just
yes,
agreed to that.
because you want to know something. Your angle of vision, you lose it after a while. Nothing is perfect, but you don't lose it to a physical horizon, is what I'm saying.
Again, this is
You
what I'm
don't.
asking
It,
you. This is what
yeah,
I'm asking you.
I answered it.
Does the ship disappear regardless of elevation? Does it
It
disappear
at
completely?
some point it does. At some point
Yes,
it
we
does.
agree. We agree. We agree. I'm good on that part. We agree
I just
that at
explained
some
to you
distance
why.
it disappears. Now the question is, does it disappear into the fog or does it disappear by dropping out of sight?
It varies. It could disappear into
Wait,
the
wait,
fog.
wait, 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 wait. If it varies, that's a good
If
one. That's a good one. I
it
agree it
varies,
varies because atmosphere could be thick enough that you can't see and it gets into the fog. I got that.
ID,
But
you
on a
could see it.
clear day,
Yeah, on a
is
clear.
there a chance that that ship drops out of
It
sight?
doesn't matter how clear the day is. You
Does
lose
it
the
drop out of
it,
sight?
yes, it does. It has
On
to.
a
You know
so
why?
where did it
It's not
go?
a
So
drop.
where
No,
did
no,
it
no.
go?
But it's not a physical drop. You just lose it to the horizon. It's not a physical drop,
Where
is
did
what
it
I'm trying to
go?
say. It didn't go, it just went beyond because
What does that
there
mean?
is a horizon, but it's not a physical, it is a visual horizon. The
Where did
sky
it
will
how come you
collapse.
can't
What
see
I'm
it?
telling
How
you,
come
no,
you can't
listen.
see it?
You can't see it because the sky and the ground look like they are touching and meeting. You just lose
I
it.
I said
And
I said if you use tools.
that's what I'm saying.
If you
That's what
actually
I'm
use
telling you.
tools and
Yes,
bring that back in because your eyes are limited. This is why I say don't use your eyes. They're shitty.
that's what
Do not use
periscopes
your
are
eyes for
also.
this.
I know that
Do not
that,
use
but
your
I was
eyes for this.
explaining. But ID, that's what I was just telling everybody, and I was telling you, periscopes, no matter how good they are, and they are some of the most powerful pieces of equipment
They
on
can't
this
see over the
earth.
curve either.
Did you not see what I just demonstrated and what I already explained? They can, based off of the math that we're given,
They
they could
can't
see at
see over a specific distance. A
they
distance,
can,
yes, but
they
there is
can.
a limiting distance that it
Listen,
can't see
even
because the curve exists.
ID,
And
ID,
again, that distance is exactly when that ship drops out of sight and you can't bring it back no matter what kind of equipment you got.
ID. There's no physical curvature. It's all
See, you keep
visual.
saying it, but you're not even that's not real world. That's not real
No,
world.
it
You're
is
just
real
saying
world.
things.
That's no, no, no. And that's what I'm telling you is that you lose it because there is no perfect piece of equipment that can see further and further. There will still be a horizon, and that is all visual based. It is not physical based.
What are you arguing? I don't know your argument now.
My argument is that unless you see it, you're gonna just go with the math.
No, you
Unless
use the
you
math,
see it,
especially for things you physically can't see, especially. You use
no,
the
I'm
tools that
no,
you that are
okay,
better
no,
senses
I'm
than you.
using the math. I'm using the math because I can see it. I'm like, I'm not supposed to see it, but I do see it. I
So,
see
but you
low
can't
profile
say
photos.
that the so is
So
the Earth curve calculator wrong?
no, the Earth curve, based off of the numbers, the Earth curve calculator is right.
Wait, so you
But
that's
no, but
based on
what I'm saying,
empirical
but that's
math
what I'm saying.
though.
But ID, but see, ID, that's what I'm saying is that the math is right, but the reality is a lie.
Wait
That's
a
what I'm
minute.
trying to
You just
tell you.
wait a minute, but this reality that you keep talking about matches the math.
No, no, no.
You
The
just said it.
again,
You just
no.
said the math works.
I said
You
no.
just
But
said the
just
math works.
yes. Did you hear what I say? I said
Yes,
the math works, but the
and
reality
it agrees with
no.
reality. You
That's,
just said it agrees.
no,
You
I
just
didn't
said you
say.
use
I
that
said it does
calculator
not.
because it does match. Now it doesn't?
No, I did not say that. ID. What I said was exactly what I said,
I
and I will quote
apologize if
it.
I'm saying
I
it wrong. Go ahead. I'm
That's okay.
sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But what I'm saying, ID, is that even though the math says this is what will happen, that isn't in real life. That is not what happens.
So what
It's
happens?
not. So what happens is you see the object based off of the optical equipment that you got, you will see that object at that distance. If you don't have that optical equipment to recall it, you won't see it. You'll lose it. You'll
Of
lose it
course,
close.
our eyes are
You'll lose
shitty.
it.
I don't depend on
But
my
that's
eyes to see far
your eyes aren't
distances.
gonna see over a curvature. The periscope won't see
Neither will a periscope.
neither will a telescope, neither will nothing. If the curvature
Correct.
existed, but the
Correct. You
problem
will
is
never
I
see over it unless the
right.
light bends enough in the
No.
atmosphere.
84 feet? ID? 84 feet?
Hold on, hold on. What is your elevation in that calculation?
2 feet.
What is your I'm gonna ask again, but listen to my
I
question. What is
yeah.
your elevation in that calculation?
I just said 2 feet.
That is in reference to sea level in that calculation. What is your
So
elevation in that
so to this
calculation?
in that calculation, at least I don't understand what you're
Whoa,
asking.
we got a problem because this is
Well,
very
explain no,
important
no,
if you
no,
want to be
but
accurate numbers.
explain it. But
Hold
explain
on,
it. Go
because I
ahead.
think I'm down an avenue that you may not have traveled.
What's
Hold
that?
on.
Okay.
You have not taken into account certain variables that are critical for that
What
number to be
variable is
accurate.
that? What variable is that? Tell me.
One, you better have atmospheric
I
refraction in
said
there.
atmospherics. I said
Hold
that
on.
already.
Did you let me finish? That's not the only one.
I
Follow
said
me, bro.
that. And
You lost
refraction.
me when you couldn't even tell me
Oh,
what your elevation was.
I told you that I was 2 feet out of the water, out of sea
Two
level,
f-
at sea
sea
level.
level. Okay, again, how's somebody gonna be standing on sea level?
That's what. Oh my God! But
When
this is
you're on
why you
Earth,
don't
when you're
know. You don't know what you don't
hold
know.
on.
This is why I tried
When
to
you're
explain
on Earth
ID.
and you are on any beach on this planet, sea level is not the same everywhere, bro. That's why
I
we got
know that.
different levels. Again, okay, so when you say sea level, first you got to give me a
Wait.
reference. What reference
Okay.
are you giving me? Sea level?
Okay.
Too generic. Too
Let's say
generic. Because you
let's
could
say
be in an area with titles.
let's
So if you
say the
have
sea.
titles, that sea level is much higher, correct?
No, no. We're
Correct?
talking about a sea state
Hold
of
on.
glass. We're
Hold
saying
on,
the
bro.
sea state
Hold on,
of
bro. Let
glass.
me build. Let me build. Let me build. Let me build. If you don't take into all of this, you can't tell me to stand on these numbers. One is refraction. You got to have a percentage of that. And if you don't know how to calculate that, that's not an easy one to calculate, by the way. But
Refraction.
we do
A
have
lot of times
calculators.
it's not.
Hold
I
on.
get it.
We do
Go
have
ahead.
calculators to do that. We do have it
Yes, you're
percentage
right.
wise. You can
You're right.
enter it. You can do that.
Yes, you're
Two,
right. And temperature and
elevation of
pressure.
the land. Elevation of the land.
But
The
we're not looking
assumption
at
with
land.
some of these calculators, they don't let you enter separately the elevation of the land.
We're
That
not
is
looking at land.
critical.
We're talking about water.
Because you know what? I was waiting for you to bring up that skyline in Chicago. That's so
At
default. It's
52
weird.
miles? At
It's
52
weird.
miles?
Don't do it, bro. You're gonna lose. Don't do that one. You're gonna lose. Trust me. I've been down that
Listen,
road
I
millions of
get it.
times.
They have
My
temperature and
point
pressure.
is,
They have
my point
refraction.
is
I get it. I know
elevation
that.
elevation from land is different than sea level. So depending on where you are, what that sea level is in reference to actual sea level
52
that's accepted as the average. Because depending on where you are, it could be higher, you
state
could be
glass.
lower. So
Sea state glass.
that moves your perspective, does it not?
Sea state
Elevation kills your
glass.
perspective, to be honest.
Sea state glass. Humidity minimal. Temperature freezing cold around 2
Okay.
degrees.
Now
Sea state glass. Oh,
show me I can't see 84 miles. Show me I can't see 84 miles. Show me.
you won't book.
Show
I
me.
can't.
No, no, you just saying that you can't. Just show me that I can't. You got to show me. You can't
You,
just say it, bro.
I, that's why I'm saying you got to go out. You have to do these things. You have to see
No,
it for
no,
yourself.
no, no, no. You brought the proof. Give me any proof you got to show me that the number's wrong. Just give it to me.
No, the number
Give me a
was right.
location.
No, I'm
Give me
saying
a
the number.
location.
The South China Sea.
All right, pull it up. Give me the Earth curve calculator. Pull up the South China Sea, wherever location. Give me an elevation on the land. Give me a distance that I'm
Not
not supposed to
land.
see.
I'm not
Give me a
talking about.
landmark that's behind that
I'm.
horizon so
I
we can
didn't.
get a reference of to how much is being hidden
ID.
and see if we can
ID.
calculate if it's the same.
ID.
That's all we got
ID.
to do, bro.
ID. I said the South China Sea, not the South China Avenue or the South China
It
Boulevard.
doesn't
I'm
matter to me where
talking
you
about
go. I don't care
it
where you
does
go.
because water. Guess what water does? Like on a level, it lies flat.
It doesn't.
It lies flat.
It doesn't. I'll handle that in
ID.
a second.
Oh,
I'll handle
ID.
that in a second
We gotta
because you
go.
that was a
We gotta
bad
go.
statement again.
Add
So
speed up.
I'm going to ask you, where's your calculator? Yeah. See, this is hey Chris. This is what I'm saying, bro. The moment you ask them to break this down, they lose it. They lose it, bro. Oh, he was going on live? Yeah, that dude, yo, he's level 1. I've seen much better than that. Much better than I was and I knew the Earth curve calculator was gonna come, but I didn't wanna taint the waters. I wanted him to bring it, let him feel good about his numbers. The moment you ask him to break those numbers down, he hides behind the old, "Everything's flat, I gotta go." Like, dude, I'm asking you to actually just dig in your own numbers. He won't do it.
Channel maybe you will see him talking with some other guys about it.
Well, I
They do,
mean, he didn't listen here. He ain't gonna listen on his own channel. I'll be
yeah, yeah.
getting darts thrown at me just because
And
I'm
also,
actually showing him the actual numbers.
and
Again,
also,
people think I'm giving my own personal like my
I'm
what
losing.
I feel like.
I'm going.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to lose connection in 5 seconds. So thanks for everybody who came in
Oh, okay.
today.
Catch you on the next one.
But you, I can be able to. I will be able to hear you, but I've lost connection on YouTube. But because you had joined, I can hear you. But I will.
It's just you and I.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
For them, they can't be able to hear anymore.
Yeah, I'll catch you on the next one. We can. Sorry, I didn't make the paper discussing the paper. I was pretty busy.
It's
Couldn't get
okay. I
away.
see. I see. Even emailed me say that he wants to come back to explain that if he can be able to plan with him, he comes and explains better for people to
Yeah,
understand. I've just
get ready for another conversation similar to free energy. This is a very similar thing, but just a different avenue. But it's going to feel very familiar. A lot of conspiracy, a lot of the government's lying. It's the same thing over and over.